a good Wednesday, guys.
Well, good morning. Welcome to the Bristol County, the Seat Unique Stadium. Old habits die hard. Welcome to this start of the 2022 season at Gloucestershire's campaign with pre-season cricket over the last, 2.5 weeks. Blissfully played in very good weather, and we're very lucky here to have the second day of this match against Exeter University, again with prospect of a full day. Light cloud above, but a lot of blue sky around. And our umpires Jack Shantry and Tom Lungley are out in the middle. And Gloucestershire have declared on their overnight score, which was 316 for 8, having batted throughout yesterday. Ben Charlesworth top scoring with 73. He's had a couple of other scores, got the half century against Glamorgan, so good for him to get some runs yesterday. Tom Lace has also been in, didn't get a bat yesterday, but he's been in the runs pre-season, and today it will be the bowlers who will have what I think what they would hope would be probably a couple of sessions at the Exeter Uni team, coached by Alex Barrow. Very pleased to welcome Dan Whiting to our commentary box. Dan will be with us for the whole of the championship season here at the Seat Unique Stadium and also the Royal London Cup as well. Dan, you're very welcome. And I think we ought to say, first of all, is for people who don't, if you're not among the 20,000 people who follow Dan on Twitter, just tell us a bit about your sort of cricket commentary and where you've worked and how you've come to be with us here at Bristol.
Morning, Ian. Yes, I've done a little bit of work for the BBC, did a little bit of work for Middlesex and Essex on their streams last year, and I'm delighted to be here at Gloucestershire on a lovely sunny morning here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol. And what a view, what a day, and I'm really, really looking forward to a good day's cricket out here. It was a good day for Gloucestershire yesterday, good run out for them, 316 for 8, Ben Charlesworth 73, Miles Hammond 48, Ian Cobain got 42, and there were 30 odds for Chris Dent, James Bracey and Ryan Higgins. So everyone's had a little trot, shall we say.
Yeah, and today the university students who also had a game here last year, it'll be their turn to have a bat, and they will open, and we believe they're opening with Matt Doran and Luke Maslin. Those are the two names that were at the top of the listed squad when it was announced before the match yesterday. And several of these boys actually played in the game here last year, including Maslin and Doran. Doran got 37 and 68 not out in the game here last year. And Alex Barrow, who coaches at Exeter University, I think was hopeful that he might put up as good a performance again this time round. It is a day for sweaters, and James Bracey, one of the few Gloucestershire players out there in the middle who doesn't have one. He's keeping wicket, and David Payne's going to open the bowling. And Dan, you can have the honour of taking the first ball. It is in fact Wells and Church. This is Ben Wells and
Dylan
Church who are actually going to open.
Yeah, Dylan Church, a part of the Leicestershire Academy. I'm going to try and work out which one's which here at the moment. I think it looks like Wells to face. So Payne comes in, left arm over the wicket, and Wells is solidly behind that.
Interesting for him to playing. So arguably he's playing against his main employer here, Ben Wells. Obviously played a bit for Gloucestershire last year, having signed, Shane will tell me about this, he signed at the Cheltenham Festival, as I recall, and then was available for the back end of the season.
Here's Payne approaching the wicket. Oh, and big appeal there, and I think it's angling down the leg side. But a little bit of swing, late swing there as well from David Payne.
Just looking to see who is in the slips. Chris Denton, second slip, distinguishable by probably the longest hair in county cricket. Ian Cobain at third, and that might be Tom Lace, I think, at fourth. He took a very sharp catch in the Glamorgan match.
Here's Payne, and Wells just lets that go through to James Bracey there, who feeds it to Chris Dent there, second slip.
Pitch. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, a little bit green in the pitch, isn't it? A little bit of a tinge, but we're going to get that this time of year, aren't we? And I'm looking forward to seeing David Payne this season. If there's a man who can exploit the conditions, David Payne is one of those guys. But the real guy I'm looking forward to seeing is Nassim Shah here this year. David Payne approaching the stumps, and Wells just lets that go through. Wells was also at Somerset as well for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I think somebody was going to give him an opportunity. The question was who it was going to be. Gloucestershire really were, once Gareth Roderick left to go to Worcester, they didn't really have an orthodox second team keeper.
Payne into Wells, who again lets that go. A little bit closer to off stump there, but just being watchful here. Got 90 overs to bat today. Morning session should take us through to 1 o'clock. Lunch then 1 to 1:40, and tea 3:40 to 4 o'clock.
It's old fashioned to have timed cricket.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Wonderful, Ian.
Just rather than be bothered about 13 overs an hour or whatever rate it might be.
Here's Payne, last ball of the over, and that's outside the off stump as well. And that completes the first over for the day. Exeter University, 0-0.
And the batting on a pitch that's quite a long way towards the mound stand. It's probably a good 4 or 5 strips towards the mound stand. So as a result, the boundary rope is a good 35-40 metres, I would think, in from the car park perimeter fence away to our right hand side. Dan's car's going to be very safe there today. I don't think there's any problem with that. And Ryan Higgins is going to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Became a dad last year during Cheltenham again. It always happens during the festival. Always plenty of news stories for Gloucestershire in and around the festival. And I'm sure that the first arrival in the Higgins house was during Cheltenham last year. So here is Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end in, and that's outside the off stump. It's still 4 slips for Higgins, who's bowling to Dylan Church.
And he's a fresher, isn't he? He's a first year student.
Yeah, I mean, there are some of these boys who are first years, coming to the end of their first academic year at Exeter. A good friend of mine's daughter's just graduated from there. I think it's a very pleasant place to study. Here is Higgins with a short one that's outside the off stump, and Church stands up and just lets that go.
It's quite a bit of lift there for Higgins. A lot more than Payne got from the other end.
Yeah, he's not rapid, Ryan Higgins, but you only need to look at his record since going to Gloucestershire from Middlesex. Very, very effective with the red ball, particularly when it's new. And appeal here for an LBW, but it looked a bit high to me and not really supported awfully by the slip cordon. Higgins just asking the question almost on his own, and sometimes when that happens, the bowlers do get it right, but generally if the cordon goes up, you generally think there's a greater confidence about things. Still, the students yet to get a run, but bright sunshine and a first-class attack to face. It's going to be awkward for them, but Church goes back to Higgins this time and just pushes that out on the offside. Graham Van Buren, newly installed as captain, does the fielding, and just through the winter, once the issue with his residency, if I can call it that, was sorted out, quite a few spectators seem to be pointing towards Van Buren as a potential captain, and ultimately, of course, that was announced just on the eve of the season. Higgins in once more, and Church pushes that out on the offside. I think Jack Taylor was always likely to keep the white ball captaincy or the T20 captaincy, and then for Graham to lead the team in the red ball cricket, as he did in that game at Glamorgan at the back end of last season, where Chris Dent, I think, walked off at lunch and said, do you want to take this? And Gloucestershire went on to win. Here is Higgins again. That's right on the money, accurate as ever, and a maiden for him to start off. Church plays the last one again out on the offside, so those slips. I'm sure that I got in the car this morning at 8:30. It really was a day for wearing gloves. The slips obviously can't do that, but they would, I think, appreciate a bit of warmth in the sun, and it will work its way round the ground to be shining from the pavilion end as we go through the day. But at the moment it's coming to from our left on the mound side of the ground over the scoreboard.
Here's David Payne approaching the wicket from the pavilion end, and that's hit him amidships and dropped at his feet. It's not only the spectators though that appreciate the warmth, because we're up here in the flats overlooking the ground. When I left London, I'm sure your listeners can judge that I'm from London from my dulcet tones. And when I left London this morning, it was -1. So I'm not sure I've known cricket to be this cold for a number of years, actually. But it's dry, and we can't knock it, can we, Ian?
No, I mean, and I'd say it wouldn't be the warmest, but it is pleasant to be playing in watery sunshine.
Here's Payne, and that's just angling into the body, into the hip, and he works it into the onside. And you're talking about Ryan Higgins there, and about his record, and you can't knock his record. But it's those bowlers who aren't the quickest who tend to have the best records in this country, don't you? You look around, Luke Fletcher last year at Nottinghamshire, Tim Murtagh at Middlesex, Darren Stevens, none of them are rapid.
Stevens has become a cult figure in the autumn of his career, hasn't he?
He has. Here's Payne, and that's a solid forward defensive there by Ben Wells.
Well, and for people who are active on social media, you may know that Stevens has his own WhatsApp group. Does he not? I think there is a. Let's rephrase that. There is a fans group on WhatsApp, which is quite active, dedicated to the Kent all-rounder.
Here's Payne, and that's wide and goes through to the gloves of James Bracey. So the Exeter lineup looks like Ben Wells, Dylan Church opening the batting. Looks like it's going to be Matt Doran at 3. And then we've got Luke Maslin, who's come through to set up at Oxfordshire, where a number of county cricketers have come through. The Prices, the Charlesworths, the Taylors, I believe.
Yeah, you can say the Taylors, you can say that.
Yeah, and Jack Brooks is another one down at Somerset as Payne angles that across and goes into the gloves of James Bracey. So cricket is alive and well in Oxfordshire by the look of it.
Yeah, and that is in no small part due to the Luke and Ben Charlesworth's dad, who is a very active coach in that part of the world.
From Abingdon Cricket Club, I believe, isn't it? Is it Abingdon Town, possibly? Or just Abingdon, perhaps. Here's Payne. And that is sort of check drive there. Caught the inside edge and went not where it should have done. Went into the leg side. And then we got Dom Goodman at 5, which many Gloucestershire fans will be fully aware of who he is.
You can't miss him by his physique, and
no.
He came into the side and did really well at Taunton last year in the win, where James Bracey sealed that with a good knock in the second innings, and then helped save the match at Hampshire, batting at number 11. Just looking at Zafar Gohar out at mid-wicket, it'd be a bit cold for him here today, but he might have a bowl later, I would have thought. And here is Higgins in again, and that's hit on the bounce back to the bowler by Dylan Church. 90 overs is the schedule for today, assuming we get a full day's play in. And I think Gloucestershire's view would be, if they could, they'd like to bowl out the students in 2 sessions. That would be not an unreasonable target. Higgins trots away from, well, runs away from us and trots a bit unkind, and that's again outside the off stump, and Church lets it go. I mean, I was looking at Higgins's numbers just at the start of this season. He'll go to Northampton needing 1 wicket for 200 in first class cricket, and those 200, I'll just pull up the average of those. It's an impressive average for somebody who, is by no means a poor bat either. Higgins again over the wicket and squirted away, and well stopped on the bounce at 4th slip. Higgins making the batsman play. Yes, he's got 199 wickets at just under 31. Well, somebody who was effectively couldn't see an opportunity at Middlesex, he's certainly taken it here at Gloucestershire. That's a short one again. It's over the shoulder of Church and taken down the leg side by James Bracey, and that's been something of a common path, isn't it? Middlesex players. George Scott's come from there to Gloucestershire. Tom Lace has come from Lords to Gloucestershire.
Yep.
And actually, if that is because sometimes you've got too big a squad and you can't keep people happy, Gloucestershire might have their own problem this year. Might come back to that in a minute. Here's Higgins in, and again Church defence, because not everybody was here for the team photograph last Tuesday, but there are 28 players.
Yeah, I was looking. It's a huge squad.
It's a big squad, and there will be a concept that some players may only play red ball and some players may only play white ball.
Yeah, David Bartlett on the medical staff. He's ex-Middlesex as well.
Well, there you go.
Some may say that I'm one of them as well. So there you go. Another of the Exodus down the M4 from the capital.
Higgins again. And Church gets his bat well out of the way and lets it go through. So we've had 4 maidens at the start of this second day. The Exeter University boys just having a look at David Payne and Ryan Higgins. 316 for 8 is the target they're responding to. And as Dan said, I mean, it's great, apart from anything else, and I know that they don't get much opportunity to play against county side, so this is quite a big weekend for them in terms of opportunity and pitching themselves upper level against what they're going to be playing against for most of the summer.
It's huge, and they're coached by Alex Barrow, the ex-Somerset batsman. Here's David Payne in, and that is the 25th ball of the innings where no run has been scored from.
Yeah, Zaffar's again out at mid-wicket. Obviously distinctive by the fact that he's a left-arm thrower.
Yep.
But also having just seen him in the field last year, you just get a little bit of a sighter about how fielders carry themselves, how they run.
Payne approaching the wicket, and that was a little bit loose there from Ben Wells. So the rest of the Exeter University lineup, we've got Goodman at 5, and we've got George Barlow at 6, who's played a little bit of county second 11 cricket. He's got aspirations to play professional cricket. He's in his final year there. We've got Rory Hipwell, one of the quickest guys in the squad. Jamie Baird, who's an academy graduate at Somerset. As Payne comes in, he plays his club cricket down at Sidmouth, which is a lovely ground, right on the sea there. Beautiful ground.
You like me know it then.
Thatch roof pavilion.
Yeah.
What a lovely venue that is. It really is. And Jamie's another of the first year students there. Harry Startin, who's come through the Sussex Academy. Luke Charlesworth will be well known to the Gloucestershire supporters. As Payne comes in, and that is the first runs of the morning through the slips, and that's 4 runs. And finally, we've got Harry Fisher, who's right-handed batsman, keeper, and he plays minor counties cricket down at Dorset. So the South West are just generally well represented here.
Yeah, it was a thickish edge from Ben Wells, but I think it's right that these boys are probably going to be playing good standard club cricket, West of England Premier League or equivalent Devon Premier League, alongside their studies.
Yep, here's Payne, and that's a lot more solid there from Ben Wells. There's a big Gloucestershire connection here, isn't there, with Charlesworth, Wells, Goodman?
Yeah. I mean, all three, and we may not see him bat because both sides have named squads for this match. So David Payne didn't get a bat yesterday. Tom Lace, who's in the squad, didn't get a bat yesterday. So some of the lower order Exeter boys may not get a bat.
Here's Payne, and that's off the. Looks like it's going to be a leg by. I think that's umpire Jack Shantry there at the pavilion end, ex-Worcestershire player whose father Brian played here at Gloucestershire, and good left arm bowler Jack Shantry. Idiosyncratic action, but
always felt, and I think having heard him do some commentary, I think when the streams were introduced in 2020, you always have the feeling with Shantry that he was bowling off the wrong foot.
Yeah,
but he actually said, no, I wasn't bowling off the wrong foot. As he's new to the umpires circuit this year, so always good to have ex-players, and Tom Longley too, obviously an ex-player, out there in the middle.
Classic case of a poacher turned gamekeeper, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Devon Malcolm's our match referee as well here.
Fife and no wicket, and Higgins in. And Wells, who has 4 of them, just pushes out onto the offside. So at least they've got the strikers rotated now, and the chance for Higgins and Payne, if he keeps going, to have a go at a different batsman. I would think that Graham Van Buren will really share the work out amongst his bowlers today, such that they can just get some overs in their legs ahead of the first game, which he's only on Thursday at Northampton. And Higgins in again, pushed out on the offside, still the 4 slips in, and Van Buren in at like a short cover. Ben Charlesworth is at point.
Northamptonshire have not had the ideal pre-season, have they? Adam Rossington's gone as skipper this week, and there are social media rumours going around about reasons why, but nothing concrete.
Higgins in, clipped onto the onside on a Matt Taylor with a diving stop that at least takes the pace off it, and they'll still get a single anyway, and score up to 6 without loss. Just to clarify too, we should say that if you did follow it this morning, you'll know the result, but England's women beaten in the World Cup final by Australia. They were set 3-5-7 to win, which was a massive total, and they did come up short of, just pushed onto the leg side there by Dylan Church. Yes, Alisa Healy 170 for Australia out of that total, and Nat Siver 147 not out for England out of their reply. They were 70 odd short when the last wicket went down. So ultimately, you're almost out of a 50 over game at 3-5-6, aren't you? Higgins in, and again that's defended by Church out on the offside, and there wouldn't be many sides who would I think, what was the total that Gloucestershire chased at Scarborough last summer? That was a round about that, but there aren't many teams that would really back themselves to chase that much in a 50 over game.
Yeah, it's scoreboard pressure, isn't it?
Higgins in, that's just played again quietly away on the onside. Matt Taylor does the fielding. End of Higgins' 3rd over. I just look up that Scarborough board actually from last year. Gloucestershire, that was a big chase, and Jack Taylor paced it really well at the end.
Yeah, it's scoreboard pressure, and often,
in fact, it was against Durham, because although it was played at Scarborough, it was the match that I think Chester Street was unavailable, and therefore they played it at it was 336 in fact.
Payne there, and that's a thick outside edge. Goes past third slip again, and more or less where the same one went from the last over. And that brings the Exeter University score into double figures. Luke Wells on 9 with one leg by. And he was always in control of it. Played it with soft hands and angle down. And just went on with the angle from the left armour.
Just that chase down to the boundary enabled us to see that it's Miles Hammond actually at first slip.
Has he had a haircut since last season?
Yes, he has. It was very smart and at the media day.
It's Payne.
It's probably the pre-season cut that most cricketers have, but on the basis that it's pretty hard to get a haircut during the season. At times.
Plenty of barbers on the Gloucester Road though up around here.
I don't know what Chris Dent's reason is for not. Whether there's a superstition or something, I don't know.
But going back to those games, I mean 370, it's a 335, it's huge, those 35 runs. Here's Payne, and that's well bowled, and it nearly goes back onto the stumps. It squirts back, and Wells looks horrified there as the ball just trickling back, almost kisses the off stump.
He did really well there to move his back foot almost just outside the off stump, so that if the ball did run, it would actually just go off the toe end of his boot first. But there was no pace in that at all.
Payne to Wells, who plays that defensively into the offside. Fielded by Ben Charlesworth, that looks like, at point. So we've got four slips in here. There's no gully. That seems to have gone out of fashion, the gully these days, doesn't it? So it's just four slips. We've got Charlesworth at backward point. We've got Van Buren, the skipper, at mid-off. We've got a mid-on. We've got Zafar Gahar just in front of square on the leg side. And I can't quite see fine leg, but I don't think there's one in there. Here's Payne. And that's a good solid forward defensive there from Ben Wells.
Yeah, Matty Taylor down here.
Oh, there is a fine leg.
Yeah, he's just literally out of our view.
Lovely day here at Bristol. It's great to be back, isn't it, Ian? Great to be back.
And it's free admission today, so if you are in the area and fancy popping down to see a couple of hours, then I think conditions should warm up a little bit in the afternoon.
Payne in, and that is a forward defensive, and that completes the 7th over. And the students are 10 for none. And come along to the Seat Unique Stadium. It's looking fabulous here in the sunshine, and it's a little bit nippy, but it's going to warm up later on. The Thatcher's Cafe in full flow over there. The coffees are going well, and I saw Chris Dent on Gloucestershire's social media was working as a barista over there, wasn't he? And if he wasn't standing at first slip, he could knock us up a nice cappuccino.
Yeah, I think I don't know what Chris's plans are after cricket. I haven't got a clue, but players do look at, particularly when you get to an age where Dent has played 150 odd first class games, and he's got to think about what he might do when his playing days are over, and they've got to put those plans in place early. Here's Higgins coming in again from the Ashley Down Road end, and once more Church defends. I think it was in the Glamorgan game where George Scott and Ben Charlesworth opened, and after 11 overs Charlesworth hadn't got a run, and Scott had got all the runs on the board at that point, but he ended up with an unbeaten 64, Ben Charlesworth, and that time in the middle is invaluable at this stage of the summer. Higgins in once more, and again Church defends, still got the four slips in, so Hammond, Dent, Cobain and Lace I think at fourth. As you say, Charlesworth is at point, and Zafar Gahar is at mid wicket. Hands in pockets, that's a finable offence.
George Scott there, another of the guys who've come up from Middlesex. He's an alumni of Potters Bar Cricket Club in the Hertfordshire League.
Higgins past the umpire once more again. It's metronomic from Church. He's just looking to get forward. If it's pitched up, he's looking just to come forward and just feel the ball in the middle of the bat at the moment. And
he's setting himself up for a long day, isn't he?
Well, let's say, as you say, he's a first-year student. He's in the Leicestershire system, and it is about batting time. He's played that off the outside half of the bat. 2 bounces to Chris Dent. Soft hands there from Church just to try and take the pace off it. And the students are 10 without loss. We started promptly here at 11 o'clock. And I think Gloucestershire, particularly with that start at Northampton, they come back to Rossington in a moment. Higgins staying over the wicket, and Church gets off the mark. He's away, and there's applause from the players' balcony at the far end of the ground, and I'm sure he'll feel better with just having pinched a single behind square on the leg side. Yeah, I mean, Adam Rossington's been an increasingly important player for Northants, and without the backdrop of the politics as to why he's no longer captain. Bear in mind, those two sides came up together in 2019. Higgins again, and this time Wells defends. It might be seen by both as an opportunity to start with a win, particularly if the weather is reasonable. And I think maybe the moment the forecast for the 4th day isn't great, but if we can get three dry days before that, both might see that as a very winnable game to begin the season.
Yeah, definitely. I think that this year's Division 1 in the County Championship, you've got 10 sides in there. You've got 10 in the First Division and 8 in the Second Division. And I think it's one of the most open county championships in years. I think there are 6 sides capable of winning that, Gloucestershire included. But I think Northamptonshire would probably be the bookies' favourites to go down, wouldn't they? They'd probably be the weakest side in that division, and Gloucestershire will be looking to take full advantage, get some points on the board. Then they've got Yorkshire here in a couple of weeks, and Yorkshire have had a lot of off-field issues, as I think everyone is well aware of over the winter, and whether those issues will come back to haunt them on the pitch in the summer will be an interesting scenario. And I think every Yorkshire fan would probably take mid-table obscurity this season. I think they'll do well in white ball cricket with people like Harry Brook, but I think in red ball, I think they'd take mid-table obscurity. Is this change of bowling, isn't it?
Matt Taylor from the far end.
Yeah.
So 4 overs for David Payne, and I think that's what we wouldn't be surprised to see a double change, just to say not over bowl the bowlers, but just to give them some short spells today in what are pleasant but still quite chilly conditions.
Yep. Taylor also another left arm over the wicket bowler as he comes in, more of a bustling approach to Payne's languid stroll into the crease. That's outside the off stump. But yeah, so going back to the county championship, I mean, I think Warwickshire are reigning champions. I think they'll be in with a shout. I think Essex will have a very good chance. They've been one of the strongest sides, and it's always a result wicket at Chelmsford. They tend to get results there. Surrey will probably be quite strong. Kemar Roach is back over for Surrey as Taylor comes in from the pavilion end, and that's bowled line and length, and it's bunted out to mid-on. Somerset will always be there or thereabouts. They've got a decent bowling attack, and it depends on Overton and Leach how they play with, or if they play when they come straight back off England duty.
I think Joe Root's going to be rested for the first round of championship matches I saw yesterday.
Lancashire are one of the strongest sides in the country, and Church just withdraws as Taylor's about to come into the crease. Church there in his Leicestershire helmet, the green of the Running Foxes under Paul Nixon there at Leicestershire. As Taylor restarts, comes in, and that's just angled into the leg side, which he works behind square. They think about second, but don't take on the arm. Yeah, so Lancashire will be in with a shout, and I think it's really wide open. I think Gloucestershire have got a really good chance this year. They finished either quarter-finalists or 8th, I think, in the whole structure last year. And they've recruited very well over the winter. Marcus Harris is going to come in, the Australian opening bat. And I can't wait to see Naseem Shah. Can you, Ian? Well, he's real gold dust, that guy. He's box office.
And he is on the ground today, we understand. Obviously, boarded his flight on Friday.
Yeah, here's Taylor. And that's a little bit too full. And that's a beautiful shot, straight back down the ground. And that's the first authentic 4 of the morning there. Lovely shot from Ben Wells.
Yeah, I think that some of the Gloucestershire supporters have been keen to see Wells bat. He has this reputation of being somebody who can, make genuine runs as well as be good with the gloves.
Here's Taylor, and that's getting a little bit full. Wells puts it into the offside through extra cover. And Van Buren fields, and they get 2.
Didn't get quite the impression he timed that as well as the one before. But, if James Bracey was to be away with England, maybe as a specialist bat, then Gloucestershire have got to have not somebody effectively who can keep wicket, but somebody who genuinely does keep wicket. And there is a difference to that. So, I think Tom Lace can keep wicket, but he wouldn't ordinarily. But Wells is basically an authentic keeper batsman, and to have him behind Bracey is a good cover option, and something they didn't really have behind Gareth Roderick at times, and indeed behind Bracey at times until the mid-season last year. So Gloucester are going to make a change. 3 slips still, but now Ollie Price, I think, is fielding under the lid at short leg.
Higgins has obviously got into his stride and feels that he can bend his back a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, not very short leg, but probably a pitch and a half away. And Higgins in. That is down the leg side. Come off, I think, Church's pad. It's running down towards the sight screens in front of the pavilion. And yes, 4 leg byes down the leg side from Ryan Higgins. And the students go up to 22 without loss. Gloucester declared on their overnight score, 316 for 8. And Dale Benkenstein having a good look today, and Steve Snell too, as the director of cricket, at the bowling options for the initial tranche of championship matches, which, as we've said, start at Northampton on Thursday. Higgins staying over the wicket, and again Church has only got 2. Just defends out on the offside. Remember, if you are with us on for our stream coverage from Northampton, the commentary for that will be provided by our good friend Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton. So join us for that on Thursday, and Dan and I will look after the home matches here in Bristol. Higgins with a short one, which Church ducks underneath, and it's taken by Bracey.
Naseem Shah will play in that, won't he, at Northampton? And
I would think very likely. In fact, I think you and I had a conversation about picking our 11 for that game, and I think we were probably quite close. I think we both had the same. We both had 9 of the same 11, which just proves it's not going to be an easy team to pick. Higgins in, that's just slid past the outside edge of Church's bat. He came just a little prod forward at it, But there's the details at the bottom of the card of this 36 minutes you've had this morning. Here's the replay of that. And yeah, just a nice little shape from Higgins. Church played down the line. Didn't get a touch. And here's Higgins once more. Another short one. And taken by Bracey.
Higgins has put on a yard of pace. He's starting to bend his back here now. But it goes back to what you were saying as well. You know, if you've got to pick 11 out of a squad of 28, it's keeping everybody happy here. That's going to be the real trick for Dale Benkenstein, the new coach here.
I mean, there will be, there are bound to be injuries during the season. Higgins in, and again that's a nice line, but batsman takes the bat away. So Higgins has got through 5 overs. He's taken 1 sweater from umpire Lungley. Whether he'll have another over or not remains to be seen. It's only a sleeveless one, so he might have 1 more. And Matt Taylor will continue from the far end, the pavilion end. I say admission is free for this match, both today and tomorrow, if you do fancy coming along. The forecast actually pretty good for both days, but it's certainly a pleasant one today. And Matt Taylor just getting a little bit of rubbish out of his spikes as he gets ready to resume from the far end with, again, 3 slips rather than 4.
Here he comes, and that's angled across Wells, who just gets a little bit late on it, and it goes out to 3rd slip. Ground looking delightful here. The artwork, I love the artwork here at Bristol by Silent Hobo there, decorating the club's office over in the corner. And the Korev terrace up there next to the pavilion as well, which I'm sure will be absolutely full midsummer. As Taylor comes in. That's a little bit over pitched, hit quite firmly out to Graham Van Buren there at mid-off. New skipper this year. Natural leader. And he goes about his business very well, according to the other players. According to his teammates, he's well respected in that dressing room. He's a winner with bat and ball.
And I don't think you'd find a more cheerful cricketer anywhere on the circuit.
Taylor in, and that's just held that back a little bit. Looks like a slightly slower ball. It was well bowled. And also well played there by Ben Wells. Wells on 15, Church on 2. The students working their way to 22 of 10.3 overs. Here's Taylor. Oh, and that's well bowled. And that just went on with the arm, actually. Just went on with the angle, didn't it? But let's have a look at the...
bowling at 2 right-handers here, so
yep.
You can have the consistency of line. You haven't got to worry about the constant switching. Here's the replay.
Oh, it did actually move away off the pitch. It's always the angles with left armers, isn't it? So they work on angles, and here he comes in again. And that's really well bowled. It's out. It's caught behind by Bracey. And Wells has gone. That's the first wicket of the season here.
I think Taylor was very confident.
Yeah.
And just how confident you can see here.
Yeah, it was standard. Batsman didn't look too unhappy about it, did he?
No, I think Jack Santry had a fairly easy decision to make. And Wells is out for 15.
Yep.
And
15 off 34 balls. It's a little 40-minute stay. And Jack Chantry there, a left armer himself, he'd have understood that.
Yeah, and actually, and you know, he's very much feeling his way in terms of a new addition to the umpire circuit this year. So nice for him to get a game right at the start of the season on this round of friendlies that are being played by several of the counties this week, particularly those who have got matches starting on Thursday. And
yeah, there were 5 umpires, I think, who've come into the setup, aren't they? Chantry being one of them. And in the red helmet, he was Luke Maslin, who's
so James Boyle on the board.
Oh, is it Boyle? Okay.
So.
Okay.
And on our notes it says he will probably bat at number 3, and here he is.
Yeah, he's somebody who's come on a hell of a lot this winter, according to Alex Barrow, the Exeter University coach. Was in the second team at the university last year.
Just looking to see what guard he might be taking. From our naked eye, we're not right behind the bowler's arm. It didn't look as if he was actually taking middle or even middle and leg, but let's see now. It's probably middle.
Yeah, I think it is middle. Here's Taylor into him, and that's a big shout. First ball, and he's gone first ball. Well, that was a brief stay at the crease there for James Boyle, but he looks trapped on the crease. He half forward there. And Taylor just getting one to nip back. And Chantry had absolutely no hesitation in lifting the finger. And that's a rather brief stay at the crease for James Boyle.
Yeah, see, that was quite well pitched up by Matt Taylor. And Jack Chantry's view, probably from that end, was that it might just have straightened a little bit, because the natural angle would have been to take it on. And the one thing I suppose what we can't tell with the naked eye is how far forward he was. If he was literally stuck in the crease, it was an easier decision for the umpire. If he'd got a bit of more of a stride in, then a greater decision of doubt. But Taylor has 2 in 2, and he'll be on a hat-trick at the start of the next over.
What I love about that is probably the 4th ball of the over, shaped away, and Ben Wells played and missed. The 5th ball of the over just took the outside edge, but went away slightly as well. He's probably walked past him and said, "What's he doing?" And he said, "Moving it away." And then that one hoops back in, traps some LBW on the crease, and it's 2 in 2 balls for Matt Taylor. 2 for 7.
Harry Fisher has come in at number 4. Can keep wicket, but bats right-handed and is involved with Dorset. And he'll be at the non-strikers end at the moment, because that was the end of Matty Taylor's over. Higgins to come in and bowl to Church, who lets that go. We're back to 4 slips again for Dylan Church. And so 2 in 2 for Matt Taylor. So he'll be on a hat-trick at the start of the next over. Nice for Dan to call a hat-trick on his first hour of commentary on the BBC Gloucestershire stream. There's the decision with the raising of Jack Chantry's finger. 22 for 2. And Higgins in his 6th over of the morning. Again draws Church forward with a defensive stroke.
Higgins to Church on Sunday.
Very good. Increasingly services on Sunday tend to be at 10 o'clock now, so you can not miss too much cricket. Here's Higgins in and driven straight on the bounce to Van Buren. I mean, sorry, I'm showing my age here, but church services always used to be at 11 when I was growing up at school, and then gradually they've gone to 10:30, and now certainly some churches close to where I am are 10 o'clock. So you can come to cricket after church, not miss too much of the play. Higgins again, good length and line, and Church defends.
We'll leave slightly early for Evensong, Ian.
Yeah, well, yes, Compline tonight, in fact, at 6, I think. Obviously, 2 weeks to Easter. And Gloucestershire playing over Easter here against Yorkshire. Easter Sunday will be the 4th day. Higgins in. That's always a slightly slower ball. It's almost carried to Ian Cobain at third slip, just on the bounce, just in front of him. It was a half volley, not a true chance to the good stop anyway. But here is Higgins.
Yeah, there'll be a big crowd here for that Yorkshire game over Easter. It's Yorkshire's first game, and they always travel well. They always travel in numbers.
Higgins against well pitched up, and again Church defends. So 6 overs for Ryan Higgins from this Ashley Down Road end, and no success for him yet. Both wickets to Matt Taylor in his last over, balls 5 and 6. So he's going to be on a hat trick now to Harry Fisher. And the two batsmen just having a chat in the mid-pitch at the moment.
Has the field changed for the hat-trick ball? Not really, no. 4 slips. There's no short leg. Often short leg's good for planting the seed of doubt in the mind of the batsman, though. It doesn't get him fully forward because he's scared of getting that inside edge onto the pad. So he goes half cock, hits the pads, and it's LBW. But here he is. He's going to be bowling to Harry Fisher. First ball. Can he get the hat-trick? Matt Taylor into the crease. Oh, and he goes to leave it. Doesn't pull the bat out of the way in time, and it goes down to third slip. But I've seen many of those ricochet onto the stumps, haven't you, Ian?
Well, it wasn't the most positive stroke. Here's a second look at it. Oh, gee, that could easily have been played on, and it remains as just the 2 in 2 for Taylor in his last over.
Here he comes, approaching the crease, and a lot more solid there from Harry Fisher. But it's a beautiful day here. A little bit chilly, but it's lovely, isn't it? There's wispy clouds ahead of the city of Bristol there ahead of us over the pavilion.
Yes, literally just a handful of people in the ground, as you might expect today.
Here's Taylor. Oh, and that pops a little bit on Fisher, or I don't know if it popped or if he didn't play it very well, but it pokes up into sort of where silly mid-off would have been.
Off the shoulder of the bat, that's for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to the Yorkshire game, it should be a big crowd here in Bristol. I think, they always travel in numbers, don't they, the Yorkshire fans?
A lot of interest around Yorkshire, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Taylor, and that's short, and that's pulled, and that's a great diving stop there, just in front of square.
Ryan Higgins has just had 6 overs from this end. The last thing he wanted to do was to be flinging himself in front of umpire Lungley. Good stop, though.
Yeah, it was. Saved a boundary to the short side of the ground over there. Towards the city of Bristol College. It's where Casualty was filmed, wasn't it, back in the day, I believe?
I'm not a fan of Casualty, I mean.
It's Taylor. That's a solid forward defence from Harry Fisher.
Alex Barrow's just wandering around the outfield with a cup of coffee down below us, having a look from a different view how his young batters are doing.
Was it Somerset batsman, wasn't he, for a while? There's Taylor, and Fisher just lets that go through to James Bracey. That completes the over. Exeter University 22 for 2, trailing by 294 off 13 overs. Matt Taylor 2 for 7. Payne none for 8 of 4 overs. Ryan Higgins none for 2 of 6. Very parsimonious. And Taylor 2 for 7 off 3.
And the 2 men out. Ben Wells caught behind for 15. And James Boyle, LBW. First ball. Didn't get very far forward to Matt Taylor. And Higgins is going to keep going from this Ashley Down Road end. Clearly happy with his rhythm. And bowls again to Church, who's batted for 51 minutes for his 2 singles. But it's the experience of facing a first-class attacker and the concept that you will not get anything cheap from a professional cricketer in terms of run scoring opportunities by and large.
No, and if Church is under Paul Nixon, I'll come on to that after this ball.
Higgins in again. Church plays that out on the onside this time, quietly up to Matt Taylor at mid-on.
Yeah, if Church is there at Leicestershire under Paul Nixon as part of that academy group coming through into the system. Paul Nixon's a man who never gave his wicket away cheaply. He's a hard cricketer, Paul Nixon, and I'm sure these guys will follow the mould. Church
wearing that green helmet, waits and defends. He's been very patient so far. Literally, I mean, it's a very simple mantra, isn't it? You just play the next ball.
Yep.
Don't get ahead of where you might like to be at a certain point. Just play the next ball. And there's just on the sort of the pacing of an innings in the Exeter University squad. John Turner got 4 wickets yesterday. We mightn't see him bat later. We'll obviously see about that. But again, Church defence. Turner's on the staff at Hampshire, and he played in the List A game, the Royal London game here against Gloucestershire last year, just after he'd broken into the team. And Ben Charlesworth in that game made a very important and a match-winning 99 not out, but he started very, very slowly. But what he wasn't bothered about was the scoreboard. He just wanted to make sure that he got himself in before he felt that he could expand the range of shots he was going to use. And it was a very, very well-paced chase. Gloucestershire won, and Turner would have learned quite a bit in that game about bowling to, in a slightly reverse situation. He's bowling to batsmen who will not give their wicket away, and here you've got a batsman facing bowlers who will not give them cheap runs. And again, Church is quite happy to defend here out on the leg side. Ollie Price has gone in short now at silly mid-off, and he's probably 6 or 7 yards from the bat, maybe a little more than that, not much, maybe 8. And he's a tall figure, so he's going to start very low and then come up as the ball is played. And here again, he's 2 strides from fielding the ball very close in. End of Higgins is over, 22 for 2, and Higgins has bowled 7.
Yeah, I think also this time of year is a classic opportunity. It's about time at the crease, isn't it? And time out in the middle. You can't score runs back in the pavilion. And,
I could never score runs anyway.
But this is about sort of getting time at the crease. But it's also, for these guys from the university as well, it's a shop window. You know, a lot of them are in academy systems. A lot of them are playing second 11 cricket or minor county. Or you can't call them minor counties anymore. They're the national counties. But I think it's a classic sort of way of putting themselves into the shop window for potentially a professional contract. And you do well.
Ben Wells has done that, and he's got it.
You do well. You get some runs in one of these fixtures, so you can't blame them for not giving their wicket away. Here's Taylor in. And that is gone down the leg side. I don't know if that's come off the hip or bat. It's off the bat, 4 runs. Past a sprawling James Bracey down the leg side. A little bit of, let's have a look at the replay here. And I think it's off the glove. But with the angle there, it's very hard to get across and get down that leg side.
Yeah, Taylor would have been upset at the line of that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, here he comes. That's further up, better line. And squirted out into the leg side to Ryan Higgins at square leg. Do you know what I'm really looking forward to this season, though, Ian? I'm really looking forward to the Pakistani players over here playing in the county championship. We've got 2 of them here at Bristol, at Gloucestershire. It's a club known for its rich heritage in Pakistani cricketers, in Zahir Abbas and Sadiq Mohammed, and now we've got Naseem Shah and Zafar Gahar. And I'm really looking forward to seeing those guys week in, week out here. And added to a few more around the country. Here's Taylor into the wicket. Oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. That's moved away off the seam, off the pitch. And Bracey takes that in front of Chris Dent at first slip. Well, it's not Chris Dent, is it? It's Lace, actually. It's Dent's at second slip. Is it Lace at first slip?
Hammond at first.
Hammond at first slip. So we look at the Pakistanis around the country. We've got Rizwan at Sussex, who should be a wonderful addition. As Taylor's about to come to the crease. Yeah, that's just full defensive. We've got Shaheen Shah Afridi at Middlesex, who's another one who's box office. He's quick. We've got Azhar Ali up at Worcestershire.
I read was it Tanya Aldred's piece in The Guardian, was it yesterday, with a really big long list of, as you say, attractive overseas players on the system this year.
Yeah. He's not Pakistani, he's Indian, but joining Rizwan at Sussex is Pujara. That's just blocked into the offside. Pujara, and if that wickets was flat at Hove as it got towards the end of last season, I can't see Rizwan and Pujara getting out.
I must say I enjoy going to Hove. I find it's the wickets there generally give you what it's a genuine duel between bat and ball.
Taylor there, that's a forward defensive, and Sean Masood's the other one who's coming over to Derbyshire, where he's going to be playing under the tutelage of Mickey Arthur. They're the coach, which is I think it's a wonderful, wonderful signing for Derbyshire. It really is. But sorry, you're going back to Hove, and you like a trip to Hove?
I do. Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't so far, you might go more often. But no, it's a ground which I think it offers quite a lot in terms of the cricket you generally see there. And you talk about result wickets at Chelmsford. I think if you're an Essex member, the only thing you might feel about that is that while your team is winning, that's fine, but you're not getting as much cricket as for your membership as you might elsewhere. Jared Warner's going to come on and bowl at this Ashley Down road end. So Ryan Higgins having a decent spell this morning. 7 overs he had in his opening stint, and Warner, who we didn't see much of until the Royal London last year, comes off this quite long run, and that's back over length, and outside the off stump, and Church plays inside the line. So Higgins bowling for almost all of the first hour, not giving much away, as is his wont. And Warner, actually, just going back to Hove matters, he played in the Royal London game at that Hove last year when he got 3 wickets in that tight win. Gloucestershire en route, of course, to, in the end, being knocked out by Surrey outside the off stump. And again, Church lets that go. 3 slips for him. Again, I tell you, there are 4. I didn't see Hammond there. Bracey just took that ball in front of him at first slip. So Hammond, Dent, now Higgins at third, and Ollie Price, I think, at 4th slip. Warner obviously made the move down from Yorkshire.
Same as Josh Shaw. He's a Yorkshire lad.
again, that concept of players moving to get an opportunity if they can't see one where they are outside the off stump, and that's let go again by Dylan Church. And it's kind of inevitable that some of the counties, some of the test ground-based teams, historically there has been more money there, bigger squads, but sometimes that does lead to blocks for younger players who might feel they're not going to get enough cricket to justify their ability, and they need a platform somewhere else. And Warner made the move down, and right over the wicket here, it's slashed away, and that's going to be all the way to the boundary at backward point. So a little bit of width on offer from Warner, and Church picks up his first boundary after an hour at the crease. Just 2 singles so far.
We've come a long way, haven't we, with players moving around since the days of Tom Graveney, when he was stopped from playing for a year. Was he from Worcestershire to Gloucestershire, or Gloucestershire to Worcestershire?
No, he came to Gloucestershire and couldn't play for a year, I think.
That's right, yeah. And now players are going on loan, and I think we're going to start to see a transfer system in cricket. It wouldn't surprise me.
Warner in, outside the off stump. The thing about that would be, you have to, if a player is developed by one club and then moves, there has to be some sort of compensation, proper compensation, for the club that has developed that player. That has to be. And
I agree.
And I would also say, and I wouldn't be absolutely sure about sort of restraint of trade and things here, but that the moves should only be allowed in the closed season and not during a season. Here is Warner again. What's his response to that boundary? That's almost on the pads this time of Church. He'll pick up a couple out to Matt Taylor, who's on the retreat from wide mid-on. Throws a little bit errant, but gathered by James Bracey. And Taylor will make his way probably back to the pavilion end. 32 for 2, Wells for 15, and Boyle without scoring the 2 men out. Both wickets to Matt Taylor in his spell this morning. Gloucestershire have used 4 bowlers with the introduction of Warner, and at some stage we will probably see Zafar Gohar have his first spell here at Bristol of the season. Certainly he was a very popular figure at the back end of last year, because he gave the team something different and helped them through to their victories here at the back end of last season. Well, Gloucestershire won 8 championship games for the first time in a very long time.
Here's Taylor approaching the wicket, and that's a 4 defensive. Gahar might have been popular here, Ian, but not with me, because I was lined up to do the 4th day of the Gloucestershire v Durham game, and I lost a day's work thanks to Young Zafar, who took about 13 wickets in that game, and it was all over on day 2. So there you go. But if you're tuning in, if you're listening to us, it's Ian Randall and me, Dan Whiting, and drop us a line, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. As Taylor comes in from the pavilion end, and that finds the outside edge of the bat to Ryan Higgins there at 3rd slip, but soft hands means it goes 1 bounce. Yep, let us know what you're thinking. Let us know if you're looking forward to seeing Naseem Shah this year. Let us know what you think of Gloucestershire's chances in the county championship are this year.
I think, just listening to, I'll come back to that in a second.
Taylor straying onto leg stump there, and that's worked through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary, and that's a very pleasant shot through mid-wicket there for 4 runs.
Not the biggest playing area being used for this match, with the rope in a long way on the one side of the ground here at Bristol, but that was still timed well enough. I mean, it would have been a very comfortable 2 if the ball had hauled up just before the rope, but no, all the way to the fence.
The outfield looks quite quick for this time of year, it's got to be said.
Yeah, I was chatting to Sean Williams, the groundsman, at the media day, just as I left. Ollie Price is getting back into position here, but he said that because the soil temperatures have been really good through the last couple of months with the relatively mild weather, he's very pleased with the general cover on the outfield.
Oh, Taylor getting a little bit excited when angling back now. I think it hit him quite high.
And I mean the cover, I mean the grass cover, generally.
Yeah. It's been quite a mild winter, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't remember too many really hard frosts. Not where I live anyway.
Oh, there was an inside edge on that one as well, so probably curtailed Taylor's excitement there. Here he comes in to Fisher. Both batsmen on 8. Fisher off a lot less balls than Church. Church having faced nearly 50 balls for his 8. Fisher just 17. And let us know what you think of Graham Van Buren coming in as skipper as well. I think he's a great addition. Taylor in, and that's played out to mid-on, and that completes the over. Exeter University 36 for 2 off 17 overs. Wells and Boyle, the men out. Wells for 15, Boyle first ball, both to Matt Taylor.
Yes, the first hour probably about what Gloucestershire would have hoped for. George Scott, I think, just trotting off with the helmet. And Warner getting ready to continue his stint from the Ashley Down Road end.
Helicopter there in the background, and you'll be pleased to know one's not landing on the pitch.
No,
in this game,
that was the first story that I was regaled with this morning by the steward when I came onto the ground. Played away quietly by Church out into the offside. Now, so I arrived this morning, but pleased to see cricket back at the ground. He said this morning, "Were you here last year when the helicopter had to land?" I said, "Yes, I was." And we both had the discussion about the fact that, and we don't know whether this is true. Actually, Shane might know whether literally all the county grounds have that same setup where they are effectively emergency landing pads. Here is Warner in. The sun's just gone in for a moment, and that's let go outside the off stump. And certainly here at Bristol, because I think it's probably because we're in quite a residential area here, and it is obviously it's a big green space to be able to land a helicopter, so it's logical enough that the club are effectively an emergency landing pad.
It's a great way of drying the wicket as well, isn't it?
It was certainly a surprise on that morning, that's for sure. Warner in, past umpire Lungley, and again Church defends. He's been commendably patient this morning, Dylan Church.
Yep, having a proper dig in here.
And 3 slips for Warner. He's got a man down. Matt Taylor's down in front of the Thatcher's Cafe, that long leg. No third man. And Charlesworth and Ollie Price patrolling the offside at point and extra cover. Van Buren's at mid-off. And that's chopped into the ground by Church. Again, it bounces towards Dent, who spent the whole morning at second slip.
He's got a little bit of extra nip, Jared Warner, hasn't he? And
I think you used the word bustling earlier
yeah.
on, and that is very much him. He's still, he hasn't played an awful lot of first-team cricket, but
still only young, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yep.
He's got age on his side, and I think it is a brisk approach. Again, pitched up and let go by Church.
Plenty of fast bowling options for Dale Benkenstein, aren't there? There's obviously Naseem Shah, David Payne, Warner, Ryan Higgins, Matt Taylor,
Josh Shaw,
yep,
Ajit Singh Dale,
yep.
I can keep going if you like.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, and there's real depth to this Gloucestershire squad. That's why I think they'll be there or thereabouts this season.
Warner past umpire Longley, and again, it's like Church is just having a net out there at the moment. He batted basically an hour for 2 singles. He has hit a boundary since then, but it's been slow progress. 36 for 2 in an hour and 12 minutes. And Warner takes his sweater and cap and heads off to extra cover for Matt Taylor, who's going to continue. He's got the 2 wickets to fall. And this is a welcome workout for the Gloucestershire bowlers. And as we intimated earlier, I'm sure Graham Van Buren will share it out right across the day, however long this innings happens to be, so that everybody can feel that they've had a genuine opportunity in pre-season here.
Here's Taylor about to bowl, and that's short, and that's pulled away. Backward square, and that's 4 runs. So Fisher looking to get on with it a little bit more than Church.
Zafar Gohar he's not that square round at long leg. He's moved a little bit squarer now, but
I still don't think he'd have cut that off, so
no,
I think Fisher absolutely nailed that one. It was just too short really from Taylor. Here he is, and that's played into the onside. Yes, Church score now 40 for 2 wickets as we're into the 19th over of the morning.
When the sun is out, it does look like quite a pleasant day to be out there playing. But when the sun goes in and that light just changes, you are reminded that we're still in early April.
It's deceptive. Yeah. Fraudulent almost.
Price is going to go back now to deep square on the boundary. That's the decoy for the bouncer.
Yeah. Will it be the double bluff and the full ball? We'll find out as Taylor comes in. There it is, slower ball as well. And that's squirted out through point. Diving sprawl by Charlesworth there, I think it is. So you can't stop it. And that goes for 4 through point. So Fisher racing away to 16. Well, Church is far more pedestrian on 8, having batted now for an hour and a quarter. As Taylor looks to change the angle here, and he's going to come around the wicket and try and angle it back into Fisher. See if that works. Rather than going across him over the wicket, he's going to come around the wicket and try and work the ball into his pads and maybe get the odd one just to hold the line towards James Bracey and his awaiting slip cordon, and that takes the inside edge, and that just goes backward a square to Zafar Gohar down at long leg, and that moves Fisher on to 17. So Taylor is going to stay around the wicket to Dylan Church.
It's one of those bowlers who genuinely does use the round the wicket option as a genuine wicket taking threat, Matt Taylor.
That's just worked off the hip there quite nicely by Church. And he's going to get 2. He's managed to get that square enough, and Zafagahar comes around and feels it, hurls it into the gloves of James Bracey. Dylan Church got good leadership credentials apparently within the group. Future captain C material, he's only a first year. And he certainly applied himself this morning.
Again, he's not been bothered by the need to score runs. Fisher has come out and looked busy at the other end, but Church batting at his own pace.
Taylor around the wicket. Church solidly behind that. That completes the over. Exeter 47 for 2, trailing by 269 off 19 overs. Ben Wells, first man out this morning, caught by James Bracey, bowled Matt Taylor for 15, and then the very next ball, James Boyle went LBW, one that went the other way, angled back in. And that's really been the most excitement of the morning. It's been quite hard work out there for the Exeter University batsmen or batters.
And you wouldn't necessarily expect anything different. I mean, Higgins bowled seven overs for 2 singles.
Yep.
Payne 4 overs for 8. And say Taylor has both wickets, and Jared Warner now in the attack, having replaced Higgins at the Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah, and I think Alex Barrow, the Exeter University coach, will be very pleased with the way these boys have applied themselves here.
Warner in, and again, quite good bounce there. Not bad carry at all through to James Bracey. A little bit wider than Warner would have probably liked, but Bracey with the gloves. Quite a debate, I'm sure, maybe not among the coaching panel, but certainly among some of the spectators, about where Bracey will bat this season. If he's going to have to keep wicket regularly, which that will be the assumption, can he realistically keep wicket and bat at 3? Is that too much of an ask for him, or would he be better off batting at 4? Here's Warner in, and played out again quietly onto the offside. Ben Charlesworth been at point all morning from bowling from both ends.
Well, it's a big ask, isn't it? Especially in 4-day cricket, to field for 2 days out in the heat and then to come in and bat 3. There's not many people that can do it. Kumar Sangakkara springs to mind as someone who used to be able to do it. But
just thinking back to Gareth Roderick's time at Gloucestershire, a lot of his batting would have been done at 4 when he was keeping wicket, and therefore I wonder whether that's where Bracey will bat. Dale Benkenstein will have his own views about that. Warner in, and down the leg side this time. Nothing Bracey can do about that. He can't get a glove on it, and it'll go all the way to the rope off the pad of Harry Fisher. And the students get their 50 up, 51 for 2, and the players' balcony and those who are watching around the ground just acknowledge that fact. Certainly in a club game, the 50 up would be applauded. And here, the Exeter University team have got through an hour and 20 minutes just with 2 wickets down, so it's not been very damaging, and they're just starting to find a few more runs as well. Warner in, almost gets through Fisher this time, but he jabs down on it late.
yeah, I think Bracey is probably going to be at 4. I mean, the opening pair are probably going to be Dent and Marcus Harris, aren't they? Because but saying that, you can play 2 out of those 3 overseas players.
Yes,
I think Nassim Shah's definitely going to be one of them.
I mean, the other top order conundrum is, where does Ben Charlesworth bat, and is he going to be the one who bats at 3? Down the leg side again from Warner. Fisher missed out there a bit, and Bracey does take. But if effectively you've got 3 openers in the top 3 positions, and if those 3 gentlemen were having a discussion about what the order might be, Miles Hammond would be tapping on the window and say, "Don't forget me either," you know.
No, and George Scott's had a go at opening as well in
Yeah.
the pre-season game. So there's, again, we spoke about the competition for places in the bowling unit, but in the batting unit as well. And I think success comes from having competition for places.
Warner once more. That's pitched well up. Zafar Gohar slides across and makes the stop at mid-wicket. They had thought about a single, but David Payne was behind Zafar if he'd missed it anyway, and therefore there was cover. And Gohar is walking towards, and indeed is going to have a bowl. He's walking towards the pavilion end, and he's walking with purpose, because he's going to have his first bowl of this match. With 40 minutes to go until lunch, 20 overs gone, 51 for 2, and just throwing forward. I had this discussion with somebody yesterday about if Marcus Harris isn't going to be here for the game at Northampton. Bear in mind that he was in the squad for the Sheffield Shield final for Victoria, and I think ultimately wasn't picked. But if he's not going to be here and ready to play at Northampton, whether you play Zafar on the basis that just having a genuine spinner who could tie up one end, or indeed take wickets as it sometimes does turn at Northampton, even early season, would be useful. And he's not exactly the poorest batsman in the side either. When you've got a first-class 100, he possibly could be someone who might bat at 8. But I think if we consider Ryan Higgins' possible batting slot at 7, the 8, 9, 10, 11 order is not fixed, and Zafar might conceivably be the man to bat at number 8 if he's in the team.
Wantage Road is a ground that spins. It's obviously produced the likes of Graham Swan and Monty Panesar in recent years, or maybe not so recent years actually, but it's a ground that is known to turn a little bit.
So a slip and Ollie Price at short leg.
Yeah, George Scott just running on with the helmets there for James Bracey, and for Ollie Price we've got a mid-wicket, we've got a mid-on as he comes in for his first ball, and it's a little bit short, and that's just tucked away round the corner for a languid single. We've got a mid-off. Chris Dent there at short, extra cover. We've got a man behind him over his left shoulder, that's sort of more conventional cover. And then we've got, looks like, is that Hammond at backward point there?
Payne at backward point.
Payne at backward point. That's well bowled by Gohar. A little bit of flight there, a little bit slower through the air there. Nicely bowled. I'm really looking forward to watching this guy this summer as he approaches the crease here. And that's a little bit short, a little bit of turn there though as well. Ball sticking in the pitch. It's slow turn though, isn't it, Ian?
It is, and generally you'd say that's been the way of things at Bristol in terms of any spin.
Yeah. Zafar Gohar here, and again cut out into the offside, but for no run. I thought what Gloucestershire did well though. They recruited very well, and they were spun out a little bit last season. I think, was it the game at Surrey, was it?
And at Leicester.
Yeah. Here he is, Zafar Gohar, and that's a little bit of bounce, and he's got later on that, but he's going to get 4 runs for his troubles down below us. Got that slightly finer backward point, and that runs away for a boundary.
Fisher into the 20s. 21 he's got.
Gohar, top of his mark. That's well bowled. Left alone. Did turn away. Often those go on with the arm, don't they?
Yeah, and I just think it'll be if he's going to get a little spell here today. I mean, I don't know how much cricket Jack Leach will play at Somerset in the first part of the season, but he's had a lot of overs on that West Indies tour, and those will be invaluable overs when he comes to start his championship season. He's almost had it's often said about spinners that they need, they just need overs just to get into their rhythm, and there's nothing. I mean, he bowled, was it 60 odd overs in the one innings
in Barbados?
Yeah. And that will be invaluable rhythm for him when he comes to bowl here. Here's Warner. First one he's really banged in short to Dylan Church, and Church shown no inclination at all to play the hook shot.
Well, he bowled over 90 overs, didn't he, Leach, in that test, which is... It's outrageous, isn't it? He's certainly got his match fees worth.
Yeah, and so if Zafar only has 10 or a dozen here today, that's still 10 or a dozen useful overs in the locker.
Yeah.
When it comes to being picked, and I'll just come back to him in a moment during this over, because I think the fact that he's here at this time says a lot about his keenness to play. Warner in. Oh, that's a nice shot. That's probably the best shot we've seen from Church. He's really put his foot to that and driven that with good timing away through Exeter for 4 runs. It's taken him a while to really throw himself at one of these. He hasn't felt the ball has been there for the shot, but that one was just wide enough. There was quite a gap between his front foot and the bat, but in the end his timing was good. So it's come back to the concept of 3 overseas players, which is what Gloucester have got. They can only play 2 at any one stage. But Zafar Gokar was prepared to be here at a point where there would be 2 overseas players on the basis that he might get a game. And Warner in once more in Church defence. So effectively it's almost a kind of pay as you play sort of deal until Gloucester go down to two overseas players. And the fact that he has been prepared to accept that, I think, says a lot for his keenness to be involved with the club.
Yeah, I think also Pakistan are touring here later in the year, and I think Naseem Shah will definitely be in that party, and Gahar's on the fringes of that Pakistan squad, so it'll be interesting to see whether he's picked.
3 steps for Warner, and Dylan Church works that away on the side. It comes back to that concept of every ball and its merits. He's played that one nice drive, but he hasn't got over enthused by things. He's just gone back into his routine again, and Bren Charlesworth just doing a little bit of limbering up, although we might see Charlesworth have a bowl at some point. Dan and I were talking before play started today about how much indeed Charlesworth might bowl during this season as a whole. Warner in, and again that's back of a length and worked away in the air but safe, and Zafar Gokar will prevent them getting any more from the single than a single. It went behind square on the leg side. It wasn't played with total control, but Church 16 and Fisher 21. 61 for the loss of opener Ben Wells for 15, and James Boyle without scoring. This is a poll of the Yorkshire prediction, is it? So Yorkshire come here for the first home match for Gloucestershire in the Championship, and Warner in. That's pulled around the corner, and 3 or 4 bounces in front of Matt Taylor by Harry Fisher, and just pick up 1. So the Yorkshire fans have been asked.
YouTube
poll.
Yeah.
Sorry, YouTube poll. Where will Gloucestershire finish in Division 1? And 42% have said top.
Yeah. 18% have said between 2nd and 4th. 5th to 7th, there were 26% of you lot said that. And 13% think we're going to get relegated.
Well, if there is any relegation, bearing in mind that we haven't got a clue what the system will look like for 2023.
Well, yeah, that's another thing, and I think there's only two. I don't know, is there two going down or three? Two going down.
Well,
so we're still going to probably have a division of 10 and 8 and 20, 23, if there aren't 12 counties. Here's Zafar in, and that's just worked backward of square on the onside to...
That story's going to run and run all summer, isn't it? You have a different concept every week. You'll have all the broadsheet journalists will be trawling their contacts, and
yep. Here's Gahar. That's blocked.
It will go a long way into the summer, I think, before we've got any real idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very dangerous. And where do you start? Which counties do you cull? And here's Afagahar in, and that's hit firmly to the man Ollie Price at short leg. And you know, I'm a massive fan of all 18 counties. In fact, I'd even increase it. I'll bring in a couple of national counties. Here's Afagahar. Bowls that a little bit slower, and they think about the single, but turn it down.
I mean, I think the general stance has been, if you started from a completely scratch situation, you might not have 18 now, but there are 18.
Yeah, and that's hit firmly through mid-wicket. Bit of bottom hand in there, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot.
And there was bottom hand in that, and there isn't a man in the gap at mid-wicket, and you can just see from Zafar's reaction that he wasn't desperately pleased with that. Here's the replay.
Yeah, it was a bit loose. It's a dangerous shot to play against the left-arm spinner. You're going against the spin, and you can often get a leading edge, but played that well and hit it firmly through to the onside for 4 runs. Here's Gahar twirling away from the pavilion end, and that's a much better line, much better length, and that completes the over. Exeter University 67 for 2 of 23 overs. We've got about 27 minutes to lunch here at the Seat Unique ground, or Seat Unique Stadium here up in North Bristol, and it's lovely to be here, and I'm really looking forward to spending some time in the city of Bristol over the summer. It's a city I'm very fond of, and coming from London, it's nice. It's lovely to be here.
Jared Warner's been taken out of the attack, and we're going to see Ben Charlesworth for the first time. And they did have a few shoulder issues at the end of last season, and my own view was that I'm not sure how much bowling we'll see him do this summer, but at the moment he's fit enough to do so, and it might be they use sparingly, shall we say, if he's in the red ball team. He's in the red ball team for his runs more than anything else, but if he's going to be, he could be used as what I call a stand breaker.
Well, as you said, you know, with that competition for places at the top of the order, if someone like Charlesworth has got another string to his bow by being able to chip in a few overs, I think that could be the key to cementing his place.
3 slips and a no ball to start with. I haven't seen one of those so far today, so Charlesworth starts with one. And I remember when he initially came into the side, he took some handy wickets, as well as making a name for himself with a couple of early half centuries.
Let's see, we're playing the same regulation.
And steered away down through third man, and there's no third man there, so that will be 4. And Fisher and Church, who came together at 22 for 2, I've now added 50 together for the 3rd wicket.
I see we're still playing the same regulation as we do in the county championship, so it's going to be 2 for a no ball. So in effect, Charlesworth's gone for 6 off 1 ball so far with the 4 there. And we're going to have another poll after lunch as well.
Just to say a couple of you've got in touch on email. Thank you for this. Email from Martin Bennett, which I'll read out in a moment. And Vincent Richardson has also been in touch too. Thank you for being with us on this first day of our stream coverage. Just we call it is a test day. It's an over pitch from Charlesworth, and that'll be 4. That's down the ground. Dan said the outfield's pretty quick, and Van Buren's not going to haul that in. And Church goes to 24. 78 for 2. Fisher has 28. Martin Bennett says, for England A, James Bracey has been considered as a batsman rather than a wicketkeeper. He scored a century against Australia A against some of the same attack that humbled the Test team. Bracey ought to be in consideration for another Test given England's lack of successful batsmen. I saw a piece in one of the cricket publications which I think had 12 players, or a 12. Charles was in, that's short and cracked straight out to George Scott, who is at point. 12 players who ought to be under consideration for the Test team this summer. Bracey was in that group, and I think the correspondent made Martin's exact point that he had made a century against Australia A during the winter. Here is Charlesworth again. So again, that's pitched up and straight once more, squeezed away to Scott at point. And Vincent Richardson says, in terms of a discussion of Higgins batting at 7 or 8, could the relative lack of specialist batters open the door for a non-bowler at both 6 and 7? Possibly. Personal view would be that I think Higgins is most effective at 7, and I would leave him there. Here is Charles within. It was a full toss, and that's punched down the ground. That'll be 4. David Payne won't chase that. He didn't need to, and it's an expensive over from Charlesworth. Started with a no ball, and he's finished up by conceding 2 boundaries at the end of it. It gets very close to the stumps. One was outside the off stump, and then Church, having made 2 runs in an hour, has made 26 in the last 38 minutes. So he's caught Fisher up, and these two have shown quite a bit of enterprise in the last half an hour or so.
Almost slogging, Ian. Almost slogging there. So keep your questions coming to us. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and we'll try our best to answer them before lunch or even into the afternoon session. A little bit of cloud filling in from the area to our right, just from the north there to our right, but Gahar coming in, and that's well bowled. Forward defensive there from Fisher.
I think Ryan Higgins has said he would like to bat higher than 7.
Well, there's competition for places, and
I'll come back to that in a sec.
Here's Zafar Gahar, that's down the leg side, well taken by James Bracey.
I think the argument against that would be that a little bit in 2020, and indeed last year, he didn't really justify that in terms of runs.
Ooh, Gahar, and traps Fisher on the pads, but always angling down with the left arm.
Yeah, and he averaged 21 last year with the bat.
Yeah.
Which probably says you wouldn't be batting at 6 if you were averaging that.
Here's Zafar Gahar just angling in on that leg stump again, and Fisher just works him gently around the corner for an easy single. Yeah, I mean, I think also the thing with Higgins as well is he's going to have a hell of a lot of work to do with the ball. And whether he can stand up with it, because I think he is more important to the Gloucestershire cause with the ball than he probably is with the bat.
Yeah, chat here between actually Ryan Higgins and Zafar Gohart in terms of what he might look at, and now a word coming from the captain as well, Graham Van Buren.
I think Van Buren will be at 6, won't he, in this order?
Yeah, the order that you and I picked both had Van Buren at 6, I think, but
yeah,
you could argue he could bat anywhere between 3 and 6.
Yep. Here's Zafar in. That's well bowled. The one I'm really, really looking forward to watching this summer is Tom Lace. He's a gorgeous batsman to watch. Some of his shots through the covers off the front and off the back foot are an absolute joy to watch. As Gahar comes in here and again gets worked on the onside back with a square, just for a single. But Tom Lace is the only right-hander in a plethora of left-handers in that Gloucestershire top order. You think Dent, Hammond, Charlesworth, Bracey,
Harris,
they're all left-handers. And, I'm sure that we might see a few sides play their off-spinners against Gloucestershire and come round the wicket.
Which may be...
Start bowling into the dirty stuff.
Yeah, so Charles has had one over and Graham Van Buren said, right, that was too loose.
Yeah.
Not prepared to take that. And Ryan Higgins is coming back for a second little burst before lunch, which might be no more than a couple of overs perhaps, maybe 3 at most.
Yeah, setting out his stall, the new captain. Charlesworth did go for 15 off that over, so he's got a valid point, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean 84 for 2, and Gloucester would have been quite pleased with the first hour, and not much given away, couple of wickets, but these two have counter-attacked. And Higgins into Dylan Church. What's the share of the strike, Dan, between these two? 'Cause now they're both on 29. I suspect, though, it's probably Church half the number of deliveries as Fisher half the number of deliveries of Church.
Just over half. He's faced 42 balls, whilst Church has faced 73.
Yeah, and Church is on strike at the moment. Again, that's another no ball, this time from Higgins, overstepping. So, not quite got the rhythm of the first spell yet. And we're back to 3 slips for Ryan Higgins. And looks like George Scott is in at first slip now, and that's outside the off stump.
George Scott, as I said earlier, from Potters Bar Cricket Club, the same as Tillan Walalawita at Middlesex, who was given status last week as to play as a homegrown player. He'd been playing as an overseas, came over as a refugee after the tsunami back in about 2010, I think.
Higgins in once more and quietly out to the left hand of Zafar Gohart at mid-wicket.
And Walalawita is an ex-teammate of George Scott at Potters Bar Cricket Club.
Yes, I think he played in the T20 game that finished almost in the dark at Radlett.
I went to that as a supporter
last year. It was very dark at the end, and Higgins in. Oh, that's let go. That's that's fine judgment by Dylan Church. There wasn't much in that, and that game at Radlett, I think, really proved, and indeed our good friend Kevin Hand, who does Middlesex commentary for the BBC, and I were talking about that game and really why it proved that you can have some grounds where afternoon T20 cricket is kind of essential. And there's lots of trees at Radlett, and it was a kind of a dullish day, and you felt that the only way they were going to get through that sensibly was to start at 2:30. And apparently they'd played I think it was the week before, against Hampshire on a really glorious evening, and there were not any problems, but it was still quite dusky when they finished. And you thought, well, if it's not an absolutely cracking day weather-wise, Higgins in once more, then there are going to be problems there. And it's a lovely ground to play on. It's quite small, particularly square of the wicket. But if you get a day which is overcast, then really starting at 5:30 is asking for problems, isn't it?
Yeah, I played there myself back in the day at Radler. I've played against David Houghton there, the old Zimbabwean, who's a good player, very good player.
Shows you played at a good standard, Dan.
No, I think he was a Sunday game. It was a Sunday league, and it's called the Chess Valley League, and Dave Houghton was, I think, more interested in having a glass of dry white wine and batting at 11, actually, Ian, but there you go. So here's Zafar Gahar bowling from pavilion end, 14 minutes to lunch. And he's going to be bowling to Fisher. He twirls away a little bit short there. Fisher rocks off the back foot. I think about one there. Church was interested.
Charles has got his throw in quickly.
Actually, I think it might be Church facing. Is it Church facing?
No, it's Fisher facing.
It is Fisher. Both green hatted. Not sure. I did actually say that Church was in his Leicestershire hat, but Exeter are also in the green, aren't they? As Fisher lets that one go through watchfully into the gloves of James Bracey. Gahar. That's down the leg side. That's well taken by Bracey. Good footwork there. A lot of keepers, they talk about their glove work, but it's their footwork that actually gets them into position. And you know a thing or two about wicket keepers down here in Gloucestershire. Jack Russell, who listens into the stream occasionally, doesn't he?
I'm sure he does. His gallery, of course, is in Wootton.
And they just move the short leg round to leg slip. Here's Gahar. That's well bowled. That's a better line and length, isn't it?
I think
it's asking questions of the batsman.
Yeah, it's almost getting him into that sort of the rhythm and bowling at it sounds silly for a spinner, but bowling at the right pace.
Yep. Oh, that's got to be close, and that's gone. Yeah, he's played right across the line of that one. And it's a bit of a shame there. He didn't really have to do that. 12 minutes to lunch. And he'll be disappointed in himself. He's gone for the sweep. But it's a good bit of captaincy there. They brought the man up. And it's absolutely plumb. Chantry having no hesitation there, lifting the finger. That's 86 for 3. That's the end of Harry Fisher for 29. Quite a bright and breezy 29. Made off 47 balls.
That's quite enterprising, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
He wasn't prepared to. Well, he took a different approach to Dylan Church in the sense that he didn't want to be bowled to by the bowlers. He wanted to get a foothold and feel that they were being asked some questions coming back the other way. And so he's taken Exeter to, I think I would say that's a very respectable morning for them, and it will be Luke Maslin who's got the awkward job of coming in now just with 11 minutes to go until lunch. He's played in this corresponding match here last year, and another of the group that have come through the Oxfordshire channel into in the sphere in and around first class cricket. Obviously he's still playing for his university side at the moment, but he's come out now, and this will be only a short period for him to negotiate, but it's a tricky one. And you've had all 3 wickets this morning, Dan.
I do apologise, Ian. I do apologise. Here's Gahar bowling to first ball to Maslin, who plays that off the back foot, and that completes the over. I'm sure
it goes like that.
I'm sure you'll get your chance.
Yeah,
over
Ed
the summer.
Seaborn will tell you it goes like that in phases. As all anybody who covers cricket will testify. You have a day when you either get all the wickets or none of them, and here this morning, Dan on his debut has got all 3.
Yeah, I covered the game here last year, the Northamptonshire game, towards the end of the season for BBC Bristol, and it was a cracking game of cricket. Really was. Went to the 4th day.
Yeah, good chase on the 4th day, and Higgins in here to Dylan Church, who I think will want to be coming out again at 20 minutes to 2 for some more time in the middle here. Yeah, that was a good chase, that Northants game.
Yep, Tom Lace and Graham Van Buren breaking the hearts of the good shoemaking folk of Northampton.
Higgins with 3 slips. Oh, and that's nice. That's just gone away off the seam. Hammond is at, I think, at first slip, back at first slip now, and it's just nice shape from Higgins. A little bit more cloud around than there was when play began at 11 o'clock, and that may mean that Higgins can get a little bit more movement than there was under the sunshine earlier. Oh, that's the same ball. That's gone a long way. That's probably pitched on off stump and gone quite a long way away off the seam. So he's just starting. Just see how far this one does move. That's a big leg break, effectively.
Is it one of those grounds here at the Seat Unique Stadium where you look up, not down, and it's overhead cover?
Higgins, that's a little bit too far across, and some chasing to be done for Matt Taylor down at wide long leg. Let's pick up a single, and Church goes to 30, and that brings Luke Maslin on to strike. I say there are 7 of the squad being used by Exeter University for this match, played in the game here last year. Luke Maslin was one of them, so he waits now to face Higgins for the first time, and just pushes that quietly out to Graham Van Buren. Charlesworth at point. And Dent first and second slip. Third, I think, still is Cobain. Price at 4th.
Oh, that's well
beaten
bowled.
Everything. It's beaten Bracey as well, and it's going all the way down to the rope in front of the pavilion, and it will be 4 byes. Bracey just puts his hand on his head as he gets up. But here's a second look at this. And Maslin lets it go. So it's a good judgment from him, but it's very, very tight. Could easily have just nicked the off bail. And Bracey unable to gather it in. So 4 byes to the total, 91 for 3. And Zafar Gohar will probably, him bowling this over, will mean we'll have 2 more before lunch.
Almost a 3-card trick there from Ryan Higgins, wasn't it? Away, and 1 back in. So, yeah, is it one of those grounds that does a little bit when the clouds overhead?
When I think that certain grounds are known for being bowler friendly when there is cloud cover about.
Zafar Gohar. That's well bowled, and the oohs and the ahs from the close fielders. But Church jams his bat down on it Gahar wheeling away, and that's down the leg side, and he's got that fine enough, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. It's a nice shot. Gahar just straying onto the leg stump there, and the sweep shot from Dylan Church takes him on to 34.
Yes, he's been measured in his approach to this morning's play, hasn't he? He's really tried to get a feel of what the wicket's doing before expanding his range of shots.
Yeah, he's built an innings, he's constructed an innings very nicely, hasn't he, as he just pokes that one out into the onside, but he's constructed an innings very... It's proper batting.
Yeah, he's been patient. He's, I say, just literally played one ball at a time.
Zafar Gahar into him, and he gets that one a little bit squarer, and it's going to be fielded, and he'll get a single for his troubles. Moves on to 35. Exeter University 96 for 3 now, trailing by 220. So we're in the 29th over. There's 4 minutes to lunch. We'll probably get another one in just before lunch. Zafar Gahar gets through him quite quickly as the man comes from leg slip into second slip onto the offside. So he's moved from the leg side into the offside for the new batsman, Maslin. And that's a forward defensive. Played out to Chris Dent at short, extra cover. Luke Maslin, as we said, part of that Oxfordshire set up is Zafar Gahar to him. Part of the Oxfordshire set up which has produced the Prices, the Charlesworths, the Taylors. Sounds like Cotswolds villages here, don't they, Ian?
Well, Zafar's had 5 overs, and he will have another bowl after lunch, I would think. And Ryan Higgins will probably take the last one of the morning session. I say at 22 for 2, Gloucestershire would have been pretty pleased with the way things began. Both the wickets to Matt Taylor. Ryan Higgins and David Payne have been economical at the outset, but that was a good 3rd wicket partnership between Church and Fisher. Took the score from 22 to 86, and here is Higgins under cloudy skies now, and again that finds the one that goes away from the right-hander.
The ball's just starting to do a little bit, isn't it? Since the clouds come in, the ball's starting to just dance around a little bit. Making it sing, as they say in the trade.
Well, yeah, Higgins is one who, at his pace, movement is a big part of his armoury, either in the air or off the pitch. And Church will be quite happy to see this out, you would think.
So we've got the Yorkshire game here over East, and then we've got Surrey here at the end of the month at the Seat Unique Stadium. And then we've got the West Country Derby v Somerset, which I'm looking forward to.
Here's Higgins once more, steered away past the slip cordon, and Dent on the chase will actually keep them down to a single. So Maslin is going to have to face Higgins in this over. 6 bowlers used this morning by Graham Van Buren, but Luke Charlesworth only had the one. Oh, sorry, Ben Charlesworth only had the 1 over. His brother Luke we may see with the bat later. And Higgins, who's been the busiest, this is his 10th. And Maslin lets that go outside the off stump. But and we looked at the fact that certain batsmen had got runs so far in the pre-season games. I think the wickets are less important necessarily than the regular overs that the bowlers have got over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Higgins again off the thigh pad of Maslin out on the offside. Yeah, I think you do tend to look more at the runs and who has got runs. So Charlesworth has got 250s. Lace has got 3 scores over 40. Bracey and Jack Taylor have both got good half centuries. Graham Van Buren got a 54 in the match against Somerset. So, most of the top order, with the exception of Chris Dent, who's not played in all the games, have made a significant score. And the last ball of the morning is let go by Maslin. The Gloucester players turn and head towards the pavilion, and Dylan Church will join them on 36. He's got Luke Maslin with him on 0, and the students have got to lunch on 97 for 2 wickets to Matt Taylor and 1 to Zafar Gohar, all of them to Dan Whiting from the pavilion end. And the card just briefly on your screens there as the players head off. There is the batting card, the batting side of things, and as you can see, there have in the end been 15 fours this morning, which didn't look likely, it must be said, in the first hour, but that was down to Church and Fisher's partnership of 61 for, as you were, 65, my mental maths is poor, for the 3rd wicket. There are the bowling figures. Taylor 2 for 26 and Zafar 1 for 17. The wicket takers. And I wonder what Dale Benkenstein will be saying. I wonder either through Graham Van Buren or indeed with Graham at lunch.
Yeah, I think he'll be pleased with the initial way they bowl. They bowl very sort of disciplined line and lengths. But I think he won't be overly happy with that sort of spell between 11:45 and 12:45. I think they've pulled it back there just before lunch, but I don't think he'll be happy with that hour, which allowed Exeter, the Fisher and Church to bat with freedom and score. And I think the scoreboard started to race away, and I don't think he'll be overly happy with that. But I think at the moment it's just, as you say, about getting some overs into the legs of the bowlers, and I don't think he'll be overly critical.
So perhaps time for a light snack for you, and for us, we'll be back with you just before 20 minutes to 2 for the resumption on this second day. Gloucestershire, remember, batted all day yesterday. They declared overnight 316 for 8, and at lunch the students are 97 for 3. We'll be back with you at 20 to 2. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Umpires on their way after lunch, Jack Shantry and Tom Lungley. And the two Exeter University batsmen resuming will be Dylan Church and Luke Maslin. 2 wickets in the morning session fell one after the other. 2 deliveries in the same over to Matt Taylor. Had Ben Wells caught behind for 15, and then James Boyle, LBW first ball, playing round a full one. And then a good partnership between Church and Harry Fisher, who put on 64 for the 3rd wicket before Fisher was LBW to Zafar Gohar for 29. Church took almost an hour to have more than 2 scoring shots. He had 2 singles in the first 55 minutes, but he's got to lunch on 36 after a bit of an expansion after that first boundary. 5 other boundaries in the second hour of the morning, and we've now got quite grey skies overhead, and I wonder if that will mean that the ball might just wobble around a little bit in this afternoon session. Gloucester players on their way. And we'll resume from the pavilion end with a new spell from Matt Taylor. And he'll be bowling to Dylan Church, who's got to reset himself, having really worked hard with his concentration over that 2-hour stint this morning. Taylor then to restart, and with 3 slips, and with 2 of them wearing woolly hats, he isn't all that warm out there. Chris Dent at 2nd slip, Higgins at 3rd, and I think that's Miles Hammond at 1st slip with the blue and white hat. Here is Taylor, carry through to James Bracey. Tom Lacer's got a woolly hat on as well at point. There's quite an array of colour out there, with 4 fielders actually wearing beanie hats outside the off stump from Matt Taylor. Charlesworth is at mid-on in the red and white one. And there may be an element here too of the fielding duties being shared among the squad selected for this match. Taylor in his 7th over, first though of a new spell since lunch, and the usual chat from the players out in the middle. 6 boundaries in Church's innings of 36. Taylor past umpire Chantry, and Church inside the line, straight to Charlesworth at mid-on, Graham Van Buren at mid-off. Now the red ball captain, of course. And Taylor bowling in a short sleeve shirt. Finishes the first over after lunch with another dot ball, so a maiden to resume matters. First over for him after lunch, no addition to the score, and 97 for 3 it remains. Taylor's figures 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 26. So if I go 1 for 17 from his 5 overs before lunch, and Jared Warner is going to resume the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. First over after lunch. He had 4 overs this morning for 12, and it's bobble hat city out there, Dan. It's there are 1, 2, 3, 4 players with bobble hats, and you can understand why when perhaps there isn't an awful lot of chasing of the ball being done, particularly in the slips. Hammond and Dent have not had much go their way, so you can understand why they need to keep the heat in. Here's Warner in, and defended by Maslin, who just had that little 10-minute stint to survive before lunch. Thanks for those of you who got in touch with us on email this morning. I think the club are running another Twitter poll this afternoon, so Jack Longstaff will be looking after that in due course, and we'll update you on what the results of that poll are. But if you do want to get in touch with us, we'll remind you at the end of the over about what our email address is. Here's Warner in, and Maslin defends out on the offside.
He's got good energy coming into the crease, hasn't he, Jared Warner? He's as we said, he bustles in.
Yeah, he's not played a huge amount of red ball cricket. Just looking, so he's only played 5 first-class matches, in fact, in his career. So he's still very much making his way. But played quite a bit in the Royal London Cup last year. Here's once more Maslin again, defends. And he would expect, I think, against a university team, he would feel that without being too arrogant about it, he would like to think that he could bowl economically against this kind of group and pose a threat to take wickets. He wouldn't expect to feel in any way intimidated or inferior playing against a university team.
No, he's a professional, and it's often a good chance to get your averages looking better, isn't it?
That's short from Warner, and through to James Bracey.
Yeah, it's often a way. Certain batsmen used to like to milk the universities, didn't they, to get their averages looking a lot more respectable towards the end of the season.
Well, I did think I was on a journey to a match, actually rugby match. I think it was last Saturday. Saturday before last, 8 days ago. Come back to that in a moment. Here's Warner, squeezes that out. That's Tom Lace in the multicoloured beanie out at deep square. Takes a single. There's so much discussion going on about the structure of the championship, and we know what it is for this year, but we don't know what it's like going forward. And you think the old target for a batsman of 1,000 championship runs. I remember Chris Dent it was a match against Glamorgan here, which was the last game. Now I'm thinking that was probably it might even have been 2017, where he came into the game with something like 740 runs, 760 runs in first class cricket, and got 258 in the last match to get into 1,000. That's a bouncer from Warner, which is ducked underneath by Dylan Church. And you thought, well, the overall number looks fine, but he really has sort of rescued quite a modest season with one big score right at the end. And you thought, well, he'd much rather have that score at the beginning than in September, because it might have set him off on a better run. But if they are going to reduce the county championship matches down from 14 possibly to 12, might it go to 10 even, because the numbers aren't that easy to make it work for 12. 1,000 runs is going to be much more difficult to get, isn't it? It's going to be a massive, a really big target for batsmen to get 1,000 runs in 10 championship games.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And Matt Taylor's going to be bowling here from the pavilion end. Yeah, I mean, they're just going to be playing less and less, aren't they? As we go on. As Taylor comes into the crease, and Maslin, that is, just lets that go through. And there
will be some members who might say, I'm perfectly happy to pay my membership and support the club, but really for 10 games, you really are testing the loyalty of your members, aren't you? Where they were getting 14 for their membership before, and now you're reducing it almost by a third.
Well, back in the old days, they were getting 24 as Taylor comes in, and Maslin defends that watchfully. Yeah, they were getting 24 back in the old days, and not many batsmen get 1,000 runs these days. It's one of those. I think there were only 4 last year throughout the system. I think Tom Haynes got 1,000. I think Sam Robson got 1,000. I think Jake Libby got 1,000. I think David Beddingham up at Durham got 1,000. But I think they were the only guys who got those runs. So yeah, I mean it was. It's getting harder and harder to do. As Taylor comes in to Maslin, that's a lovely shot, and that's really well fielded. He punches that firmly through mid-on. And I think that Tom Lace goes sprawling across. Excellent bit of fielding there, and stops a certain boundary because the outfield's quick down to that neck of the woods. But the other thing is, you look at England's side as well, and the talent pool hasn't been that deep that they're fishing in. If you make the pool smaller, as Taylor comes in, and that's a dot ball into the offside. If you make the pool smaller that they're fishing in, the fish won't be as big, and I think it might drastically affect the quality of the England side. And some say that's not of the quality that it was a few years ago anyway. So, but I think whatever they do, whether they go to a 10 and 8 for next season, or 2 divisions of 9, or whatever, just stop tinkering with the game. Just stop and just let it go for a few years. Here's Taylor in, and that's a glorious shot. That is through extra cover. That's going to go all the way to the rope, and that's 4 runs. That was imperious from Maslin. We said we've got a few sort of pen notes here from Alex Barrow, the Exeter coach. And he said technically he's a sound batter, and he drives the ball well, and he's at his best. And he's certainly right about that shot, because that was beautiful.
Yeah, that's probably the longest boundary actually from the playing area they're using for this match, out towards the club office and the smaller of the 2 scoreboards. Also brought up the 100 for Exeter University, and there's a biggish gap there. They're inviting him to play through that gap, but they really placed that well.
That was a shot of the day, I thought, so far. That completes the over from Taylor. There's a dot ball, finishes it off, and that completes the over. So Maslin's on to 5. Dylan Church is on 36. Academy graduate up at Leicestershire. And both these two look technically sound players.
According to the card in front of me, Matt Doran would come in next, who's a left-hander. Got a half century in this match last year. Then Dominic Goodman, obviously Gloucestershire, his parent club. And after that, George Barlow. So that would be the probable middle order. Here's Warner. Under overcast skies now, past umpire Lumley. And Church stands tall there. And let the ball come to him rather than really going chasing it. And just steered out past Ben Charlesworth in the red beanie hat at point. He's been there most of the day. Ollie Price still under the lid short leg. And Graham Van Buren now for Maslin has got himself almost at a leg gully position, just a 2 slips in. Warner, let's that go with decent carry, does Maslin, outside the off stump. Through to Bracey, 103 for 3.
It's like a bit of body line out there, Ian, isn't it? With the leg gully and the short leg. It's like watching Jardine and Larwood.
Warner would be very humbled to be in the same category.
He's got a very extravagant follow through, hasn't he, Jared Warner? He always ends up down at the striker's end.
Sounds at the end of a long straight run. And he's really sprinting when he gets to the crease, and that's again quite short. Maslin doesn't really get in the right place to play any kind of shot.
That was quick.
Yeah,
that was quick.
Brisk, I think you'd say.
Yeah.
I think if I was down the other end, it would be lightning fast, but Ed Seaborn has had enough tales in your chair from last year about my batting, in inverted commas, often at number 11.
Were you number 11?
Oh, yes. Yes, number 11. Generally one ball is enough. Here is Warner in once more, and that is down the leg side, and Bracey does take it, but it's not got a touch with anything on the way. Maslin, I think, really tried to get out of the way of that. And Chris Dent has obviously had nearly 4 years as Gloucestershire captain, and I just wonder whether him stepping back from that will help his own form with the bat. But B, I wonder if you do get to a point where you just feel a bit sapped by having to you're constantly thinking about the game as opposed to your own game, which is a different strand of thinking altogether. Maslin again lets that, I say, go through. He took his bat really inside the line.
Yeah,
it must be draining to be a captain at first class level, I would say, mentally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a funny job, a cricket captain, isn't it? It's not like a rugby captain or a football captain, where a cricket captain you are a counsellor, a selector, a tactician, a nanny, and a public relations expert as well. So you have to have many hats, don't you? And it'll be interesting to see if the pressure's off.
Warner once more, again back of a length, and that's generally the length he's not somebody who, certainly in white ball cricket last year, I would say he doesn't. He's a bit like Josh Shaw in the sense that he would not want to be driven too much, so he's just that fraction short of a length, and that's kind of to help with economy to some degree. So you're almost trying to force an error rather than being an attacking bowler and actively seeking wickets. You're trying to sort of squeeze the batsman and force a mistake, and I think Josh Shaw's a little bit like that as well. He can perhaps be a bit more drivable than Warner, but Warner definitely just that foot shorter in terms of the bowling length. Here's Matt Taylor again.
Taylor, and that's defended back to him. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you look at Jack Brooks when he was up at Yorkshire, and Jason Gillespie encouraged him to keep the ball full, to give it that chance to swing. But sometimes he was expensive. Sometimes he did go through the covers a little bit. But you've got to give yourself that chance. You've got to give it a chance to swing. You've got to give it that chance to nick off as well. So, anyway, here's Taylor from the pavilion end. And that's defended by Church. Sun just trying to poke through the clouds here at the Seat Unique ground. Looking good. Pitch 2 doors down, or three to the right of this one. As we're looking at it, looks like it's going to be the pitch for the Yorkshire game. Looking rather green at the moment, but I'm sure that will get shaved down as Taylor comes in and Church.
That, I think, is the one that the ground staff were rolling before play today with the heavy roller.
Right.
So you might well be right.
Yeah, I think that's the one they're going to use for the Yorkshire game, which will be an absolute cracker. So come on down. There'll be some decent crowds here in Bristol at the Seat Unique ground this summer. Yorkshire will be a big crowd. Surrey will be a big crowd. As Taylor comes in and Church lets that go through into the gloves of James Bracey. Yeah, so Surrey will bring a decent crowd down as well, with 14,000 members and 2 hours up the road. You'd hope they would. And then it's the West Country Derby v Somerset, which should be box office.
Yeah, certainly the game last year badly affected by the rain.
Taylor, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket. He's going to get 1, possibly 2 for his troubles. No, he's sent back. There could be a run out. No. Oh, it's all go here, isn't it, Ian? It's all go.
Ollie Price was the man on the throw, going to the bowler's end. Matt Taylor, I think he initially thought about going to try and get the ball on the full.
Oh, I don't think Maslam would have made it back there.
No, and then thought better of it and thought, actually, I better let that go on its own trajectory, and it was well backed up.
Yeah. There's a nice shot, though. Wristy from Church. Dylan Church starting to open up a little bit. Now moved on to 38. As Taylor comes around the wicket, and that's a short ball, and that beats him outside the off stump. I'm not sure if I think he might have actually played inside that. That completes the over. Exeter University 104 for 3. They're trailing by 212. Church on 38, Maslen on 5. The men out. Wells for 15. Boyle first ball. And Harry Fisher, who was LBW, to Zafar Gahar about 15 minutes before lunch for 29. And a quite bright and breezy 29 as well.
Yeah, I mean, that stand was worth 64 for the third wicket. And it was enterprisingly put together. And I think, to some degree, Church fed off Fisher's energy at the crease, if that kind of makes sense. He sort of had a really good look, and the fact that Warner continues his spell after lunch, and he came back on from this Ashley Down Road end at the resumption. But I think, having had a good look, and he thought, well, if Fisher's going to start to play some shots, perhaps I can just open up a little bit, and he did well to do so. Here's the look at the fielding situation. Just the 2 slips for Warner. Still the short leg and the legs, almost a leg gully. Tom laces away at deep square on the boundary. David Payne at mid-on. And just 2 men in front of the wicket on the offside, and they won't be able to stop that because that's cracked away by Church once more through that big gap on the offside. And talking about Warner being driven, that wasn't driven at all. It was nowhere near a half volley, but there was a big gap there, and it was enough width for Church to punch it away to the Moundstand boundary.
Yeah, wrong lengths here from Warner. He was short and wide, and Church cut loose there. He absolutely nailed that one, didn't he?
Yeah, as I say, he's got nobody between point and mid-off, so they're encouraging him to play through that gap. Warner once more, and that's into Ollie Price. It was a good stop on the bounce at short leg. They're looking for the mistimed shot into that area, with the one that's sort of off the hit, maybe, that he doesn't quite get into the right position to play it. Just a little bit of watery sunshine filtering through once again. You can see Warner's shadow as he walks back on the ground, and obviously conscious that you drive to the Seat Unique Stadium, you see the signage to the Memorial Ground, and yesterday as Warner comes in, and that's cut, that'll be 4 more. That's a bit wider and a bit fuller from Warner, but once again Church finds the gap past Ben Charlesworth, and that races away down to backward point for 4 more, 112 for 3, and Church within 4 runs of his half century here. I'm just saying there were over 9,000 to watch Bristol Rovers beat Bradford yesterday, and they can have an exciting end to the season, you would think. Bristol Rovers, from a position where they looked a long way behind in the table for any kind of promotion push, but their form since Christmas has been very good. Here is Warner again, in and chopped down to what is now a third, and fielding done by Charlesworth, who's been dropped down there by Graham Van Buren. 113 for 3, and Church has really shown an inclination in the last 25 minutes since lunch. I mean, at lunch he had 36, and it's that whole thing of starting again, isn't it? And he's looked as if he's got his concentration back where it was in that pre-lunch session. Warner, it's flicked off the thick edge from Maslin. That's going to go down through where about fine 4th slip would have been, and down to third again for another boundary. So Graham Van Buren might want to just think here about how to break this partnership between these two, and in particular keeping Church a bit quieter, because since lunch Warner's not been able to do that. He's had in total 7 overs. I think just the scoreboard will tick round in a moment. 7 overs he's had in all, and 117 for 3 have come from 36 overs of this Exeter University innings. And I think Gloucestershire would have expected, again without being too overconfident about things, to have made a bit more headway through the batting order than they've done at the moment.
They certainly would have done, Ian. They certainly would have done. But here's Taylor. Bowling from around the wicket, and that thumps into the pad, and no run. I heard a scurrilous rumour though that we might even see Naseem Shah have a little trot out after lunch. I know he's not in the starting 15 or whatever was named, but there was talk, wasn't there, that we might see him? But
yeah, I think so. He's definitely on the ground today. He's been on the ground today. And I would have. I know this is a friendly, but I would have expected Exeter to have seen his name in the 15 if he was going to be involved. Personally,
yeah. Here's Taylor over the wicket now, changes the angle, and that's Church. Thou shalt not pass. And he's batted well, Church. Deserves a 50 here, I think. He's constructed an innings very nicely. He was watchful at the start, motored on, and he's defended anything on the stumps, and anything slightly off the stumps he's put away. And there's Taylor to him, and he carves that one back with a point. They thought about a second there, but they decide not to, as the throw comes in hard into the gloves of James Bracey behind the stumps.
He's faced well over 100 balls now.
Yeah, that was a cry of a seagull in the background there. It wasn't myself or Ian there.
Yelp, that was.
Yeah, as Taylor comes in, and Maslin this time, having been a single on the previous ball. Maslin now facing. He's on 9 of 26 balls.
Yeah, see, the 2 wickets that fell in Matt Taylor's over, which was the 11th over of the innings. So in the last 25 overs, Gloucestershire have only taken 1 wicket, which against a university team with a certain level of inexperience about it. Perhaps that says as much about the pitch as anything else.
Taylor just straying onto the legs of Maslin. Gets a single.
I wonder if this is one of those very docile Bristol pitches where, in essence, most of the danger comes with the new ball when it's a bit harder. But as the ball goes soft, even though it does look, there's more than a tinge of green about it.
Yeah.
It is hard to get.
It looks like there'd be a lot more in it for the bowlers, doesn't it, with the colour of it? But it's Taylor and Church, as he's done all day, gets solidly behind that. Church on 48, Maslin 10, Exeter University 119 for 3, and I think Alex Barrow as their coach will be really pleased with this.
Yeah, and I think there were a couple of cards yesterday and even last week. Some of the university sides were dismissed quite cheaply by some of the county teams. A lot of the games were drawn because of weather interruptions, but here, and one doesn't know. Perhaps you might get through the middle order, and the lower order might not offer a great deal to the scoreboard. But at the moment, 119 for 3, the sun just filtering through again, which will help the batsman. You would have thought just a little bit of a movement in the air when the cloud cover was over the ground in that little period before lunch. But Graham Van Buren just at the moment, with more chats with Ryan Higgins, is going to let Warner have one more over from this Ashley Down Road end, and it's Higgins who's gone in to leg gully. Van Buren now at mid-off. Warner in. It's a short one, and Maslin ducks underneath it. He's not prepared to get involved with either the crack away through point or the hook.
That seemed a few miles an hour quicker, that one. I think Warner's not overly happy out there.
But in a way, you have to keep your temper under control, don't you? It's the erratic nature of a bowler whose dander is up can sometimes be an expensive one. That's down the leg side from Warner. He's just a little bit of trouble with his direction since lunch. Is that we spoke about the metronomic Higgins, and I don't mean that in an unkind sense. He bowled 10 overs before lunch for 6 runs. There was barely a loose delivery. There was the odd short one, but in 2 spells he barely bowled a ball down the leg side. Now, I appreciate that if Graham Van Buren thinks that either Maslin has a weakness to anything around his hips, or that he thinks that Warner is prone to not keep that line as steady as he might, then that's why he's got the other catcher in that leg slip, in that sort of leg gully position. Now, when I used to trundle in for my team, second 11 level, at no great pace with the keeper standing up, I might have a man there to save a single. But it's a different scenario if you're Jared Warner, I would suggest.
And what was your club, Ian?
Oh, I played club cricket in Cheltenham. Not often in the league team, it must be said. Occasionally I would get in the league side, but not very often. And I say I'd definitely be number 11. Warner in once more, again down the leg side, and let go by Maslin. You're probably, no, you may not be, Dan. You may not be old enough to remember a guy called Mike Buss, who used to play for Sussex.
Yeah.
And he used to bowl left arm with the new ball at no great pace, but he used to hoop it round corners.
Yeah.
And I didn't bowl left arm, but I probably bowled a similar sort of style to Buss. In other words, if you bowl with a new ball, you might get enough movement at the pace you bowled at to cause some trouble. But if you bowled later, people would pile into you because you weren't quick enough. So that's generally where I was, and also you generally used to have the keeper standing up most of the time. So I enjoyed my cricket when I played. I miss not playing now, but there are a lot younger people around, and you can't replicate the enjoyment of playing another short ball from Warner, and if you can't play, then the enjoyment of bringing cricket to you, as we do through this Gloucestershire cricket stream, is about as close as it's going to get, and hence why you and I both enjoy doing it so much. Indeed,
and I'm just thinking about your club career. I'm sure you didn't come on after someone with the pace of Jon Snow or Imran or Garth LaRue or someone like that. So that would help.
Actually, I will tell a story in a moment. Actually, I think I may get the opportunity if Warner bowls another over. Warner coming round the wicket now to Maslin, who again defends. I'll hold this story for another over if Warner has it, and it concerns a gentleman called Jeff Trett, who does the Opta stats here at Bristol and also at Gloucestershire's home matches at Cheltenham, and the club he used to play for and the club I used to play for, on a match between the two. And I'll perhaps recap that story, talk about pacey bowlers. If Warner has another over, I might have a chance to tell it.
Taylor's going to continue. David Payne's only bowled 4 overs today, isn't he? 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8.
Higgins trotting down to the third man boundary once more. Back to 2 slips now.
Yeah, Taylor into Church.
Is the qualification for a slip fielder that you have to wear a beanie hat, do you think?
There's no uniformity in the colours here, are there? Hammond's got a blue one, Dent's got the yellow and black one, and Tom Lace has got a multitude of colours on his. And who's that out at point?
It is Lace at point.
That's Lace at point, and who's at mid-on? Is it Charlesworth?
Yeah.
Here's Taylor in, and Church drives that firmly to mid-off. The ball hurled back into James Bracey, as is the modern-day trend. It was a trend started by Gloucestershire in that famous one-day side in the early 2000s. They liked to do that. Jack Russell told me they had a thing that they called Space Invaders, where they'd hurl it back in at the batsman and try and get him to move out of the way and get into the batsman's space, which no batsman likes a ball being winged past his head from cover. Taylor in, and that's blocked and defended back to him. No batsman likes it coming in. No batsman likes being put out of their comfort zone and having to move out of the way. And it's one of those things under that side of John Bracewell, Jack Russell, Mark Lane.
Actually, triggering all sorts of thoughts in my head here, you bringing this up. So I'll bank that one for a minute.
Here's Taylor in, and that's gone to Lace at backward point. Played against the Lane back in the day back in North London cricket when he was playing for Tottenham, and first ball of the game he hooked our quick bowler for 6. Second ball of the game, I I didn't drop him because I called for it at the same time as somebody else. Both of us left it to each other and watched it drop in between us. He went on to get 120. Here's Taylor in to Church, who chops that one down to Ryan Higgins, down at third man for a single. Went on and got 120, and that was in the May. In the August, he became Gloucestershire's youngest ever centurion with 100. And I think that was back in 1987, or possibly even 80. No, it was 80, 86, 80. Was it 85 even? I can't remember. Well, I can't remember. But Exeter going along nicely here. 120 for 3. Church moves on just one shy of his 50 now. It's Taylor gets one to climb a little bit on Luke Maslin there. Fends it off his rib cage, and that completes the over. Wonder if they think that Maslin's got a bit of an issue with the short stuff. That's why Taylor's just bounced him, and Jared Warner seems to be giving him plenty of stuff banged in halfway down the wicket.
1986 it would have been.
86 was it? Yeah.
Drinks for the batsman. That says something about their concentration levels out there. They've added 24 since lunch. And it could be a change of bowling, I think, at the Ashley Down Road end. Jared Warner's going off, and you'll see Ben Charlesworth. So briefly, the story about you talk about pace bowlers. So in the team that I played in, there was a frizzy-haired quick bowler called Alex Price, and the team I played in played Jeff Trett's team, the Opta statistician here at Bristol, and we were put in and got bowled out pretty cheaply, so that I think it was about, we only had about 70 odd to play with from memory, and we were in the field before tea, which shows how small a target it was. Anyway, Alex was bowling at one end and I was bowling at the other, and I think he got 2 wickets in like the 15 minutes before tea, and he thought, oh, you never know here, and he went on to, I think he got 7 in the match, and we won by about 15.
Wow.
And there was a certain degree, I think, from Jeff Trett was doing the scoring for Hatherley in those days, and there was a bit of banter from some of the Hatherley players, not from Jeff himself, sort of, oh, is this the best you can do? And Alex Price, I think, was wound up by that, and he produced a very, very good performance. And just to come back to what you said about sort of that John Bracewell team, you're not missing any play at the moment, by the way, because there's some repairs being done to Miles Hammond's boots, and I think one of the batsmen may have temporarily gone off the field, maybe to get a sweater, and the line with John Bracewell was, particularly before the apartments were built, was that the playing side at Gloucestershire was kind of waiting for the ground development to be done first, and when the ground development was done, the investment could then be made in the team. And I think the club got it the right way round, because you can invest in the team and the ground isn't ready to cope with it, whereas now the club don't need to invest more money in the ground. Any money they make in terms of profit, and I know that the last latest set of accounts show another profit or another surplus for the last financial year, where results were declared. The profit, the surplus now can be put into the team, and that, of course, is what the supporters want, because the ground is done. Other clubs have got a different balance to go with, if you like. Whereas those seemingly thin years in the sort of, say, 2008 to 2014, where the club were planning on the development and then doing the development, the 2015 Royal London Cup win really was a bonus, I guess, at the time, Richard Dawson's first season, and then off the back of that they just became a side that would just try and compete with the best squad that they could put together at the time. A lot of them having come through the system, and now, as you said, Dan, we've got a big squad, competition for places, and your venue that doesn't need further massive investment in it.
Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed coming in as an outsider here is it's a lovely community club. It's a club really at the heart of its community, you know, and what you see downstairs from where we're commentating is a plaque on the wall with all the community, all the clubs in Gloucestershire who feed into the county. They've all got their own their badge on the wall downstairs here, and it's a really, really nice touch from the club, and it will make those clubs feel very special when their members come here and watch a game of cricket.
Luke Masden's got 11, and Ben Charlesworth is back into the attack, and we just had one over before lunch, which was an expensive one, went for 15, and Graham Van Buren said, right, not acceptable.
And rightly so. And rightly so, Ian.
Wasn't prepared to give him, even in a friendly, he wasn't prepared to accept that was okay. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And now at 121 for 3, he's back to try and break this partnership for the 4th wicket. Charlesworth in, and again it's played quietly by Martin. These two have added 35 together, 186 for 3 when they joined forces. And we now have, this morning there was some watery sunshine without much warmth. Now there is some sunshine with a little bit of warmth about it. And Charlesworth in, and again that's short, but it's straight to Tom Lace from Masden off the back foot. Just a two slips in for Charlesworth. He's got both a third man and a long leg.
It's rather pleasant out here now, isn't it? It's,
I say the sun will work its way round to the pavilion end of the ground, so it'll be shining right into the box later in the day. Charlesworth again, that's a better line from him. Getting outside the off stump, and I'm just hoping you're enjoying looking at the stream again for the first time this 2022 summer. All the home games will be streamed from our team here at the Seat Unique Stadium, and we'll go with the coverage of our friends around the country, often provided with the BBC commentary for the away matches. Here is Charlesworth. That's pitched up, and a good half stop from Van Buren. They'll take one, there probably won't be a second, and that means that Church will face Charlesworth with one needed for his 58 boundaries he's hit in this innings, but it's been one of commendable concentration.
Going back to the streaming there, Ian, I think it's could be a game changer, what's been happening over the last few years in cricket, and the numbers are really, really promising.
And Church won't get his 50 there. It's gone just to the left of Tom Lace at point, and the end of his over, so Church will have the strike. I mean, obviously 2020 kind of forced the hand of a lot of clubs to put the stream in place.
Yeah.
But whether you're watching in Latvia or Lydney, you can still watch the cricket. That's the thing.
Yep.
And I say that because we had correspondents from Latvia last summer.
Aha.
So it's literally something that is global, and it's a service that is offered by other sports, so why can't cricket offer it as well?
Well, exactly. Here's Taylor in to Luke Masden, who's on 12. Church Dylan Church, just one shy of his 50. Seems to be stuck in the late 40s for a while. He's got glued a little bit. It feels very spring-like now, doesn't it? Certainly better than the -1 when I got into my car this morning, and that's well bowled by Taylor. That beats Maslin outside the off stump, but he doesn't get any collateral on it. It goes through to James Bracey.
Was there literally frost on your car this morning?
Yeah, thick frost.
Really?
Thick frost, yeah.
When I left, it was just about. It was soft enough that if you put the wipers on it, it would sweep it away.
No, I had to use the spray and the scraper. Yeah. I think it was. I'll tell you after this ball from Taylor. Oh, and that's hit him somewhere around the midriff. Yeah, I noticed from my phone at 3:40 this morning it was -3. So.
Were we up at 3:40? Were you?
No, but it was just my phone just collected that for some reason. So. Absolutely no chance.
See, the good answer to that would have been I hadn't only just come in at that time.
That's just worked off the hip into the onside for a single.
Or perhaps you said that you were, if you said you were up through the night watching the Women's World Cup final, I've said, that's absolutely...
That would probably be...
Totally legitimate reason.
That would probably be more legitimate, but I think you probably got more chance of the former, Ian, so there you go.
And just, if you haven't caught the result of that, England were beaten by Australia, Elisa Healy with a big 170 out of 356, which they made batting first.
Taylor in to Church, who pushes that firmly out to mid-off. It's fielded and hurled back to James Bracey with the gloves. You're listening to Ian Randall, me, Dan Whiting. Give us your questions as well. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We'll answer any question within reason.
Yeah, questions and observations are always good.
Yes. Taylor in to Church, who again, in a carbon copy of the ball before, hits that out to Van Buren at mid-off, who hurls it into Bracey. That's the end of the over. And Church still hasn't got his 50.
No, but he's not bothered.
He's not.
He doesn't seem to be bothered about being stuck on 49. He'll just wait until the ball is there, because he's certainly occupying the crease very well for his team.
Yep, doing a job.
And I say the batting order suggests that we're going to see Matt Doran and then Dom Goodman.
Goodman can bat though, can't he?
Yeah, there is a school of thought that Goodman may end up as a bowling all-rounder. There's enough in there as a batsman, enough ability as a batsman for him to develop into somebody who's genuinely got, as you say, two strands to their game. And Zafar Gohar's going down to long leg here, so I wonder if that might mean a bowl for him soon from that end. Ben Charlesworth, though, to continue from the Ashdown Road end at the moment. And Maslin, again, showing good patience here. I mean, there's been so much spoken about in the wake of England's tour to the West Indies, and the pace of red ball cricket, and whether batsmen are so used now to playing, either in the 100 or in 20 over cricket or 50 over cricket. They just literally want to go in and crash everything. And there isn't the patience, but there is there. That's a nice shot from Maslin. That'll be down the ground for 4. He's waited for the over pitch ball from Ben Charlesworth, and he's driven it just to the left of the mid-on fielder, And he goes to 17, 127 for 3. This is proving perhaps a more challenging day for the Gloucestershire bowlers than they might have expected. But it was a nice shot from Maslin again. Didn't overhit it.
No, lovely shot.
Charlesworth responds with one that's back of a length, and Maslin again just steers it out to deep point. One more to the total. Right, Church back on strike once more. We've had
Is there anything in the fact David Payne's only had 4 overs today?
I don't know. He wasn't at the media day on Tuesday. Apparently, unwell.
Right.
Obviously, that's a week ago, and there is the 50 for Dylan Church, down to third man, and the Exeter University players applaud his half century, which has come with 8 boundaries, and he'll feel very good about it. Just gets a handshake from Luke Maslin, and 50 out of 129 for 3, and a patient effort from him in just under 3 hours. Charlesworth to Maslin once more, but this ball is now 42 overs old, and in I would say if you go so my recent watching of Gloucestershire here would certainly watching literally every ball of recent Championship cricket takes me back to 2015. So in that time there have been some wickets. So it's been really difficult. They've been quite easy paced, and that perhaps was why last year, as at the end of Charlesworth's over, Chris Dent really, if he had the option, wanted to bat last on these wickets, because you really feel that the team batting last have a far greater chance of chasing something than the bowling side do of taking 10 wickets. And if you look at the wins here, both Surrey, Leicestershire, Northants and Durham, the Durham one was secured by Zafar Gohar's bowling for sure, but there were good chases in the first 3 of those matches.
Yeah, they regularly came from behind the 8 ball to win as well. They nearly followed on a couple of times, or they did follow on in one game, didn't they? I think, or did they not? Or came close in the Northants game. They came very close.
Yeah, and the Leicestershire game too was a tight call.
We're going to have a change of bowling from the pavilion end. We're going to have Zafar Gohar into the attack. Replaces Matt Taylor. Taylor. Taylor 2 for 36 off 12. 2 in 2 balls earlier in the day. And Gohar be looking to get his line a little bit better than when he had a bowl before lunch, where he strayed down the leg side a little bit. And he's going to be bowling to Church, and it's a little bit short, and Church chops him off the back foot through the offside, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yes, whether you've played Test cricket or not, and Zafar has obviously, that's still a ball that a batsman feels you should be putting away. You can't, on reputation, Church might have wondered about that, but no, all he saw was a bowler and a ball that deserved to be hit.
Toffee, as it's known. Anyway, I'm sure that Gohar will bowl far many better deliveries than that during his career. Here he comes in, and that's a bit further up. A little bit of turn there.
You don't see it quite so much with Zafar from our vantage point, sort of him coming towards us.
Here he comes in. Oh, and that's a loose shot. That's the first loose shot I think he's played all day. Church, he's gone to cut there. He's got a strange cut. He doesn't really cut off the back foot. He sort of chops away off the front foot, doesn't he? Here's Gahar into him, and he lets that one go through to Bracey. He sort of chops away off the front foot as opposed to cutting off the back foot. And it's effective, though. Here's Gahar into Church. And that is a 4 defensive out into the covers.
Yeah, obviously the pictures you're watching show Zafar with the camera behind the bowler's arm. To the naked eye for us, he's coming towards us, and he gets very square on with his delivery stride.
Oh, and that's a short ball as well, which he goes cutting away at. And that goes through to James Bracey. That's the end of the over. Mixed bunch there from Zafar Gahar. And it's been a little bit mixed bunch. The first hour I thought Gloucestershire bowlers bowled very well, but it's been a little bit of a mixed bag since then, hasn't it, Ian?
Yeah, and this is why you have the pre-season games.
Get those out of the system.
So arguably you can get those out of the system, and I say this is I think my calculation, this is the 10th day of pre-season cricket that Gloucestershire have had 10 days outdoors, and they've barely lost half an hour's cricket to any weather interruption, which is it's a very, very fortunate position to be in. Ben Charlesworth to continue from this Ashley Down Road end with a short ball. He's ducked under by Luke Maslin. 18 he has. Church 54. Last wicket went down at 97. So you can see they put on 36 together for the 4th wicket.
So going back to your point, Ian, about the pitches here, do you think they get better and better, so they're the best to bat on in the 4th innings?
I think I might phrase that a bit differently. I'll come back to that in a second. That's squeezed away by Maslin for a single. I think they would tend to be what I would call a new ball pitch,
yeah.
So that if there is going to be anything in it, it tends to be either with the new ball or at the front end of the game. But because they're not as quick as some others around the country, you might put them into the docile category.
Yeah.
And the only 2 occasions, to go back to that 2015 date, the only 2 occasions really since then, until Zafar Gahar spun out Durham last year, where a bowler has won a game in the 4th innings. One was Imran Tahir, who won a game here for Derbyshire. That was right at the end of a summer. That might have been... I have to check that one. That might have been 2016, I think.
Yep.
And Lancashire won a game in the first season here on the last day with a very, very good spell from a bowler whose name just escapes me at the moment. I must look up the card from that game, and I'll remember. But though, by and large, as Charlesworth bowls, and again dug out by Maslin, if a side was winning, the work was done by the 3rd innings, giving Gloucestershire an insufficient score to defend, maybe somewhere sort of between 60 and 120. There were quite a few scores where a side was left with only a small total to get, and therefore with the pictures there was no issue. It's a nice shot. That'll be 4 more. Again, away through extra cover, and although Tom Lace dived pretty hard at that, nothing there for him. Charlesworth not been at his most accurate, it must be said, with the ball today. And Just a word from Ryan Higgins to him as Charlesworth walks away. So he's got a short sleeve shirt and a beanie hat. I'm not quite sure how that works. 139 for 3. Maslin 23. Church 55. And I would say, I wonder whether that was a conscious decision when the rule over the away team having the choice whether they wanted to battle bowl without a toss. When Chris Dent started winning the toss at 10:30 on the first morning, right, we can control this a bit more if we chase in the fourth innings. So we'll have a bowl, thanks. And it proved a good strategy last year.
Gah. And that goes on with the arm. That looks that's a decent ball. Church went to force that off the back foot through the offside. Got a little bit close to him there. Gahar twirling away. That goes into the offside. Umpires today, Jack Chantry, the ex-Worcestershire player, just come onto the panel this year. And Tom Lungley, ex-Derbyshire. Your match referee, Devon Malcolm. So Zafar Gahar bowls to Church, who yet again defends that.
Devon Malcolm came and did a very good speaker evening at the Cricket Society I'm a member of, and when he walked in he looked as fit as the day when he was playing Test cricket.
Here's Gahar. Church defending again.
Maybe even leaner actually than when he was playing, because you tend to you physically you build up muscle mass, don't you, when you're training every day.
He's got a curious defence here, Church. He tends to defend and his left leg goes out to the leg side, and it's not the standard defence that you see from around the country, but it's quite a different sort of defensive technique. There it goes again.
Yes, it's his front foot, isn't it?
It's his front leg goes out towards square leg. I've seen a few batsmen do that. In fact, I saw the South Africans do that when Devon Malcolm had a bowl at them, but both legs were going back out towards square leg that day when he took the 9 for at the Oval. The famous "You guys are history."
Yes, I think he still enjoys being involved in the game, Devon Malcolm. He's
a lovely man, isn't he?
Yeah, very good. And we just got I wonder whether Maslin's got a blow there. They've asked for, I think, one of the physios to come out. Chris Powell might be coming out now. He's just wringing his left hand. So whether he's got a bit of a wrap there. And Ryan Higgins has actually very graciously called Chris Powell. So it's the left hand of Dylan Church, and there may be some spray there, maybe, just to numb the discomfort a bit.
Church on 55, Exeter 139 for 3, Maslin on 23, Zafar Gahar 1 for 21.
So 42 they've added in the hour and 7 minutes since lunch, but conditions now back to where we were at 11 o'clock, where that cloud really has passed over the ground, and quite a lot of blue sky above. And I know Dan's reminded you of the email address, but it is commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and also of the upcoming championship fixtures starting on the 14th. There's our email if you want to get in touch with us. Thoughts or opinions about the season ahead. Where might you bat James Bracey in the first game? If Marcus Harris is unavailable for the first match, as seems likely, I think the word from Gloucestershire seems to be that they're hopeful he will be available for the match against Yorkshire here on the 14th. Obviously, he was originally in the Victoria squad for the Sheffield Shield final, but wasn't in that game because he had a positive COVID test. So Harris, if he is available, let's say for that Yorkshire game, would that mean he'd open with, for example, Chris Dent? And in fact, in Harris's absence, what might the batting order look like at Northampton on Thursday? All those thoughts welcome on our email. And so the first home match is Yorkshire. The second home match leading up to the May Day bank holiday is against Surrey. And then in the middle of May, obviously the Somerset game, which I think for a lot of supporters would have been inked in the diary pretty early when the fixtures came out.
Yeah, well, the two prime candidates there for up in the the top of the order, Ben Charlesworth and Miles Hammond, both got runs in this game, so neither have done their chance of selection any harm, have they, Ian?
No, and if you assume that Dent is going to have one of the opening spots, it would be a major surprise if he didn't.
Yeah.
The question of whether, say, Charlesworth opens with Dent, Hammond at 3 perhaps. Would Van Buren bat at 3? He certainly batted there last year with some success. And all those conundrums have to be thought through by Dale Benkenstein, Steve Snell and Graham Van Buren as they head to Northampton. Maslin looks to be so Dylan Church looks to be okay to continue, but it's Maslin on strike at the moment, and it's Ben Charlesworth to bowl from this Ashley Down road end, and again off the back foot, punched away by Maslin. Roger Gilbert's watching from Worthing Beach in Barbados. That's probably Conway Gilbert's dad, I would think. He's in the squad, and great batting from the Exeter boys, he says. What a nice place to be watching.
Lovely,
the game.
Lovely.
Conway Gilbert's in the squad for the Exeter University side for this game. Part of the Somerset Academy system.
Cornish lad.
Yeah.
There's a few starting to come through into county cricket, isn't there? There wasn't any for years. You've got Lewis Goldsworthy at Somerset from Cornwall, and Jake Libby at Worcestershire. He's a Cornish lad.
Well, Liam Norwell at Gloucestershire also came up through that geographical route. Charlesworth in, and again steered down to third by Church for another single. Tucks his bat under his arm at the non-striker's end. A reminder that we're on timed play today, so it isn't a question of overs bowled and when the tea interval will be taken. It will be at 3:40, and certainly unless we get cloud cover later in the day, we should have no interruption at all until 6. Here is Charlesworth in. That's a better delivery. He hasn't produced too many of those in this spell, to be fair. It's been not as consistent as he would want, but that's a better ball.
That sun coming straight in here, it feels like we're commentating this from Barbados at the moment. It's very pleasant.
I've never been there, Dan, actually.
Nor have I.
No.
I've been to St Lucia, but never Barbados.
I thought you said you'd been to Luton for a minute.
I've been to Luton, yeah, I've been to Luton.
Charlesworth, of the Ben variety. Luke, of course, had a bowl yesterday during the Gloucestershire innings because he is at Exeter Uni, younger brother, and thought quite a lot of by the coaching group here at Gloucestershire. 14 overs, 1 for 27 he took yesterday. John Turner took 4 wickets. 4 of the 8 wickets to fall. And Gloucestershire finding it just as difficult today, and he's genuinely beaten him there. That is Charlesworth. That's a moral victory for the bowler, drawing Maslin forward, and he couldn't believe that didn't clip the off stump.
Well bowled. Thinking back to other Cornish cricketers, Jack Richards, who was part of Mike Gatting's side that won out in Australia in 86, 87. He was a Cornishman, although he plied his trade at the Oval down at Surrey.
Charlesworth past umpire Lonely, and Maslin sort of prodded at that and then took the bat away at the last minute. And the end of Charlesworth's over. I say 1 over before lunch, and now since then he's come back for a second spell. 4 overs in the spell at the moment, but still without a wicket. 141 for 3 from 46 overs, so we're just over halfway through the day, and Zafar Gohar might have quite a long spell here, you feel?
Yeah.
From the pavilion end.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if Graham Van Buren has a little bowl as well, just to try and get the over 8 through. Here's Zafar Gohar. Oh, that's well bowled. That turns and jumps a little bit.
He gets very side on, which is obviously technically good from Zafar Gohar, but it's all about the pace of the delivery for me.
Here he comes. It's where he gets his turn from. It's not just out the fingers, it's actually from the body and the pivot, and getting that front foot, getting side on and getting through his action. Here he comes. And that is put through mid-wicket, and that is a lovely bit of placing and good bit of work out there on the fence. Saves the boundary, and it's going to be 3 runs.
A good chase from Warner, round from a very deep position there on wide long on. Van Buren was the thrower.
The relay man. Gohar, that sideways approach into the crease. Crab-like. And defended. Wonder if they're bowling a little bit too flat here. I wonder if they just need to possibly give it a little bit of air. Try and get it above the batsman's eye line.
It kind of comes back to the thought about whether Zafar just almost slows the pace of the delivery down a little, just to try and extract a bit more from this pitch.
Oh, there he is. That's good leave. That's the end of the over. 144 for 3. Exeter 172 behind. 47 overs gone.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not thinking about the total they're facing, since that should have been the way they would have gone out about today. Can we put together, 3 good sessions with the bat, and if we get to somewhere around about 240, although that would still leave them behind in the game, it would be a respectable effort against the Gloucestershire side, who in recent times against university sides have tried to force wins where possible, and indeed forced a win in this game last year. But some of these boys having a second sight of this Gloucestershire attack and developing a year through their own cricket, although the first year's clearly it is a new experience for them. They've been pretty stubborn unit so far to try and break through the top part of the order. Charlesworth is continuing, and they'll pinch a single out, just dab on the offside, and Church was away quickly. He's up to 60. And it's a big if, clearly, but if he was to bat virtually all day, well, I think we'd know where he'd end up. He'd end up very close to 3 figures, if not probably at 3 figures. Higgins is doing some limbering up. Probably fancies another bowl, but then he always fancies a bowl. Here's Charlesworth in. Again, that's into line from Maslin up to Higgins at mid-on.
Yeah, I think the universities have become a lot more professional since the centres of excellence. Certainly more so than the game. I think about 10-15 years ago when Tim Murtagh was about to bowl at the Parks and a gentleman walked across the middle of the pitch because it is a park, and Murtagh said, "There's the ball, you might as well go and have a bowl."
Murtagh was what, probably 25 at the time.
which he did, and let's just say the guy had an action which would see him reported to Loughborough with the protractor coming out at the angle of his elbow.
Right. So where would you be in your club's batting order, Dan?
Well,
Charlesworth in. That's outside the off stump.
I stopped playing about 7-8 years ago, but when I played in the first team back in the 90s, I skippered the side. I used to sort of bat in the middle order, but after a particularly poor run of form, I managed to get the nickname Sevy, when at the time Mr. Ballesteros wasn't contributing much to the side apart from captaining. And Mr. Ballesteros was the non-playing captain of the Ryder Cup side.
Charlesworth in, and again, nicely driven. But good bit of fielding from Van Buren.
And the second team, I started to open the batting. So, but that's the difference between first and second team cricket.
There's the card from today's 11 o'clock start, where Gloucester declared their innings overnight. 2 wickets to Matt Taylor and 1 to Zafar Gahar. The 2 Taylor wickets in 2 balls in the 11th over of the day. And now, as you can see, Church 142 balls faced. But he has struck 9 fours and increasingly looking more confident about his batting. Hasn't offered a chance.
Zafar Gahar about to bowl to Dylan Church. And lets that one go through to James Bracey. Solid. Oh, and he's backing away there, cutting. He's trying to give himself a little bit of room, and that goes into the gloves of James Bracey, and a yelp.
How close Ollie Price is at second.
Very, yeah, very. With a helmet on as well. Oh, and that's close. That's got to be close. Oh, that has to be close. Maybe that's just going down. Jack Shantry not giving it. Here's the replay on the screen. That's a dot ball there.
You've enjoyed his front foot.
That's got to be... Well, I'm not sure what that was missing, but... Dylan Church is still here. Still on 60. Here's Zafar Gahar. And Church just turns his wrists on that one and works it just back with a square. Moves into 61.
Might have another look at that. I wonder if Shane can have a look at that at the end of the over. That delivery. The LBW. Because his front foot.
Here's Gahar to Maslin, who lets that one go. Wants nothing to do with it. That's the end of the over. 146 for 3. It's
quite an open stance from Dylan Church, and the front foot is not in line with the back foot, and therefore I wonder whether Jack Shantry has thought it's hit the front pad. His front pad hasn't got quite as far across, and
he wasn't forward. Definitely not forward.
therefore it was going down the leg side. There's the batting card. There's the summary of the day's play.
He's definitely not forward.
And Ryan Higgins has been the go-to man today. He's had 10 overs in all. Only Matt Taylor has bowled more. And here's the LBW shout. Where's the front foot here? He's wondering if he thinks it's going down the leg side, going literally sliding on. She's been kind to the batsman there. Higgins. He's driven first ball down the ground. There's a chase from Tom Lace down towards the rope, and he's going to beat him. So Higgins' first loosener of this spell, Higgins' loosener of this spell. And it's Charlesworth, in fact, who's got the multicoloured hat on. And it will be, once again,
That's a lovely show, wasn't it?
yeah, quite a laboured, a bit harsh, but Charlesworth not moving that smoothly as he gets back to his position at mid-on. It was a nice shot, though. Church to 65.
Yeah, Charlesworth's limping there at mid-on.
Yeah,
Be a cause for concern.
He's not the smoothest mover in the field, Ben Charlesworth. There was a period during last season where he was fielding in the slips, and here's Higgins to bowl almost half volley length, and not put away by Dylan Church. You're right to pick up that David Payne only had 4 overs this morning. He hasn't bowled since lunch, just had the one spell with the new ball.
Is that a concern for Gloucestershire fans?
Well, we don't know at the moment whether that's just he's still out there. They're clearly mixing up the fielding duties to some degree. In this match. And Higgins back at the end of his run, back with 3 slips, and again that's gone away off the seam. That's the stock ball, but it's the one that
Beautifully bowled.
Yeah, he does.
Beautifully bowled.
He does find it perhaps the easier one to bowl with his action and the way that
Just rolls his fingers across it, doesn't he? It's a
Yeah.
leg cutter.
He's-
Just rolls, late roll of the fingers.
his position as he approaches the crease and then he's at the crease. Again, defended by Church. So Higgins offering an element of control to Graham Van Buren. And here's I think this is the slow motion of the LBW.
What's that?
Well,
I can't see all that's missing, actually.
Well, it's actually hit the back pad, hasn't it? Not the front one. It's a tight call, and once again, and this is, bear in mind that the umpire's only seeing this once. Yeah, Zaffers probably thinks that's hitting leg stump, doesn't he? Jack Shantry thought otherwise.
So did I, Ian. I thought it was hitting middle, actually, but there you go. Anyway, here's Zafar Gahar about to bowl to Luke Maslin. And that's worked out through point. But some good work there by Tom Lace. Backward point, good fielder, Tom Lace. Quick across the ground. Gahar, left arm in. Yeah, Tom Lace came through Teddington Cricket Club, South West London. through Middlesex. Had to go out to Derbyshire. Had a bit of a loan spell out in Derbyshire where he did very well. And then signed a deal here at Gloucestershire. Gahar over pitched, and that is put. Lost sight of the ball. There's that 4. It's 4 runs.
Out towards the boundary just in front of the club office. But there's nobody out there, so it...
Free hit, more or less, isn't it?
Well,
yep.
kind of, but
yep.
He felt it was a gamble worth taking. And Maslin up to 28.
These two have batted very well. Here's Gahar.
68 they've added, so it's now the biggest stand of the innings, beating the 64 for the 3rd wicket.
Yep. Gloucestershire will want to... These two are probably starting to slightly get on their nerves now, I think. Here's Gahar in, and Maslin just plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, I think they'll be looking to remove one. I think they'll probably be looking to make further inroads than this. Zafar Gahar in, and that's well bowled. He's reaching for that one a little bit.
Interesting that...
That completes the over.
Sorry, Dan. Just looking at the Glamorgan game, which was played, obviously this is a 3-day match. The Glamorgan game here was a 2-day game.
Yeah.
But only 9 wickets across the 2 days, 6 on the first and 3 on the second. So I wonder if that too was an indication that the pitches at the moment certainly favouring the batsman, despite the fact that they did look quite a bit of green in terms of colour of the pitch this morning. It hasn't played like that at all. No,
it looks like one of those wickets where, you know, the seam bowlers, someone like Ryan Higgins probably looking at him and salivating, isn't he? You know, and it's actually played very well.
Church on 65. Higgins to bowl to him, and he's increasingly as the day has gone on, and he's been out there for 3.5 hours now. He's really got a very good idea now of where his off stump is.
The one 3 doors down though, which is obviously what they're going to be playing the Yorkshire game on. You wouldn't mind a bowl on that, Ian, would you?
I think at the moment, no. No ball from Higgins. Called by umpire Lungley. But that slip cordon really has had very little go its way today.
Yeah.
There was one on the half volley to Ian Cobain that was clearly short of him. But really, apart from that, there's not been a nick worthy of the name. It's been catchable. And Higgins not interested in appealing. The appeal came from those behind the stumps only.
But even when it has gone through the slips, it's gone down, hasn't it? There's been no carry, no pace there.
On occasion, we've seen the odd short ball climb, but by and large, it's not been a dangerous bounce for the batsmen in any way, shape or form. They haven't been really worrying about the bounce outdoing them. Higgins into the onside. And fielded at mid-wicket. I'm not sure who that is under the cap there.
At mid-wicket.
Higgins in. Now, well, that might be Nazim Shah out there, you know. I mean, he might not get a bowl, but he might...
I think you might be right.
Just like to be out there and involved. is Higgins once more, back with a haircut that's fairly full on the top at the moment. In and down the leg side. Oh, Bracey's a little bit untidy there. He should have taken it. They'll be through for, I'm sure. Oh, no, it was on the bat.
Run.
Oh, one off the bat. I'm surprised that was given as a run, but Church goes to 66. Well, the scoreboard has seen that run tick up. Well, they've been, yes, 166, 157 for 3. A little bit of cloud around again now, but still quite pleasant conditions, and the sun obviously working its way round. So it's almost shining into our commentary box. Here is Higgins bowling to Maslin. I just remind you of the 2 wickets that fell this morning. Ben Wells playing against his employers effectively, opening the batting for Exeter University, made 15. James Boyle out for naught, first ball LBW after Wells was caught behind off Matt Taylor. Both wickets falling in the 11th over. 22 for 2 at that point. Then a stand of 64 for the 3rd wicket before Harry Fisher was LBW to Zafar Gohar in his spell before lunch for 29. Since then, Maslin and Dylan Church have added 71, and we're going to see Graham Van Buren for the first time.
Aha. The skipper brings himself on. Try and make something happen here. The game's just drifting away here from Gloucestershire. It's Exeter still 159 behind, but
I think the key thing is the number of wickets taken in the day.
Yeah.
You know, you would hope that the threat of the side would have yielded more than 3 wickets by now, but we mustn't undercook the efforts of these university batsmen, Church in particular.
There's Van Buren, and first ball he goes for 4 runs. Put away through the onside.
Van Buren hasn't. He's going to leave a man now on the mid-wicket fence, I wonder. Well, he prices out there. I think he's going to stay there.
It's such a short boundary over on that side of the ground, and when you've got a left armer, all he needs to do is just be a fraction off his line there, start straying onto that leg stump, and he's been... Church has punished them through the onside. That's defended back to Van Buren with the wall of Church's forward defensive. Van Buren bowls to Church, who pushes that one out to long off.
She's now got a long off, a long on 3 parts of the way back, and a deep mid-wicket. And a man on the boundary at cover as well.
Yeah. She's gone on the defensive. Van Buren to Maslin, who puts that one out to long off in a mirror image of the ball before, which Church did.
Zafar Gohar's out there. Warner, I think it is, at long on.
Van Buren there just holds that one back a little bit, and Church plays a defensive back to him. Straying onto leg stump and pushed out to mid-wicket. That completes Van Buren's first over. Number 6. Exeter University, 163 for 3. Now Church moving into the 70s. Maslin on 29.
So he scored 36 before lunch, and he scored 35 so far since lunch. And it does look to be an innings, once he got through that first 45 minutes or so, it's been an innings of very even pace.
Yeah.
From Dylan Church. No real acceleration, just content to wait for the ball where he thinks he can score, and just trying to pick off the bad ball, and there haven't been all that many of those. Certainly not from this man, Ryan Higgins. In and defended this time by Luke Maslin. Just in terms of the bowling figures for the Gloucestershire bowlers, number 316 for 8 declared was the total Gloucestershire made yesterday. And Higgins goes down the leg side this time, and taken by James Bracey. Matt Taylor 12 overs, 2 for 36. Warner 8 overs, 0 for 27. Charles with 6 overs for 31. He's been the most expensive. Higgins in, and again defended by Maslin. David Payne's only bowled 4 overs in the day. I don't think he's out on the field at the moment either, but with squads named for this match, there is a certain degree of flexibility in the fielding. Just looking at who that is at middle wicket. We wondered if that was, that might be. It's Ajit Singh Dale, is it, we think? Right. Not first sight of him in the flesh. Higgins goes outside the off stump here.
Singh Dale's come from Hampshire, hasn't he?
Yeah, played a little bit of first class, just 2 matches, so very much a career in its embryonic stage. Born in Slough. Higgins in once more, and again Maslin content to adopt the Church approach and to defend. Higgins takes his hat from the umpire, and Gloucestershire I think will be with the spinner on at the one end. They would like to get to 60 overs at tea. Should be no excuse for that, really.
Yeah, 19 minutes left. If it was in the county championship, tea would be taken at either 20 to 4 or with 32 overs left in the day's play.
We're only starting with 90. The allocation for today.
There's normally 96, isn't there, in the county championship? So here's Van Buren bowling to Dylan Church, who neither goes forward or back there, and gets himself into a little bit of trouble. Gets away with it. It was a straight one. No, he might have been. Yeah, he's much further forward there, and shows Van Buren the maker's name of his bat.
He's played pretty straight most of the day, to be
fair. He certainly has. Here's Van Buren wheeling away, and Church pushes him out too long off. I think he looks a very good player, actually, very organised. Doesn't play away from his body. He's not been fussed about scoring slowly. Here's Van Buren in to Maslin, who gets a thick inside edge there and squirts that away into the leg side. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Dylan Church. Unfussy. Here's Van Buren. And Maslin plays that back to him off the back foot. Van Buren named captain under Dale Benkenstein. Bowls that one to Maslin. That completes the over. He's quick through his overs, isn't he, GVB?
He doesn't hang about,
no,
for sure. And actually, not quite, because he's a different height to the other gentleman I was going to mention. But with the trajectory he bowls, he reminds me a bit of Michael Yardy in his days at Sussex, where Yardy didn't start as a spinner, but they were almost little darts that Michael Yardy used to bowl, weren't they?
Yeah.
Particularly in white ball cricket, and both, I think, both Graham Van Buren and Zafar Gohar today, maybe have been a little bit flat. Perhaps not just pushing the ball through a little bit more than is called for on this what appears to be a very easy pace pitch. Worked away again through the onside. That might go all the way for 4. It's a good diving stop, and Ajit Singh Dale did well there, and they'll come back just for 2. Dale and Zafar Gohar just getting involved in applauding his teammate.
Yeah, it was a very good stop, because it runs away quickly over those practice wickets, doesn't it? Over the square.
It's a big square here at the Bristol County Ground.
It's huge.
Seat Unique Stadium. And we're just man stand side of centre for the pitch for this game. But 4 slips back in for Higgins. And that's because he's either getting one to hold the line as that one did, or just to nip away enough off the pitch here. Good response though from the Exeter University students. That's a very solid card. 166 for 3 when you're facing 316 for 8 declared. You know, a set of bowlers who are fresh this morning. Might have had half an hour last night perhaps, but clearly Gloucestershire decided to bat the whole day. And then there I was saying that they would be aiming to try and bowl the students out in 2 sessions. Well, we're going to have quite a next 15 minutes if that's going to be the case. 166 for 3. Church has 74. He's on strike and works it into the onside boat. Ajit Singh Dale with the stop. Not a difficult one. So Hammond, Dent, Lace at 4th, and I think Ollie Price at 3rd slip. Brother Tom, of course, really had a very good second half to last season in the championship team with the ball, but equally made some runs as well, batting down the order. Higgins in again. That's almost at the body of the batsman in a way. Again, back over length, so he just squeezes it out to Ajit Singh Dale. Yeah.
A little bit of cloud out there to our right, Ian. I hope we're going to be okay today.
Tom Smith with the ball, 15 wickets at 25, and he also, Tom Price I think I should have said, and also made a half century, averaging 35 in the 6 matches he played, so that's more than handy. Higgins in once again, and turn to the onside for no run by Dylan Church. Higgins by some distance the most economical of the bowlers who've had an extended spell today. He shared the new ball with David Payne this morning, and Payne only had 4 overs, but Higgins has been much busier since then. And some thoughts for you on email. Hugo Lloyd says, Gloucestershire seem like they've got a very good chance in the Championship this year. I was wondering what your thoughts are on Harry Startin. He impressed me a lot yesterday with the ball for Exeter, as well as John Turner.
That's cut away for a single by Maslin.
Was Turner obviously he's on the staff at Hampshire, and he clearly has.
Van Buren in, and that's an arm ball which is cut away to Tom Lace there at backward point.
Clearly has potential, because Hampshire already played him in their List A team.
He's Van Buren, and that's a forward defensive. Starting, he's young, isn't he? He's a Sussex Academy graduate. He's an all-rounder. And he gets a good lick of pace going, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, Van Buren. One just turns there, and Church wants nothing to do with that.
He bowled 11 overs, took 2 for 40 yesterday. And this is important education. I mean, pardon the pun, for these university boys against first-class players. And you have to say that the bowlers were not dispatched out of sight yesterday, and the batters have
well bowled there. That's one run there off the inside edge to Maslin, having been a single down to long off the ball before from Dylan Church. That completes the over. Sorry, Ian, what were you saying?
It's an important part of their education, isn't it? And
it's a huge part of their education, and it's as we were saying earlier, this is a wonderful opportunity for those who are playing second 11 cricket or who are in the academy system to put themselves in the shop window.
Or good standard club cricket, for that matter, as
well. Without a doubt, and to get themselves further up the ladder, and to have the likes of Dale Benkenstone looking at them.
Well, Harry Startin might bat at number 11 if he gets the opportunity. Ollie Price has taken the straps off and the pads because he's going to have a bowl. So we're going to see the young off-spinner see if he can get anything out of this pitch from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowled a little bit in the first team last year. He's obviously a different height to Van Buren, so he does potentially offer a bit of loop for his off spin, but I have to say that it looked quite a gentle off spin last year in the championship.
We've had the results come in from our YouTube poll, and the question was, who will take most wickets for Gloucestershire in 2022? Where would you have voted, Ian? Ryan Higgins?
So are we talking all formats? Are we talking championship only?
Championship only, I think. Championship only.
I would have thought most of the voters would have gone for Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins got 41% of the vote. I'll come on to the others after this ball.
Here is Ollie Price in, and that's down the leg side. A gentle introduction from Price, also a half-hearted appeal for a catch off the glove, not upheld by Tom Lungley. Only for about 4 paces, Ollie Price, and again that's down the leg side. He hasn't got his line right yet. So Higgins at 42.
Higgins at 41, David Payne at 29%, Nassim Shah at 25%, and Zafar Gahar with 4% of the vote. And I think we're having another YouTube poll after tea.
No, Price hasn't got his radar right yet. That's again gone down the leg side.
Keep the votes coming in. Keep the questions coming in to commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Price once more. That's a bit better. And defended by Maslin. Just trying to squeeze in a couple of overs to get up to the 60 over mark by tea, which they should just about do. This is the 58th. Price asking his captain whether he can have a man probably in a leg slip, I would think. Higgins is going to just trot right across from deep cover. He wants a helmet brought out, so he will go in either at short forward square or maybe at leg slip if Price is being able to genuinely spin it. And in fact, there might be something off the glove here. So Higgins has gone in at leg slip, in fact. Can Price get the radar a bit straighter here? Well, again, that's...
There's turn here. There's real turn.
Yeah, almost fired in, isn't it?
Yeah, the ones before he bowled a little slower and they generally span.
Here's again on Ollie Price. That's very short. That'll be 4. And that's Maslin taking full advantage. 173 for 3. And Gloucestershire going in danger of going right through this afternoon session without taking a wicket.
Yep.
Which I think will force a few thoughts from the players over their cup of tea shortly. But 76 in the 76 runs in the session, as you were, and Van Buren and Price almost certainly will bowl through until tea. The skipper from the pavilion end looking to try and dislodge these two.
Here's Van Buren bowling to Dylan Church. That's off the back foot, and that's crunched out to deep cover for a single.
88 they put on now, these two, Dan.
That's good, isn't it? They've batted very well, batted very sensibly. And apart from that LBW shout, Gloucestershire haven't really looked like taking a wicket, have they? Here's Van Buren in to Maslin, who plays defensively. He's got that step away defensive as well. I don't know if it's something Alex Barrow's coaching them doing down at Exeter, but the left front leg tends to go out splayed towards mid-wicket. And that's hit out to mid-on, who's reasonably deep, but because he's on the back foot there, they don't risk the single. And it was hit too firmly, really, to take the single. Van Buren. And that's gone out onto the onside. I was looking for that through the offside there, which is where I think Maslin meant to play that, but it takes a thick inside edge and goes out to mid-wicket. And that's off the front foot, and that's out to long off. And just a single as
Zafar Gohar's patrolling that area.
Yeah, he's a good fielder as well.
Van Buren's main success last year was in white ball cricket as a bowler, rather less so in red ball.
Here's Van Buren, and that's hit towards Zafar Gohar, as we were talking earlier about a number of Pakistanis coming over this summer, and we've got 2 wonderful, wonderful ones here at Gloucestershire, a county with a rich heritage of some very good Pakistanis. Zahir Abbas back in the 70s, Sadiq Muhammad was another one, and there are some wonderful, wonderful Pakistani cricketers who are going to light up the county championship, and they're not only going to add value for Gloucestershire fans, but for county cricket fans in general. Shaheen Shah Afridi at Middlesex, Rizwan at Sussex, Azhar Ali at Worcestershire, Shan Masood at Derbyshire. There's some wonderful, wonderful Pakistani cricketers on their way over.
Ollie Price to bowl what might be the penultimate over actually before tea. They might squeeze one more in. It's 3:37 on the pavilion clock. Maslin on 36. It's on in the air over Jared Warner and all the way for 6. That's a big hit. First 6 of the innings, and clearly Maslin felt that was there to be hit, and actually it's Josh Shaw who's out doing the fielding, not being on the field I don't think that long.
I thought that was coming our way for a moment there, Ian. I thought...
Yeah, Shaw's dropped very deep now. He's almost on the rope at long on. And Maslin having got to 42. He hadn't made a run when he walked off at lunch, having negotiated the last 10 minutes, but 42 in this afternoon session. 181 for 3. Ollie Price, a little bit of loop there, and Maslin again backs away and just dabs it out really to Chris Dent in the black and gold woolly hat.
It's a much better line, that, isn't it?
It was very leg side in his first over.
Yeah.
Price off, I think, about 4 paces, and that's punched past Dent, and that will be 4 more out towards extra cover. Again, there's a chase round there for Ben Charlesworth. He's not going to get that. And
yeah. The Exeter lads seem to be enjoying this. There's whoops and hollers from over there, aren't there?
this is, again, it's quite wide and plenty of room for Maslin to crack that away. And now the session has produced 88 runs and no wickets for Exeter, and that will be 4 more, and that will be a 50 for Ben Maslin, who's for Ben Maslin, former Gloucester Rugby Centre there, for Luke Maslin, and he's picked it up with a 6 and 2 boundaries in that over from Ollie Price, and Maslin goes to his 50, made having come back out to bat after lunch with 0 against his name, and we will have
no,
in fact it's just tea as umpire Jack Shantry ambled towards the stumps at the pavilion, and I think he was waiting for the clock to tick round almost, but it did do so, and Maslin will walk off with 59 against his name, and Dylan Church has 76, having added 40 in this afternoon session to his own personal tally, and that's been an excellent session for the Exeter University team, who've gone from 97 for 3 to 189 for 3.
Shant's obviously feeling a bit peckish there, wasn't he, Ian? So, lovely cricketer Jack Shantry. His father Brian Shantry played here, and his brother Adam Shantry played at Northants Angler Morgan.
Well, that's a very good session for Exeter University. They really have profited in that afternoon period of 30 overs, and the 2 batsmen get applauded off by their teammates, as once again we do have a little bit of dark cloud over the ground, but we've had 60 overs, 2 worthwhile sessions of batting for Exeter University, and for Gloucestershire 60 overs of proper work in the field. There's exactly the card that you can see, with Church 76 and Maslin 50 from 101 balls, with that 1-6 in the last over and 2 boundaries, getting him to 50 on the cusp of tea. 189 for 3. I think there's quite a bit for Gloucester to ponder there, Dan, as we prepare to boil the kettle here for a brew over tea.
There's a hell of a lot. There's a hell of a lot for us to ponder as well, Ian. I thought Luke Maslin looks a very good plan, and Dylan Church. Well, there's a few batsmen in the England top order who could learn from his powers of concentration and not throwing your wicket away. So well played, lads. Exeter 189 for 3, and we'll be back in 15 minutes or so.
Tea being taken here then at the Seat Unique Stadium, and play will resume at 4 o'clock. We'll be back with you then.
Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol, just after tea, as umpires Tom Lungley and Jack Shantry make their way out to the middle, as do Dylan Church and Luke Maslin for Exeter University, the batsmen who've been a thorn in the Gloucestershire side. They're 189 for 3 of 60 overs, 30 overs left in the day's play. And Gloucestershire will be looking to make inroads, because at the moment the students look like they're going to get very close to the Gloucestershire total of 316, or just shy of it perhaps. And my name's Dan Whiting, I'm joined by Ian Randall here live on the Gloucestershire stream. And it's been quite an interesting afternoon session, hasn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I think I mean, it's that thing, isn't it? Do you learn more when you're faced with a challenge that proves difficult than if everything had been plain sailing? And it hasn't been plain sailing for the bowlers here today. Gloucestershire have used 8 bowlers in all, albeit 3 of them have bowled 4 overs or 4 overs or fewer. But to go through the whole of the afternoon session against a university side and not take a wicket, I appreciate that this is on the side of the square which I think was not the half that was relayed. I'll confirm that with David Bridle before the opening part of the championship gets underway, but it's proved a very easy paced pitch, and Zafar Gohar's going to have a third spell of the day. He's bowled 10 overs for 29 at the moment. He's got the 1 wicket that's fallen since the 2 in 2 balls that Matt Taylor took back in the 11th over of the day. Zafar Gohar with the only success since then.
Here he comes into the crease, and first ball after tea, and Dylan Church just watches that, as he has done all day. He's batted very patiently for his 76, opened the innings, and he's been chanceless. He had a close shout for LBW this afternoon, but that was turned down by Jack Shantry. But here's Zafar Gohar bowling to him, and he cuts that away out to deep cover.
David Payne's out. So confusingly, Chris Dent has changed his hat at tea. So the gold and black has gone, and he's gone into a softer colour. And David Payne's got a beanie out at deep cover as well.
Zafar Gohar giving that one a little bit more air. Maslin equal to it, pushes it out to cover. Here comes Zafar Gohar, and that one a little bit of turn goes away. There's a helicopter about to fly over us here. Not one landing on the pitch this time.
No, he's not needed Neville Road as an emergency stop.
Here's Zafar. That's well bowled. A little bit slow. He looks to be bowling on a little bit slower pace after tea.
I'd say at this stage of the summer it's all about trying to get the rhythm, and for a spin is very, very fine margins.
Zafar in, and that one goes on with the arm, but Maslin pushes it out to extra cover.
Seeing who's out there for Gloucestershire fielding wise, they've mixed the duties up a bit, I think, during the afternoon session. Josh Shaw, who didn't get a bowl yesterday, has just been out for part of the afternoon, and Matt Taylor's going to have his first bowl from this Ashley Down Road end initially after tea. He's bowled exclusively from the far end of the ground, 12 overs, 2 for 36. Those 2 wickets falling together, and we would, I think, expect Gloucestershire to, if it gets that far, take the second new ball at 80 overs. And Matt Taylor from the end closest to our commentary position. with 2 slips. He's got a third man and a long leg and a deep square. And he's got 3 in a ring on the offside at point extra cover and mid off. Over the wicket. And an attempted chop away by Dylan Church. Doesn't really bounce, I think, as much as he anticipated. This is the second day, obviously, of this game. Second day of 3. Free entry again tomorrow. If you're in the area and want to pop along, then play again, scheduled to get underway at 11 o'clock. I think just about dry again tomorrow too. Good line from Taylor, but a good knowledge of where his off stump is from Dylan Church, which he ought to have by now because he's been out there since just after 11:30, and he's got 77 against his name.
You've been impressed with him as well, Ian, haven't you?
Yeah, I think he's done perhaps exactly what Gloucestershire would going to get to the Championship if Ben Charlesworth is to open. This is the sort of innings that they would want Charlesworth to be playing. And again, he defends, does Church out on the offside, and fielded by Josh Shaw, I think, in the jumper.
He'll have a bowl, won't he, Josh Shaw, do you think?
He hasn't had a bowl so far. I don't think he wasn't in the first 11, so I suspect he may be only on fielding duty. He may well be in the team though for Northampton. Matt Taylor and Shaw possibly competing for one spot. If you take a reasonable assumption that Marcus Harris won't be in that 11, Gloucestershire could play both Shah and Zafar Gohar. So that might mean if Higgins is at 7, there are 2 spots available. You would think that David Payne would have one of them if fit, and that's sort of a thick outside edge down to Ollie Price at 3rd. And they'll just take one. So the question is, who would be the extra bowler? And it might be between Shaw and Matt Taylor.
Warner?
Probably not. Not for me, anyway. I mean, he'll be in the minds of the coaching group and the captain, I'm sure. But I think you would tend to say you trust your more experienced bowlers for the opening game. Here is Taylor in once more, and this time Maslin stays on 50 by just defending out on the offside. So first over from the Ashley Down Road end after tea goes to Taylor. Taylor's now got through 13 overs, so through 14 overs.
It sounds like a rag week from the students here who are backing their teammates. Well, don't know if they've been in a Thatcher's cafe over there for a little bit, perhaps, but they're enjoying themselves.
They've enjoyed their day in the sunshine.
Here's Zafar Gohar bowling to Dylan Church, short, and hit out to cover. Church, he scythes across the ball, doesn't he?
Zafar just, if he's bowling that length, Church has got the opportunity to play that shot relatively low risk. Bowls
there to Maslin, who just fought defensive onto the onside.
Just a spare a thought here for Matt Doran, who's been sat in the pavilion with his pads on.
Yeah.
Since 10 minutes before lunch.
Here's Zafar Gohar. Slow left arm. As is Matt Doran.
Doran at 6. Dom Goodman at 7.
Zafar.
Probable order.
Puts out to cover to Chris Dent. Is that Chris Dent?
It is Chris Dent, yeah.
Yep.
So he's changed his beanie hat since tea.
Confusing as commentator's nightmare. Zafar left arm. Maslin equal to it.
I think that the real commentator's nightmare, and we don't get this a lot in cricket, to be fair, is the shirt with where the number is difficult to see.
Yeah.
That really is probably the worst thing.
Oh, quick single, and that's well run. That's one out to mid-on for the end of the over. Yeah, we had it yesterday where I think Luke Charlesworth was wearing Jared Warner's jumper. And I think it threw the Twitter guys here at Gloucestershire, through me. I think it even threw the scoreboard operator at one point as well. So,
I mean, that certainly shouldn't be allowed to happen in a Championship or Royal London or T20 game where somebody is wearing the wrong jumper.
Yeah.
That really shouldn't be allowed. Well, so far since tea, just the 4 runs at it, and Matt Taylor from the Ashley Down Road end again has to really put a real force through the shoulder as he delivers the ball at the crease. His run is not like Jared Warner's, where he's literally sprinting out the crease. Taylor's is quite a high stepping kind of run, and then when he gets to the crease, it's not, the momentum really comes from the actual delivery action rather than the motion of running through the crease as such. Leg and middle this time.
Much shorter steps, isn't it? It's like a sort of staccato run up.
Worked away for 1 run into the leg side. Ajit Singh Dale is out at deep square, 3 parts of the way to the boundary, just leg side of where the umpire is. So down towards the scoreboard. Matt Taylor. That's edged. Oh, and Dent going to his right. Did he get a hand on that? Did it carry? It might have been just short of him, actually. Let's have a second look at this with Matt Taylor. Dent at second slip. Oh, it's wide and it's low and it's falling away all the time. That would have been a very good catch had he taken it.
It's never easy this time of year, is it, when your hands are cold? And
Taylor again. But that's the first nick that's almost gone into that area, that slip cordon all day, and here we are 15 minutes after tea.
Yep.
I wonder if Shane and Jack could look up as a slow motion of that at the end of the over, that delivery from Taylor, which the camera might not quite tell us whether Dent actually could have caught it. The impression is that it may be one of those ones that literally it got to him and it was a good stop rather than a chance of a catch. We saw Ollie Price fielding very, very close to Zafar Gohar earlier on in the day, and Dent is fractionally in front of Miles Hammond, as you would expect, but if he would have been another half a yard forward, the ball would have probably gone past him on the angle. So it's a tricky one to judge, and Taylor's now going to go round the wicket. 194 for 3, and again Church well in line. And he's handed his hat by Tom Lungley. He has 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Zafar Gohar with the other one. And 2 batsmen in conference mid-pitch. They're certainly giving their side a very good chance of making a game of this. Whether there will be a chance for either side to force a win, I don't know, but it's a very good workout for both these 2 teams, and Gohar to continue.
Here he comes into the wicket, and That's pushed out, and a sprawling stop there by the man who's captained Gloucestershire for the last 4 years. Not this year though, Chris Dent. From Thornbury Cricket Club. And here's Gahar. And he managed to bisect the gap between Dent and backward point. And that goes out to deep cover.
And when there have been discussions about people who could open for England, and there have been conversations almost about why hasn't Chris Dent's name been mentioned.
Yep, here's Zafar, and that's cut away. And that'll be 1 run, again off the back foot. I'm surprised because Chris Dent, I mean, his record is as good as anybody in the country over the last 6-7 years, and runs are the currency, aren't they? Here's Zafar Gahar. Short again. And that's
the one thing that those who look elsewhere have said is that he's made all his runs in Division 2.
Right. Here's Zafar. And
Gloucestershire have never played in Division 1 with a CJ Dent.
Well, this year's his opportunity.
Well, that's it. That's exactly right.
But what is he now? 31, 32 years old. Will he get his opportunity? Well, he's certainly got a better technique than some who've been given their opportunity. That's just worked on the leg side, on with the arm. That's one that concludes the over. He's certainly got a much more normal technique than some players who played for England in recent years.
His average last year was only 27, 550s, and here I think we're going to see a slow-mo of the edge and where it ended up. Watch Chris Dent, top left of your picture. He's at second slip. Now, is this a genuine chance of a catch? There's the chop.
Yeah.
Probably is, just about. But it's gone to, he's left-handed as we know, it's gone to his right. And not able to cling on. But no, it's taken until the post-tee session for Gloucestershire to have a nick of any sort that they might have snaffled. Here is Matt Taylor working that into the onside is Maslin. A lot of calls about whether there should be more than one there. There isn't. And
I think the batsmen were in no doubt that there was only one there. I think it was the gentlemen who sound like they might have imbibed a few ciders below us who thought there might be a couple perhaps.
Yeah, Ajik Singh Dale was again doing the fielding. Charlesworth at mid-on, Van Buren at mid-off for Matt Taylor. Staying round the wicket. Chopped away to Higgins at point. There's a lot of chat going out there in the middle. I think probably even more so at county level than there is in a friendly like this. But the students now within 2 runs of 200.
I was talking to a couple of county guys actually. I'll come on to after this ball.
Taylor past umpire Lungs. It would have driven pleasantly. Might have gone past Taylor's right-handed. He not partially stopped it on his follow-through.
Yeah, and I think, yes, there is chat and chirp in county cricket, but generally it's not too bad. I think it's worse in club cricket. And I think what they see is people on TV and they want to go out and copy that, and I think it's getting, a lot worse in club cricket. Despite the new sort of levels of indiscipline levels that have come in the last few years, levels 1 to 4.
Matt Taylor back over the wicket. And again driven into the ground, this time by Dylan Church.
We've got a poll up on YouTube, I believe, haven't we? Yeah, which is who's going to be the leading run scorer this summer for Gloucestershire. And we've got Marcus Harris, we've got Chris Dent, we've got James Bracey or other. And it's looking pretty tight, although James Bracey seems to be way out in the lead.
Taylor in once more and again worked away another single. This time for Church, 199 for 3. I think that would be kind of on the assumption that James Bracey spent his whole summer here with Gloucestershire rather than getting part of it away with England. And much as I'm sure a lot of county supporters would want to see him have another chance at the top level, equally they want the club to do well in Division 1, and he will be a big factor in that. Yes. Taylor asks for an LBW as he's back around the wicket once more, but again umpire Lungley not interested, and he will hand the cap to the bowler, and Taylor, that's probably going down the leg side, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there might have been a little bit of bat in there perhaps as well.
Tom Lungley, former Derbyshire man, and Jack Shentry, formerly of Worcestershire, our umpire at the pavilion end. We've got 14 overs still to go until a new ball can be taken.
Zafar Gahar.
You did say he might have quite a long bowl today.
Yeah.
Well, not in one spell, but in short spells. He's been operating exclusively from the pavilion end, and this is his, I'll say, third spell of the day.
He bowled from that end last year as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Has he bowled from this end at all?
He has bowled from this end, but generally, well, absolutely fully today, and in that match against Durham in particular, he was bowling from the pavilion end.
Here he is. And forward defensive there from Dylan Church, giving the Gloucestershire bowlers his Sunday sermon. Gahar in. Church firmly behind that again.
Yeah, not 19 from you got 81. You can probably you can see the finish line, can't you, in terms of getting to 3 figures?
Oh, yep. Here he is, and that's cut away, and that will be no, that's well fielded out on the fence. But Church still gets 2 for his troubles. Moves on to 83. That's the 200 up for Exeter University.
Oh, well batted to them.
Yeah, very well batted. Here's Gahar into Church, who just nurdles that one around the corner on the leg side.
I think we would be right, Dan, to say that we wouldn't have known the depth, the true depth of this university batting lineup, and their ability to really concentrate for long periods, particularly middle order downwards. But these two,
they look decent players,
batting respectively 3 and 5.
Yeah,
have done a very good job.
Yeah, Alex Barrow should be very proud of his boys here and what they're doing. Zafar Gahar comes in, and that's punched firmly off the back foot to Chris Dent at extra cover for no run. That's the end of the over. 202 for 3, trailing by just over 100, 114.
My mistake, actually. Of course, Church actually opened the innings.
Yeah.
So he's actually literally been out there since 11 o'clock. And therefore he's done a very stubborn job for his team. Charlesworth just doing some limbering up. You can have another dart, but before he may do that, Jared Warner is going to come back. And I think when you're getting into third spells of the day in April, it probably will be a short burst for any of the bowlers from this point on. Matt Taylor's only bowled 3 overs here in his spell since tea, and obviously it's an old ball as well, so there's no point in overburdening any of the seam bowlers. Gloucestershire do have plenty of choice among their seamers with the current squad. And here is Warner back again. Well, that's very wide. Is the umpire going to give him the benefit of the doubt? There he is. That's very generous of him. that was very wide from Warner as a loosener. And umpire Lungley, on another day, might well have called that as a wide ball. 202 for 3. Last wicket fell at 97. Sorry, at 86. 97 for 3 at lunch. Warner again back of a length and steered away by Church. Takes him up to 85. Maslin, who gave his partner 2 hours start, as good as, has done well to complete his own 50, and he'll be looking to give him as much support as he can to get him through to the 100. Warner with 2 slips. Bowles and Maslin in defence. I mean, a lot of chat, wasn't there, about the support the West Indies tell gave Josh De Silva to get his 100 in the test in the test match in Grenada, and there is that. I think the tail enders always understand that responsibility when you've got a player getting close to 3 figures. You know, what can we do? Can we just stick around long enough to make sure he gets there?
Yeah, definitely. I think he needed they all need a little bit of support, and there's nothing worse than a tail ender throwing their wicket away as they're at that stage.
Maslin, stood up to try and crack that through the offside. The ball climbed on him a little bit more than he thought, and almost a catch to Charlesworth, who, as a result, Graham Van Buren is moving. Was he going to move in by a pitch width? There he was, but Van Buren said no, stay where you are.
One question for you, Ian. We saw Craig Brathwaite, who was here at Gloucestershire last summer, and he played the type of innings that Dylan Church is playing today, you know, really grinding it out and really applying himself. And here last year he wasn't so much like that, was he? He was a quick 20 and out, wasn't he?
Well, not always a quick 20. Sometimes he would threaten to get in and then not go on and capitalise. He's only played in 6 matches, averaged 27 with just the 150, and that, I think that's been a little bit the tale of his career as a whole. He's threatened to get some big scores, but hasn't maybe gone on to get as many as he should. But here last year, it was a question of starts and then getting out, which is probably as frustrating for the team as it is for the individual.
Yeah.
Warner again outside the off stump, not quite wide enough to be let go by Luke Maslin.
But I thought he batted very well for the West Indies. He you know, that marathon knock, was it Antigua, I think, or was it the second test in Barbados? He spent every moment of that test on the pitch, didn't he, I think? Or Antigua it was, wasn't it? That's the first test.
It's always a scenario that's picked up on by the media if a player is literally out there for almost every minute. Zafika had to continue for the moment. And
the boys from the southwest, or even further southwest than we are really enjoying themselves here on their trip up the M5. Here's Zafika. A little bit short, and that's worked too wide mid-on, just the single. Didn't really get hold of it. Timing somewhat askew.
Getting there in singles.
Yeah.
Dylan Church at the moment.
He'll take that. Another 15 of those. I'm sure he'll be more than happy. And that's punched off the back foot to both covers on the ground.
Ollie Price with the initial dive, and then Chris Dent to cover him.
Yeah, you've got Price in a short extra and Dent at a more conventional extra, as that is floated up on a forward defensive. We've got one slip in place, we've got a backward point, we've got a deep cover point, long off, mid on, short mid or mid wicket. As Gahar comes in, and I think there's a man out at deep backward square as well, as that's one run out to the man at deep cover. In fact, he's moved around from sort of deep cover point to a more conventional cover. Actually, he's halfway in between point and extra. There's that. Church, as he's done all day, solidly defends the wall. Onto the pads, and he just works that one around the corner for a single. And that completes the over. That's 205, 206 for 3. Church on to 87. Maslin on 56. Can he do it? Dylan Church. The Australians don't like number 87, do they? They think it's unlucky. 13 away from 100.
Miles Hammond has just trotted towards the pavilion with the crash helmet, so they're not going to ask Ollie Price to go in at short leg for Warner. Higgins has dropped out to deep point, and Church is on strike. Sun's just gone in, and it's a short one, and Church has been out there long enough to judge that and duck underneath it. Just a thought in my head regarding the sort of the threat that Gloucestershire have posed today. There was a stat. I think it might have been before the resumption after COVID.
Tom Lace has come on for Zafar Gahar.
Warner with another short one. He was over the shoulder of the batsman with no attempted shot. There was a number of matches here at Bristol where you've had 40 wickets fall, and my recollection when I posed the stat to a gentleman who may know was that it didn't strike me there had been very many in recent times, and I think the stat that came back was there were only, I think it was 2 matches in 10 seasons. Oh, a nice delivery from Warner, that's a bit better.
Better areas there from Warner, much better areas.
Just held its line, and that obviously has altered a little bit in the last couple of years. There was the Warwickshire match in 2020 where all 40 wickets went and fell, and I think that was maybe the one that triggered it, in terms of that it felt an unusual occurrence. And
Are they too placid, the wickets here, do you think?
Well, and the point, the longer point about that would be, Gloucestershire have to take 20 wickets to have a chance of winning games here, you would think, unless they're going to really back themselves in chases, and obviously to some degree therefore they've got to be fortunate with the toss and then be able to try and dictate the game from there. But yes, if you watch your cricket at Chelmsford, for example, a lot more 40 wicket matches there, I would suspect, than there are here.
Chelmsford's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's often sort of 130 plays 140 on the first innings. I'll come on to it after this ball.
I think I know what you're going to say. Here's Warner in once more, clipped away pleasantly behind square, but again only one run for Dylan Church, and then it's 310.
Yeah.
And hello, Simon Harmer.
We'll play 240. Yeah. And in the first innings, what they've got the attack that's perfect, because it will be Cook and Porter in the first innings will take advantage of the green wicket, and then Simon Harmer in the second innings will come on, and they actually have their fourth day. They call it Harmer Day, and they love him because they get the day off. They can go and play golf.
I mean, he has been absolutely excellent value for money as an overseas player, is he not?
I think he might be one of the best overseas players ever.
Warner in once more and defended by Maslin, pushed out. No pace on the shot.
We spoke about this with Dan Norcross the other night on the podcast that we run called County Cricket Natters, and he thinks possibly Richard Hadley might have been better for Nottinghamshire in the 80s, but I think Simon Harmer, I can't think of... I mean, Jeetan Patel at Warwickshire is a wonderful, wonderful overseas player, but in recent years I think Simon Harmer is head and shoulders above anyone else.
Yes, I think in terms of his... Gloucestershire supporters would say Michael Klinger would run him close, and there's no doubt that Michael won quite a lot of one-day games for Gloucestershire, but he also made, a good number of red ball runs as well. But undoubtedly, Harmer, in terms of a match-winning bowler in red ball cricket, almost no one to touch him, I would suggest.
And having won them 2 county championships as well. That's
yeah.
That's the difference. But we're going to see Graham Van Buren into the attack as the travelling support from Exeter give us a rendition of Jerusalem. Van Buren there, that's pitched up. That's a good stop there from Chris Dent. Probably saves a boundary. He still gets one for... goes through him. I don't know if Dent's hurt there or it's just hands are cold.
Yes, that's may have just the left hand maybe as he fell there. A little bit of a stinger.
Yeah. Van Buren. Oh, and he's bowled him. That is the end of Maslin. I think he might have chopped that one on, actually.
Big inside edge, I think, which we'll see on the replay.
Could be an arm ball, slightly quicker, possibly, by Van Buren there. Yeah, and he just chops it on. Under edge. Too close to be cutting, too close to the body. And that's the end of a very fine 56 there from Luke Maslin. He's batted very well, given the innings a little bit of impetus.
Nelson Stand, 111 for the 4th wicket. And Maslin eventually out to Van Buren for 56. But a good partnership, very well constructed, and he gets a good hand as he goes off. And coming out at number 6 in the order ought to be Matt Doran, but it looks like a right-hander to me, so that could be a change. Obviously there is some flexibility in the squad that Exeter Uni have selected for this match, and in fact it's Jamie Baird who's come out.
Young lad who's...
first year as well, first year student.
Yeah, he's come through the Somerset Academy. He's the plays his club cricket down at Sidmouth on that glorious ground on the seafront there. Looks like an infinity cricket ground if you look at it from the pavilion. It looks like it just goes out at sea, but it's actually above the road, which is then the seafront. But thatch roof pavilion, beautiful, beautiful venue.
I've got a quiz question for you. I might need to look it up, but
okay. So here's GVB into Baird, who lets that one go.
So I was at a few days in Sidmouth, funnily enough.
Yep.
One summer, not that long ago.
Yeah.
And Sidmouth were playing that day.
Van Buren in. Yep. Oh, that's close, and that's given him. Second ball, he's gone. Again, that one goes on with the arm. Baird looks perplexed, but he's got to go on his way. Here's the replay.
Well,
looks like he's got outside the line there.
Yeah, and Baird certainly gave Jack Chantry a little bit of a a glare. Oh, that was a glare of disgust or disbelief.
I'd like to have a look at this again, if it's possible.
208 for 5. So we've had 2 wickets in 2 balls twice today for Gloucestershire. First with Matt Taylor in the 11th over of the day, and now with Graham Van Buren.
Let's see this slowed down if possible, and see if we can see the point of impact, because I think he might have got his pad outside the line here, and I think young Jamie Baird might be a little bit unlucky here.
Well, Matt Doran is coming out now at number 7 for Exeter University. And Gloucestershire still bowling with the old ball at the moment. We're still 9 overs from a second new ball. So Doran out to join Dylan Church, and he also comes out on a hat-trick ball as well. He's the left-hander.
Second ball. Baird was second ball.
Second ball, second ball. I do apologise.
Could be 3 and 4 though. Still, you take that?
Oh yeah.
Here's the left-handed Matt Doran. Did well in this fixture last year with 37 and 68 not out. So what was your quiz question, Lenny?
We'll get to it at the end of the over. It concerns a player who played in a match I saw at Sidmouth.
I'm intrigued. Here's Van Buren in to Doran, who plays that solidly. Back to him. There's 2 slips in place now and a short leg. Here's Van Buren again. And Doran pushes that one out to mid-off. That's the end of the over. 208 for 5, trailing by 108. Church still there. The Exeter wall, 89, not out. Batted all day.
So the quiz question was, this was a Devon Premier League game. Sidmouth were batting, and Sidmouth were batting? No, Sidmouth were fielding, and they brought on a bowler whose run started 3 parts of the way to the boundary.
Right.
And he looked quite sharp, and so I asked some of the players watching, who is this guy? Oh, he's the overseas pro. Okay, fine. And he looked quite swift. Here's Warner in from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's pleasantly played out by the right-handed Church to deep point where they'll pick up a single. And I was told that this guy was a New Zealander. Well, it was literally, may have been 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, he played in the New Zealand side that played England in an ODI at Chesterley Street.
Right.
And I think it might even have been his ODI debut. And it may also be the only ODI he has played.
How many years ago?
Not many. When was the last New Zealand tour? Warner round the wicket, and Doran works that into the onside. Pick up 1. Find the card.
I have not got a clue who you're on about. Can I hazard a guess at maybe Lockie Ferguson?
2015, I think it was.
But Lockie Ferguson's played more than that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But he's quick.
So here's the card of that. Andrew Matheson, ODI debut.
Right, okay. Don't know him.
No, I think that may be. Yeah, he made not out. And bowled 4 overs, took 1 for 40. So, let's see if that is in fact his only ODI. Warner, meanwhile, back here at the Seat Unique Stadium to bowl to the right-handed Church, who has 90. And he defends again. And Gloucestershire won't make these last 10 runs easy for him. Yeah, that is in fact his only ODI. There we are. But I say that was amazing that he got called up, having basically played one of those ones where you happen to be in the country at the time. You need an extra bowler. He's playing club cricket, and he gets the call.
I remember Pakistan did that a few years back in the early 80s.
Short again from Warner and ducked under by Dylan Church.
That test when Madassa Nazar went through us, I think it might have been at Lords, or possibly the one after that, and I think they were short on bowlers. I think they had a few injury issues, and they pulled a guy out of the Lancashire League called Etisham Uddin, I think he was, and I don't think he did a lot more after that. I don't think he had a flourishing career.
I found the article where he was called up. Have a look at the end of the over on that LBW decision. Van Buren got to his second wicket. Again, played with some comfort out on the mound stand side of the ground. 1 more to the total. 211 for 5. The Exeter University students replying to 316 for 8. Here's the LBW in slow motion.
Oh, I think he's got outside the line there.
Well, Jamie Baird looking in disbelief as he walked off.
Here we go. Let's have a look again. He looked at his bat as well, as if he thought it might have
come off the blade.
Had some willow on it, yeah. Here's Van Buren looking to winkle out Dylan Church, who jams his bat down on that one pretty late.
Yes, Andrew Matheson played for Central Districts.
Van Buren. Church tucks him away onto the leg side, moves into 92, just 8 away from what can only be described as a very well-deserved century.
Yeah, just to complete the Matheson story, he'd been called up because Trent Bolt and Corey Anderson were both injured, and the article mentions the fact that he had been playing in the UK as Sidmouth's overseas player. There we are, 2015. I mentioned that because that's Jamie Baird's club. He got a second ball duck today.
Forward defensive.
And to be fair, not just Baird's club as well, because I saw the Sidmouth name elsewhere. Yeah, Taylor Ingham Hill, who we haven't seen, is also part of the squad. Also plays club cricket at Sidmouth too. So.
Another dot ball. Sounds frightfully nice name, that Taylor Ingham Hill. Here's Graham Van Buren in. Worked onto the leg side.
That's nearly as posh as Xavier Voigt Hill, who does the Opta stats for Sussex.
That's up there. That's up there. There was I I'll come on to it after this ball from Graham Van Buren. And it's squirted away behind square on the offside. He's going to get 2 for his troubles. There's always a chap at University of Cambridge back in the day called Quentin Cake. He always used to open the batting, RQ Cake. And I just had visions of the Quentin punting down the cam in a straw boater, quaffing champagne with a couple of ladies called Felicity and Jemima in tow.
The result of the poll of the most championship runs for Gloucestershire this year: James Bracey 40%, Marcus Harris 28%, Chris Dent 15%, other 15%. And Martin Bennett, who was in touch this morning, thank you Martin, no overseas player could have been better for a county than Mike Proctor. He did everything with such enthusiasm, and I'm sure that if you don't know, Proc has had a recent heart operation. He's hopefully going to come across to this country to attend several events this summer. I'll tell you about a couple of those after this ball. Here's Warner in and up to mid-off where Van Buren does the fielding. Yes, Proctor's, I think he's coming over to an event that Gloucestershire are staging on the first day of the Cheltenham Festival, July the 19th. He will be at that, and he's also going to an event at Worcester in June, and he's also going to a dinner hopefully in May at Old Trafford that is marking, albeit 12 months late because of the pandemic, the 50th anniversary of the famous Gillette Cup semi-final against Lancashire, the David Hughes match, if you are of a Lancashire persuasion. So Mike hopefully in this country for several trips this summer.
Wonderful quote from that game, wasn't there, where Gloucestershire wanted to go off due to the light at the end, and the umpire Arthur Jepson said, I can see the moon, how much further do you want to see? So yeah, Mike Proctor, you've had some wonderful overseas players here at Gloucestershire. There's obviously Mike Proctor, Zahir Abbas, we mentioned Sadiq Mohammed earlier, and Courtney Walsh, who can forget him?
Oh, the bowler who, if you wanted somebody just to get 9, 10, 11 out, Courtney was your man for the tail. Actually, and that is a skill in itself, to be able to knock over some stubborn batsmen at the bottom of an order, either if you're looking to win a game or to just prevent a situation developing against you. Courtney was always the man to be thrown the ball. 214 for 5. The wind just getting up a little bit, and Warner into it. Again forces Church to defend. He's got 92. He came out to bat this morning at 11 o'clock as part of the opening pair.
It's got a little bit chillier, isn't it?
He lost Ben Wells for 15 and James Boyle for 0. 22 for 2 at that stage, Exeter University. But now 214 for 5. And Church now out there in what is now the 74th over of the innings. He's been there for all of them, and Warner to bowl to him, and that's again played with that great force. A lot of his runs since tee seem to have been based on placement and just ticking the scoreboard up.
Been a hell of a lot of singles.
Two wickets to Graham Van Buren since tee, 2 in the same over, to remove Maslin, who made a very pleasant half century, and then Jamie Baird without scoring. Warner's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Doran. It's pitched up, and Doran, I think he meant to send that away through quite a square cover, and in the end it ended up going to mid-on, and it's the end of Warner's over, so 5 overs to go until the second new ball. 6 overs to go. I beg their pardon. They started from the far end, so there will be 6 overs to go. 215 for 5, and hopefully the cloud cover won't fill in too much more. It's not, with the sun in, it's not very bright out there. With the spinners on, with Van Buren on, it's no problem, but Warner's probably brisk enough in this light, you would have thought. Dan's decided to ditch the sunglasses, which is probably a good idea now the sun's gone in.
Yeah, here's Graham Van Buren from the pavilion end. As Church picks up another single. He's within a boundary now.
He's gone very patiently from 76 to 94.
Yeah, 11 fours in this 94 so far.
Would it be jog avoidance, do you think, if it's if he gets out now?
At my cricket club, they make you buy a jug avoidance jug. Van Buren. And Doran pushes that one out to mid-off, but they don't take the single. Mid-off's quite deep there, though.
Ben Charlesworth is there.
Van Buren's going to go back over the wicket to the left-handed Doran, who defends that. Ball goes back to Van Buren.
8 bowlers used today by the Gloucester skipper.
That's a wall. Is that hit short leg? No.
It's gone way down here to deep.
He's only going to get a single there.
Backward square. A good stop from Josh Short.
It's a very good stop. Did that hit short leg? Yeah, I think it did hit short leg. I think that's what they're calling for the...
Ollie Price, I think, was the player concerned. Chris Powell's coming on.
Yeah, they have a concussion protocol now, don't they, where anyone gets hit anywhere around the head area.
I'm not sure it was on the head, but they're just having a chat with Price, just checking he's okay. And they are going to continue. Price is all right.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
I think it may have just glanced him on the body, but because it was a blow like that, and he wasn't wearing a helmet, then they just check, and it's Van Buren. Once again, all the Exeter squad are out on the balcony. They're making sure that they're there to watch their man on 94.
Van Buren bowls and Church lets that one go, and it doesn't miss off stump by much. Fine bit of judgment there by Church. Oh, and that nearly squeezes through between bat and pad. Van Buren has his head in his hands. That completes the over. 217 for 5. Church 94. The lead is under 3 figures.
Yes, they've been patient, but certainly determined, the Exeter University batters today. Now 5 overs to go until the second new ball, so for Ben Charlesworth this is probably going to be no more than 3 overs, you would think, and then Graham Van Buren might think about a second burst or a final burst of the day, maybe from Ryan Higgins in particular. But will Church be able to get to 3 figures before that? That's what he'd be looking to do, so that he wouldn't have the risk of facing the second new ball. But Doran's got the strike at the moment. 217 for 5 in reply to 316 for 8 declared.
I think the type of player Church is, though, I think he wouldn't mind the new ball because he's a deflector, he's a nudger, isn't he? He's a nerdler. And I think he would prefer the pace of the second new ball, which might, allow it to go through to the boundary a little bit quicker. rather than the singles that he's just picking up at the moment.
That's a fair point. And as you say, there is an art in using the pace of the ball to your advantage. Doran pulls a short one from Charlesworth away around to Jared Warner on the boundary at deep square. He'll just pick up one. And actually, we're talking about overseas players. Michael Klinger he played some very nice cover drives, Michael Klinger, but he also was a deflector. And you looked at a pie chart of Klinger's runs. A lot of them would have come square or behind the wicket. And you have to work out which are your 3 or 4 most effective shots, and those are the ones that will get you the bulk of your runs in your career. Played pleasantly out by Church, but straight to Van Buren, who is at cover point.
Yeah, look at Alistair Cook Sir Alistair Cook in the days before his knighthood, who would often just have his 2 or 3 shots. He'd have his cut and his clip through mid-wicket until he got to about 140, and then you might see a stray drive. But
Church has really been commendable in his concentration today. Charlesworth into bowl 2, and again, you might imagine now that the ball is coming mainly out of the middle, which indeed it is. But he's still not forcing it. He's not changing the pace of his innings. I know that the first hour was very slow, just the 2 singles basically in about 55 minutes. But he would argue that he's been able then to slowly accelerate without really getting into top gear ever since Charlesworth again. He'll pick up one more, conscious that that's a safe shot. He knows exactly where the gap is there, out on the point boundary. And again, he'll pick up one more, 219 for 5.
Maybe when Church moves into the 120s, we might see a few reverse sweeps and and the like.
Will he get that far is the question. But I think if you've been with us all day, and thank you for being so, there'll be Doran comes forward to Charlesworth and just defending. I think you would understand the value of an innings like this, which is basically just glued the reply together to that Gloucestershire total of 316 for 8. And you need somebody who's going to be the glue to an innings in most red ball matches, don't you?
Yeah, proper batting this.
Charlesworth got a high stepping run, straight approach, and Doran again doesn't quite time that. It comes off Charlesworth's boot and goes out onto the onside. End of the over. Higgins is not looking enthusiastic about another bowl, but he might be getting one shortly. 4 overs to go until the second new ball. The wind just starting to pick up a little bit. It's been exactly as the forecast said it will be today. Bitingly cold when Dan left the house this morning. Not quite so cold when I left. Our journeys are rather different distances. And then sunny morning, and the afternoon a bit more of a mixed effort. And I did speak to someone this morning and said the only issue we might have towards 6 o'clock would be over the light, but I think it'll be okay through until the conclusion.
Van Buren in to Church, who moves on to 96 with that one off the back foot, out to deep cover. Yeah, it looks okay out to our right.
And
Ian,
I don't know the answer to
from.
this question. When was the last time a university batsman took a century off a Gloucestershire attack? That's one for the statisticians.
Yeah, let us know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
He's not there yet, but he only needs 4.
I hope he gets it. He thoroughly deserves it.
Yeah, I know he does.
Yeah, he does. Van Buren in to Doran. Bowling flatter, tighter, just angling it into middle and leg.
I wonder what Doran's future might hold. This is his last year at Exeter Uni. You do wonder. You do wonder if not every player can come through the system and make it, can they?
No. Here's Van Buren into Doran. And again, resolutely defends it.
Might he get an opportunity? Might an academy take him as a late developer?
And that is thrashed through mid-wicket, and he's going to get 4 runs. 4 to Doran, moves the score on to 224 for 5 at the end of the 77th over.
That was in the air for a while.
It was in the air for a while.
There's a biggish gap out at what you might call cow corner, I suppose, in a club game. But Dawn was prepared to go over the top.
It's a bit of a heave, wasn't it?
It was a bit.
Not the most aesthetically pleasing shot of the day, shall we say? But look in the book, 4 runs.
To come back to the point, though, if this is his last year at Exeter, if he was to make some runs for them in their games in the university level cricket, might there be a chance of somebody taking him for an academy place? That's what he's got to hope.
Yeah, he's still only 21, isn't he?
Charlesworth into Dylan Church, who, as we've said, is a graduate of the Leicestershire Academy, and this is he's a first-year student, not a third year. So clearly his ability there. He needs 4 for his 100. Charlesworth into bowl to him, but he's not going to be flustered. He'll get there when he's ready. 224 for 5.
I think little chat going on between Charlesworth and Church there, and all good-natured, a smile from both sides.
Charlesworth, I say he's had one very expensive over at the start of his bowling today, but a bit better since then. It's wide again outside the off stump though, and Doran might have cut that, but didn't get in the right position to play the right shot. Dan's just left us temporarily because it's called for another layer. The thick winter coat's going on. Charlesworth again to Church. Again, back foot again, getting into the right place, judging the length. Decided the winter coat's necessary, Dan, have you?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, that wind is biting. We're quite high up here. We've got a lovely view over towards the west of Bristol. Lovely city.
Bat raised. Church. Is he going to be caught? Charlesworth thinks he's got him, and Church has to go. Oh, he's gone for 96. Charlesworth has his wicket, and the opener, having batted for just over 5 hours, just as a feather of a nick off the inside edge here. It's off the bottom. He almost walks himself, almost before Tom Lungley put the finger up. Church knew he'd hit it. Just got a bit tucked up, and he makes the long walk back to the pavilion. So that stat about, or potential stat about, university batsmen taking 100 off Gloucestershire will hold for a while longer, and Church gets a good hand as he makes his way off. 224 for 6. He's made 96 of them, and he almost has to drag himself away, understandably.
Oh, Dylan Church, 96 off 235 balls, 307 minutes with 11 fours. And you deserved that, young man. You really deserved that. It's such a shame because, you know, you could have taken that back, but just sort of cutting a little bit too close for his body. The ball nipped back a little bit from Charlesworth there. I think it was an inside edge, a little feather through to James Bracey. But well batted, and I'm sure he'll remember this for a long time.
Well, I certainly showed his potential there, and 6 down, and it is in fact Taylor Ingham Hill who has come in at number 8 in his maroon helmet. Bats right-handed.
King's College Taunton.
It's Alex Barrow's former school, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Tom Abel as well, I think.
So a wicket for Charlesworth. It's taken a while to get it. That's come in his 8th over of the match. 1 for 33. So you can see his figures at the bottom of your screen. And don't forget, you can download our free app, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. But there's the nub of the day. Dylan Church, 96. 235 balls faced, and Gloucestershire with just 2 overs until the new ball might be looking to wrap this up quite quickly now if they can, and give themselves a small lead on first innings, with obviously the third day's play here at the Seat Unique Stadium tomorrow. Graham Van Buren's just sending David Payne out to the boundary at long off. That's if Doran decides he wants to have another aggressive swat at the spinner.
Van Buren into Doran. Oh, and just falls short of second slip there. I don't know if that was off the pad or off the bat, but there were a few oohs and ahs from the cordon.
Might be George Scott there, I think. At
Van Buren in. And Doran has gone from playing him very nicely to struggling a little bit. Here's Van Buren over the wicket. That's a better shot. Punched firmly off the front foot out to mid-off. GVB, Gloucestershire skipper this year. Bowls, nice lines, nice lengths. Doran just pushes that for a dot ball.
Hammond in the blue hat at first slip.
Here's Van Buren. Tosses that one up, and that's beautifully played, driven through extra cover. Imperious 4 runs to Matt Doran.
A nice shot, much better one than the one he played in the last over, which was a bit of a swat, wasn't it, away on the leg side, but just picked the gap there. And once he got past Ryan Higgins, it always looked like it to be a fruitless chase for Ben Charlesworth.
That was a lovely shot. Lovely, lovely shot. And again, exactly the same place.
If anything, a little bit straighter, but
yeah,
it's, as I say, it's not the longest boundary on that side of the ground, but he still picked the gap twice, and Van Buren has 2 wickets.
Yep.
Matt Taylor has 2. Charlesworth and Zafar Gohar 1 each. And there's the overall picture. Van Buren 2 for 31. Charlesworth, having had a success in the last over, will bowl the 80th of the day. 10 overs to go. And
43 minutes left in the day.
so they're around about the right time on overs. Gloucestershire, they say target is 90 overs in the day, and they'll be round about the right pace, particularly with 10 overs of the quicker bowlers to come, you would have thought. Charlesworth then to the right-handed Ingham Hill with 3 slips, then he lets that go. Outside the off stump, James Bracey takes Chris Dent's back in at second slip. He's got Hammond at first and Higgins at third. Important to get a settled slip cordon. All the best teams would generally know who their close catchers would be.
Higgins has just gone to gully, actually. He's gone from third to gully.
Leaving a gap there, which they don't think will be relevant to Charlesworth. Ingham Hill again just having a look at the moment, hasn't yet scored, having come in during Charlesworth's last over at the fall of opener Dylan Church, who batted almost throughout the whole of the day. Well, he did bat more than 5 hours for his 96. Charlesworth in, Will backs away there. And fortunately, Charlesworth's delivery was wide enough. I'm going to put Price into gully now. And Higgins has gone back. In fact, it's almost. Yes, it is 3 slips in the gully. There's enough of a gap there. You'd say it's not a 4th slip.
Who's your money on to take the new ball from the pavilion end?
Well, I think Higgins might do it at this end. Here's Charlesworth and Ingham Hill off the mark with a single. We've not seen
David Payne, perhaps?
We've not seen David Payne since the 4 overs he bowled right at the start of the day. So I would think that Higgins might well get it at this Ashley Down Road, and whether Matt Taylor would get it at the far end. He's had a little spell since tea, but not too long. Be a 4th spell if he does return again. And Doran facing Charlesworth lets that go outside the off stump. Where is Payne actually on the field will be the next question. I'm not sure he is at the moment. They've been rotating the fielders throughout much of the day.
Taylor looks like he's having a little warm up there at mid-off. Anyway, he has just bowled that, but maybe he's just trying to give his skipper a little bit of a nudge, perhaps.
Well, all bowlers do. Charlesworth in. That's cracked by Doran. That's a nice shot. That's away through extra cover, almost off the back foot. And he's going to get just about 4 for it. He just beats the fielder to the rope. And that's well timed. He's made a couple of those. Well, a couple off Van Buren in the last over.
That's a beautiful shot.
He's
off the back foot.
Punched that away. 237 for 6. 10 overs remaining on the day. Ryan Higgins, my guess, would be the man to take the new ball from this Ashley Down Road end. But for the moment, I think Van Buren's going to keep going with the old one, because he's taken off his own sweater. So there may not be a new ball. He may think that the quicker bowlers have done their quota for the day. We'll see. But he's going to see if he can dislodge Ingham Hill himself from the pavilion end.
Captain's prerogative. Here he comes. Left arm around the wicket. And Ingham Hill is behind that.
Just the one slip and a circle of 6, almost a circle of 7 actually, saving 1.
Van Buren. The oohs and the ahs. Zingham Hill plays a forward defensive there into the onside.
What's the phrase, Dan? You got nothing for an ooh?
Arm ball there from Van Buren.
It's quite short.
Punched out to Chris Denter extra.
That was quite short, wasn't it?
Yep. Fired in. Ingham Hill behind it. Wonder if he's setting him up for the one with just a little bit of loop. Gets above the eye line. Batsman's eyes light up.
It would be quite a considerable loop for Van Buren.
There it is. But Ingham Hill having nothing to do with it. Solidly defends it. 2-3-7 for 6. Exeter trailing by 79. 81st over Van Buren. Dot ball. That concludes the over. Van Buren 2 for 31. Bowled tidily.
Charlesworth thinks he's going to continue here, so maybe Gloucestershire aren't going to take the new ball at this point. Although Higgins is going through some limbering up, so maybe the thought, I suppose it could be that they don't want to do more than 4 overs at the end of a long day in the field. Charlesworth, for the moment, has had a success in this spell with the 1 wicket out of Dylan Church, so he's got the...
Well, it's 90 overs.
Nod at the moment. And just looking across the board, 14 overs for Ryan Higgins, 15 overs for Matt Taylor, 15 overs for Zafar Gohar, and 12 for Jared Warner. So it has been a day where, as we suspected, the workload has been evenly shared, which has got to be the right thing in a match like this.
Yeah.
I say David Payne, the only one who was lightly used this morning, just the 1 spell from him. Doran, who's got 21 with 2 or 3 very nice shots, and faces Charlesworth, who balls that's almost a full toss right outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump actually, and on another day might have been called as a wide, but not today. And just to remind you that Dan and I will be looking after coverage of the championship matches and the Royal London Cup here at the Seat Unique Stadium this season, so be very happy to have your company. And Charlesworth in once more, and Doran defends. The first of those games obviously on the 14th when Yorkshire are here. The Gloucester season starts on Thursday at Northampton. The stream will be available for that match, and the commentary will be led by our good friend Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton. So join them on Thursday.
Good old Radders.
Certainly the oracle on Northants cricket, that's for sure.
Yeah,
nice shot again from Doran. He'll get 4 more.
He looks a good player, this Doran. He's hit 4 lovely boundaries.
3 of them on the leg side. That one clipped away through wide mid wicket up towards the main scoreboard. And I think you said they might get to 280, didn't you? The students, they're not going to be far off that, you know, if Doran keeps going and keeps playing his shots. They were 189 for 3 at tea. They have lost 3 wickets since tea, but they've scored steadily again.
Well, there's 8.5 overs left, or 34 minutes. 33 minutes.
Charles was past umpire Longley. Oh, Doran almost offering a caught and bowled there just for a moment. I think those behind the stumps thought there was I didn't hear a cry of catch it, but I think it was, the inference was there. And Higgins doesn't look the warmest out there at point, but he is limbering up, so I suspect he may get a little run before the end of the day. Doran's bat raised high, and again crisply up to mid-off when Matt Taylor does the fielding. Yes, you can tell we're early season when the practice wickets over on the right hand side of the square, there are only 2 of them, and they don't look as worn as they will do in about 3 months' time.
No, that's when it really quicks up here. Really speeds up that outfield over there, doesn't it?
Well, it does. There's a vast expanse of outfield as well. And Doran again crunches that. That's 4 more away through the offside, despite the dive of Josh Shaw. Nothing you can do about that.
I like the look of this lad. He's got playing some lovely shots. That was a wide half volley, but still got to put them away.
Yeah, you still have. And
here we go. Change of bowling.
So Matt Taylor at 82 overs is going to be recalled to the attack, and I suspect that will mean that Jack Chantry's got to reach into his pocket if there is a new ball in that jacket that he's wearing. And there's no signal yet from the 2 umpires, and maybe Taylor might have a delivery or 2 with the old one first, and then they'll call for the new ball. But he's going to bowl over the wicket to Ingham Hill. And the resume of the day, if you've been out and about and joined us late on the stream, the students have batted all day for this total 245 for 6. As you can see, they're still 71 behind, but Dylan Church made 96 of those, and well supported by Luke Maslin, who made 55.
Here's Taylor. Left arm over the wicket. And Taylor, Ingham Hill. Taylor to Taylor. And he's solidly behind that.
I'm just looking for the nod from Jack Chantry about the second new ball, but it's still using the old one at the moment.
Yep. Matt Taylor to Ingham Hill, who's behind that, and there's no pace with this ball now, is it? It's gone.
No, it's and in a sense, you might argue, if the Gloucester did chose not to take it, that there is, I don't necessarily use the word learning in that sense, but just the practice of bowling with an old ball.
Yeah, there's Taylor in, and that's out. That's a great catch. That is a really, really good catch. When your hands are cold, the ball flew. Ingham Hill pushed hard at that.
And I think under the hat, that might be Ajit Singh Dale there. Or is it Ollie Price? It's well held. It's well held. I mean, Price was fielding there earlier in the day. Ollie Price with the catch in the bobble hat, and Ingham Hill goes. Matt Taylor has his 3rd wicket.
Ingham Hill disgusted with himself, but
it was a sharp chance.
Yeah, and when your hands are cold like they are today,
nothing's on the way of the slips much, has it really?
No, and the last thing you want is to be there. Maybe the gully to Robin Smith might not be the best place, but yeah, that was a really good snaffle.
Ollie Price did some work in the slip cordon last year when he was in the side. So it's not a total surprise to see him in there, but he's quite close in at fourth slip, and a ball that went quite quickly.
I think you've got to be, though, with the lack of carry here today. I think you've got to be close. So 2, 4, 5 for 7. 3 of those to Matt Taylor now. And the new batsman,
Luke Charlesworth,
is Luke Charlesworth. And I wonder if the volume levels might, the chirp might go up from the slip cordon here. Where's his brother?
His brother's at backwards square at the moment. So he won't be shouting at him from 80 yards. Well, he might be shouting at him from 80 yards, but you may choose not to hear him.
Here's Taylor to Charlesworth. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was considerably quicker. Taylor bent his back there.
Almost a tennis ball bounce on that.
Bit of Oxfordshire pride going on here, perhaps.
Gloucestershire would like just to finish this off tonight.
I think so as well.
Quite clean. It would be quite a clean end to the day if they could end up taking all 10 wickets.
Taylor in, and that's held as well. A little nibble there, and that's a good catch by Miles Hammond, I think that is. That first slip. And this will really please Dale Benkenstein as well, with the catching going on, and it's never easy this time of night with cold hands. And that's low down, really well held there by Hammond.
That's the long distance view from the analyst's camera at the far end of the ground.
And Taylor has got 4 wickets now, 4 for 40. And he's on a fifer.
Miles Hammond may have taken that catch, but you hope he hasn't damaged his hand there in doing so.
He ran off as if it hurt.
Yeah, he's looking at the moment. I
think it's just a stinger.
Yeah, it clearly wasn't an easy one to take, that.
No.
But he's taken it, 8 down, and George Barlow comes in at number 10. And what were we saying about the depth of the batting? And we weren't sure what the lower order might actually bring.
Yeah.
189 for 3, and now 245 for 8. There's been a bit of a clatter.
Yeah. But the last thing Glos will want here is an awkward 5 minutes before the end of play, won't they?
245 for 8. 25 minutes to go. Taylor has 4 wickets. As you can see, those his figures on the board.
Taylor at the top of his mark. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's in. Oh, that's got to be close. And that has gone for 4 runs, I think.
Off the bat too, according to Jack Shantry.
Yeah. Taylor in here. Let's have a look at the replay. Taylor's in there, and it's off the glove. It's starting to happen.
Oh, interesting. James Bracey almost more interested in the appeal than where the ball had gone, which I suppose is a natural reaction, but 245 for 8, and Ryan Higgins is going to have perhaps a chance to pick up a wicket or 2 at the end of today's play. Matt Doran's got 29 at the other end. He's been watching the wickets fall as the non-striker, and I think I'm right in saying, Dan, that 7 of the 8 wickets have fallen from the pavilion end today.
They have.
Just the Charlesworth one from the Ashley Down Road end. And Higgins is going to have 3 slips in place for his
But this lad Doran looks
late spell.
This lad Doran looks a lovely player. He looks a really, really good player.
What will he try and do with these last 23 minutes? Will he try and defend? How much ability does he think that George Barlow's got at number 10? And who indeed is potentially padded up at number 11? So
Exeter will be pleased with this, though.
It's a respectable reply for sure.
Yeah.
And Doran will get them to 250 with a single out to mid wicket. 250 for 8, and Doran has a handy 30 of those. So George Barlow to take strike. Played county seconds, but not as yet got himself a deal anywhere. Higgins with 3 slips. Hammond, Dent and Ollie Price at 3rd. And Barlow solidly forward.
Remember Dominic Goodman's at 11 though, and he's no fool with the bat.
I just wonder whether, obviously with the squad that they've brought up for this match, it may be that the bowlers, by and large, the bowlers bowl and most of the batters bat, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We haven't seen at least 3 of the bowlers who bowled yesterday appear with the willow yet. Here is Higgins in and Barlow defends. So Turner starting and Goodman we haven't seen. And we haven't seen Rory Hipwell either, or Conway Gilbert. So, there's quite a few options for who might come in at number 11. I think Goodman would probably be batting higher than that if he was going to have a bat. Higgins in. Oh, and that was quite close too. Pushed at that. Did Barlow.
I'm glad you just said Conway Gilbert, because I've just nearly called him Gilbert Conway. So.
Remember, his dad was watching on the stream.
He was, and we do apologise to you.
On the stream earlier on. Thanks for taking part in our polls today, by the way. Those of you who have done.
Yeah, loving the interaction from the Exeter University guys and the Gloucestershire fans as well.
And Barlow's off the mark with a single down to fine leg. Higgins will have probably one of these two stick around. 3 more overs to go. In theory, there are 6 overs left on the day and 20 minutes, so that's just about right. And 15 overs an hour, even though Zafar Gohar and Graham Van Buren have between them. Now that scoreboard's not quite there at the moment, so I'll wait for that to refresh. I'm looking at the number of overs that the spinners have bowled.
25, and then Price has bowled a couple as well.
So, 27. That's nearly a session's worth of bowling, and to still be only at 15 overs an hour is still quite modest as over rates, but that's kind of the modern way, isn't it? 15 overs an hour is about par.
Yeah, it's quite good in the modern game. Taylor. He's going to bowl at the right-handed Barlow. It's quite comfortably in behind that. Still don't know if the new one's been taken.
No, I don't. Well, there's been no signal.
Yeah.
New cricket balls are expensive, and this is it.
They are. Yeah, I was talking to Steve Kirby when he was at the MCCYCs, the head coach for them. as Taylor comes in. Kirby played here at Gloucestershire for 6-7 seasons, and Kirby used to play at High Wycombe Cricket Club. They used to play their home games a lot at High Wycombe Cricket Club. He always used to tell me that it cost him a fortune as they lost 4 or 5 into the river next door every game, and those white balls that they had to use were about 70 or 80 quid a pop.
Also, the colour of the one that Taylor is bowling with suggests to me that they are still bowling with the old one.
Yeah. Here he comes into the crease, and that's worked off his legs beautifully, actually, for 4 runs. Barlow moves on to 9. Taylor just straying onto the pads. But yeah, whipped there through square leg. Had 4 runs written all over it from the moment he left the bat.
Slipcord looking quizzically at the direction of travel of the ball out to the fence. Ben Charlesworth back out there again. Deficit 61.
Taylor in. And Barlow solid. Thou shalt not pass.
Just to say that our emails, of course, will be open again for the Yorkshire match on the 14th, and I think there will be a good level of interest in that game. Many reasons. One, that it's a while since Yorkshire have been here in the Championship, and B, they probably are the county of news at the moment.
Taylor in, and Barlow lets that one travel through into the gloves of James Bracey. There's some lovely beanie hats there, or bobble hats there from the slip cordon. All different, aren't they?
Yes, they aren't two the same. And Dent's worn 2 different ones in the afternoon and evening session.
Yeah.
Lacing out 4th slip.
Taylor in. Peel for LBW. Didn't look out, did it? From the moment it hit the pads, it was just...
No, the umpire's going to have a chat about the light here. Or... what do we think?
Yeah, they're getting together. There's a little conflab going on.
We've got, in theory, 5 overs left.
Yeah.
Jack Shantry and Tom Longley just having a word. And I think... what do they
going to get the meter out?
No, they're all right at the moment.
Yeah.
I think if there's...
yeah, it has just filled in a little bit, though.
Yeah, I think that the feeling might be that provided the bowlers keep the ball pitched up, they're prepared to keep going for the moment. I think if there's any short stuff, then they may well have another chat.
Alternatively, if Gloucestershire just want to get off the pitch, then...
take 2 wickets. Simple enough. Doran, well, he saw that one enough. That's driven away through the gap on the offside. They'll pick up 1. They might look for 2, and then we'll come back for a second. I wasn't sure if, well, they thought there was one on the arm there, but Tom Lay certainly hauled that in just before the rope, and therefore Doran can keep the strike. And he obviously is he's the more accomplished of the 2 batsmen too, isn't he?
I'm glad you said take 2 wickets, because I'd have bowled a load of bouncers and just got off a bad light.
Higgins in, Doran again defends. So that's where you and I differ. You'd have got Courtney on to bang a couple of short ones in.
Quite right, get off that pitch. Cup of tea, I'd have had a cup of tea in my hand within 30 seconds.
Ajit Singh Dale just out on the outfield. Matt Taylor's at mid-off for the left-hander, and Higgins in quite blustery conditions now again finds the diving. Might be only Price if he gets up. the Ben Charlesworth actually. In his position today. Lacing the covers. Man out at deep square, but he won't be fielding that because that's again another pleasantly driven shot in the V from Doran. Doesn't quite time it, so Matt Taylor can pick up the ball at mid-off and just give them a single, no more than that.
Alex Barrow will be very proud of his boys though today. They've applied themselves. 258 for 8, underpinned by a wonderful 96 from Dylan Church, a patient 96.
Higgins to Barlow, tries to work that as Matt Doran has done into the onside, but nothing for him there. And this is a long game for these students, isn't it? I suspect they're probably used to playing maybe 2-day cricket.
Well, it's the Bucks cricket, isn't there?
Yeah.
That's what they play. And
Higgins, Barlow squeezed that away, and that'll be 4. He's got that way through where Gully would have been, and down to the man stand boundary, so he goes up to 13, 262 for 8, and you can see the deficit is ticking down. Austria 316 for 8 yesterday, and it kind of proves what we've said about the wickets here at Bristol a little bit during the day, that to get 40 wickets to fall in a 4-day game here is still quite difficult. And therefore perhaps the best chance of winning the game is to leave yourself chasing in the 4th innings, because you would more often than not back a batting side as opposed to a bowling side in that situation. Now, that may be a little bit different with the strength of bowling attacks in Division 1, but by and large in the Bob Willis Trophy over the last 2 seasons, it's generally been a case that you do want to be batting last on this.
Here's Matt Taylor in, and that's forward defensive, straight back to him. I think this is where a good captain comes in as well, Ian. I think Graham Van Buren might have to be a little bit creative in his declarations, or in sort of dangling the carrot to bowl that side out, and maybe give the opposition a sniff of victory and be prepared to lose a game in order to win a couple.
Well, having said that, I don't think lose is in Dale Benkenstein's vocabulary.
No. Taylor, forward defensive.
I half overheard one or two of his conversations with the media on the pre-season press day, and he is very competitive, and I think it's obviously we want to win. If we can't win, we don't want to lose. That seemed to be his tone. So we'll have to see how that unravels, and a lot will depend on the pitches on which Gloucestershire play.
Is Taylor into Bracey?
I remember.
That's why I don't think Surrey will win the do well. Well, I think they'll do okay, but I don't think they'll win the county championship this year, because the Oval was so flat last year. You had a couple of games where 700 plays 600, and you're just never ever going to get a victory out of pitches like that. It's almost impossible.
No, I take the point about sort of attacking declarations, if you like.
Taylor in. Oh, that's got to be close, and that's his fifer. Jack Chantry lifts the finger. Doran goes after a pleasant 33, and Taylor has got his 5-wicket haul.
Yes, it's taken a while to get there, but 2 wickets early in the day and 3 at the end of it, and Matt Taylor will have pretty good figures to conclude the first innings of this match. You can see 5 for 48, the brief figures at the bottom of your screen, and Gloucestershire have got 8 minutes to try and remove the last wicket. What we do know is that they won't be batting tonight now.
No, that'll be it now. If it's either 8 minutes or it could be one ball.
It could be one ball. I don't know whether the students would bat on again tomorrow. I don't think there will be an awful lot of merit in doing that.
No.
It will be a question probably of... I think Gloucestershire might think about maybe batting for a sort of half an hour. It depends on what the lead ends up being. At the moment, as you can see, it's 55.
This lad can bat.
54, rather, the lead.
This lad can bat, according to Alex Barrow. Will Lucas, he's the off spinner who gives the ball a good rip, and he's a rather relaxed character. He's a good lower order batsman.
Well, we'll see what he's got here, but you know, Gloucestershire would want to get to a position where they've probably got 200 to bowl at, so to speak, and then right, Zafar Gohar, here you are, third day pitch.
Yep.
What can you do?
Yeah, and I think they'll be a lot more creative with the declaration they would possibly in the county championship, as Taylor gives Lucas his first delivery, who lets it go outside, is off stump to James Bracey. Yeah, I think with 8 points, or there's points for the draw, isn't there, in the county championship, so sides are never going to just throw it away completely in a county championship game, whereas here I think they might set up a game if they possibly can. They'll try and bat till lunch, try and give it some in the morning. As Taylor comes in, and Lucas just works off the hip, and he's off the mark for one run. Yeah, and I think they might look to, what's the lead is 54. They can try and sort of thrash 130.
That would be a good morning, I think.
That would be a very good morning, yeah. But I think, you know, that they've got the ability to do it. And I think they've got to look to try and practice to set games up. If Gloucestershire want to win the title this year, I think they need to learn to be in the box seat and to set up those declarations.
And the sort of situation where maybe you've got 55 overs or thereabouts,
yeah,
to try and bowl a side out,
yeah,
will be an interesting mix. End of the day, 9 wickets down here then, and Lucas to face Ryan Higgins. Defends. This is the 88th over of the day. So in theory, 2 overs after this, but there won't be any more than that because we're at 5 to 6 already. Well, the good question is, a 6 o'clock finish? So does that mean that we literally walk off at 6 o'clock if they haven't bowled the other over, or will they bowl it anyway? Higgins will try and ensure that it's not necessary if he can. Lucas waits with 3 slips. Higgins in. That's very short. And Lucas ducks underneath it. The mainstay of this 263 for 9 from Exeter University really built around 2 scores. The half century from Luke Maslin, who made 56, and Dylan Church's 96 at the top of the order. They are the 2 main contributions. And once again, Lucas is able to defend to Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, I thought Maslin was very good as well. I thought he batted very well.
So far, 2 wickets to Van Buren, 1 to Charlesworth, 1 to Zafar Gohar, and Matt Taylor with 5. Higgins in, that's again with a foot well front, foot well forward. Lucas able to watch that go outside the off stump. But I know we've raised this before. This is now 9 days of outside cricket for Gloucestershire this year, or pre-season cricket. 9 virtually full days play, which is welcome mileage in the legs for the bowlers, and time in the middle for the batsmen as well. 2 days at Hampshire, 3 days against Somerset at Taunton, 2 days here against Glamorgan, and now 2 days of the 3 against Exeter University, and with the prospect of a reasonable day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's going to be on the stream, isn't it? There's no commentary tomorrow, though.
But you can watch the pictures from here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Higgins in, and Lucas isn't going to be giving his wicket away. So, end of Higgins is over. The clock says 3 minutes to 6, 2 overs to go on the day. So I suspect, I wonder what the umpires decide. The theory would be 90 overs. Taylor will get through this one. The question is then whether we actually have the last. In fact, they're going to go off.
They're going off.
So it may be about the light. We've almost got to the close, and the umpires have decided that that is it. 263 for 9 at the close, with Barlow on 13 and Lucas on 1. I don't know whether it is a declaration or not. I suppose it's possible it might be, but only those out on the field would genuinely know that. I mean, the umpires did have a chat about the light, and they're just having a look. Actually, they're putting the meter on top of the stump, so I think that is a light issue, and they have said to the players that is it for the day, just short of the 6 o'clock close, and generous applause from both teams for the opposition. So we get to stumps with 263 for 9 as the university effort. There it is on your screen, with Barlow and Lucas, the not-out batsman. Church's effort at the top, very patient. 11 boundaries in his 96. Good stand between him and Maslin, and a bit of support through the middle order from Fisher and Doran in particular.
Yeah, and with the ball, Matt Taylor stood out, 5 for 49 off 18 overs. Ryan Higgins bowled tightly, 24 off 17. There's a couple of wickets in there for Graham Van Buren, 2 for 31 off 10 overs. 1 for Ben Charlesworth, including the key wicket of Dylan Church for 96, heartbreakingly 4 short of his century. And 1 for Zafar Gahar as well. But that's a good response there from Exeter University. And Alex Barrow, their coach, will be really, really pleased with the way they've applied themselves and the way they've stuck to their task. And Gloucestershire will be, pretty pleased with the workout they've had. Their bowlers have all had a few overs. Their batsmen have had a good hit. And there's another day tomorrow, and you never know, this could be set up nicely, couldn't it, Ian?
Well, the sound you can hear is of Sean Williams, the head groundsman, just bringing the covers out to put them across the strip at the close of play here this evening. Thank you for your company. Thanks to Jack and to Shane on the cameras today, and to you for your involvement on our polls. Thanks to Dan too for his first day's company of 40 over this coming summer. It's
been an absolute pleasure, Ian. Absolute pleasure.
Hopefully 1 or 2 others might be a bit warmer.
Yes, hopefully.
But I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today, and I say the pictures will be available for tomorrow, but we leave you tonight with Gloucestershire with a first innings advantage at the moment of 53. It remains to be seen, though, whether the university bat on tomorrow. Personally, I'm not sure there's a lot of point. But we'll see what happens in the morning. Play will start at 11 o'clock. Admission is free if you wish to pop along. And we'll see what the two teams can set up in terms of a possible finish in the last 2 sessions or so tomorrow. It probably depends on some quick runs for Gloucestershire in the morning and an overnight declaration. So as the ground staff just try and fill in some of the bowlers' footmarks made from today, we'll leave you from the Seat Unique Stadium with the news that the Essex University students have batted all day on this second day and made 263 for 9. From Dan Whiting and from me, Ian Randall, enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.